Right, it is finally time. Good evening everybody, and welcome to the start of probably the last stream in the Space Age series, or at least for a while. The 24-hour-ish finale. I hope it will be lasting 24 hours. I hope the ship doesn't blow up after 5 hours or so. Theoretically, the 24-ish hour finale, where we try to reach the shattered planet on the very first try. We have designed and built this spaceship legitimately over the course of the game. We're currently about 168 hours in our very first playthrough of Space Age. I've done a bunch of balancing and minor changes. I'll go over those since the last stream. Today though, we're gonna push the start button and we are going to go all the way out from Novis. We'll be flying 15,000 kilometers to Gleba. We won't land at Gleba. This time we'll just leave it. And then it's 30,000 kilometers to Aquilo. After that it looks like it's the same distance, but it's not. It is 100,000 kilometers to the edge of the solar system, which is the official win condition, and we reached that last time. And then we flew back to basically recalibrate the ship a bit. And then, as you can see, there's another mysterious destination very far out here, the Shattered Planet, a mysterious remnant of a former world in the depths of interstellar space. Its remnants floating in the space it's once occupied. Those hold the resources to unlock powerful technologies. However, accessing them is not without risk. Okay, that description kinda looks like already the Prometheum chunks we can find like right around here. So I'm not really sure there's actually going to be something at the end of this trip. This trip which lasts 4 million kilometers, and that means that this section of the trip is like 25 to 30 times as long as this section of the trip. Also, it won't take that long to reach the solar system edge, but we'll have to go slower and slower and slower as the asteroid density grows thicker and thicker the further out we go. So I'm not really sure how long it will take, but yeah. Right, we'll go over the ship design at some point. I'm guessing we're gonna have a lot of time, but yeah, right now I just want to get started. We'll go over the ship design. Once stuff is actually on the belts and moving, it will be a lot easier to see. I indeed, BWD, I do have a blueprint for this ship. In fact, I have two. I'll go over that in just a bit. Let me first go over the changes we made since the last stream. Noticeably, I've got one of the things is it's just some technical stuff. I've got a substation here, so I can just mouse over it, and I can see on the right side of the screen the things, basically the signals. I can see we have 60,000 rockets to start with. You may think that is a lot of rockets, and that is true. I basically let the ship fly overnight through the inner solar system, where the asteroids are not as threatening. So basically I just set a route from Gleba to Vulcanus to Gleba to Fulgora, etc. Just keep repeating until the rocket counter was like 59,000, and then just go back to Novis and wait. That basically looked like, I guess like this. Actually that is not true. I made some improvements. So I just switched off the railguns, I switched off the rocket turrets, and I just went at a slow speed of like 50 kilometers a second through the inner solar system. Basically using my lasers, which are not meant for medium asteroids, to slowly chop those things up into chunks, which the asteroid grabbers can then hopefully grab. So that is how we got the carbonic asteroids to make into explosives, very very slowly, but eventually the ship filled up with 60,000 explosives. Currently we've got 36,000 in here at this save. Yeah, so that's basically how I've been loading the ship. I just let it fly overnight on a course to collect a bunch of rockets with the condition if we have not enough rockets, then fly out to, then just do this tour again until we have enough rockets. Basically, that is what's been going on. So just fly slowly, let the lasers destroy the stuff, and then transform the asteroids into rockets. That is what we've been doing. It's a slow process though. Alright. Hey, hello Matcha. We haven't started just yet, just going over the changes right now, which I made to the blueprint since the last stream. So yeah, I kind of extended the 50,000 rockets to 60,000 rockets. I've updated the blueprint with a little bit of extra descriptions of recommended technologies for this ship. If this trip is successful, I will post the blueprints as is on my Discord, but I'm not going to share them just yet as a successful ship without testing it. So I have this one, the rocket count and mouse over, which allows us just to see in the mouse over itself, so not near this yellow area, but near the mouse over itself. It says 60,000 rockets, which exactly fits in this cargo hold. I also went by Aquilo to pick up the missing fusion cells. Now we have 1500 fusion cells to start with, and I should remember to put them on the belt before we get started in the actual save, or this will run out. So you got 1500 plus the whatever was remaining in here still. It should be enough to get us there and back again if the rest of the ship cooperates as well. So I've got two versions of my blueprint. One is the this game version, which just uses the actual stuff I rolled. So I have two legendary cargo bays, a bunch of epics, and then a bunch of rares, which means I can store 60,000 rockets in here. If you have just the rare quality, you can store 50,000 rockets in here. So the blueprint and this weird clock is a little bit different. And also I happened to roll 4 rare railguns, which are mixed in with the other ones as well. And I spent some time AFK basically doing the saves coming without saves coming technique to make ourselves an asteroid, to make ourselves rare or the epic asteroid collectors. You can do that like this. You basically select one quality higher, ghost input, and then you just put that in the output slot. And now the bots will try to bring those things here. If you got a full stack, it won't work, but I had only one, so it did work. And that way I could just guarantee results of one quality higher than I could be. I just brought them over to the rocket. You can still see a substation and one rare asteroid collector in here. And we just launched those up. We are also researching railgun shooting speed 4, because in my tests I think we're gonna need it. So the problem is, I designed this ship around railgun speed, shooting speed of 0.5 a second per railgun, which we can just supply all the time. But the railguns actually shoot less than half of that. So in the end, I did decide to research 4 levels of railgun shooting speed, which we are still working on, to lock them into their maximum shooting speed of 0.86 per second, which they also don't make. If we get this, they shoot roughly like 300-ish times a minute. So yeah, until railguns are fixed, it basically has to be like this. So what else is new? I did some more prioritization to make sure fuel gets dips on the asteroids, which is a bit hard because I'm taking them in at the front, leading them through everything, and it has to end up at fuel. So we had to do weird things like tell to this inserter it should only grab ice chunks if the rest of the belt is full, that kind of things. Alright. Do you need nukes? What comes after this? I have no idea. I hope everything will work as well. We did do a bunch of testing, so I have good hopes the ship can at least survive far out. But during our tests, which we did in editor mode, I just constantly added rockets into here and took them out, and deconstructed stuff, reconstructed stuff, etc, etc. We've also got this ginormously long tail, which is kind of a liability really. This is useful for collecting Prometheum asteroid chunks, which we are normally supposed to get somewhere out of here and turn them into signs on location. This ship kind of defies that. It just collects the asteroids and brings them back to Norvis, where you can then make signs. We don't need this entire part of the ship. We don't need it, but it's there now. This is entirely useless to us, but it is a liability, because asteroids come in at an angle, and you can imagine that if we go too slow, like under 25 kilometers a second, those asteroids start chopping off the back half of our ship. And while this entire area may be useless, at the very back here are our thrusters, so those we kinda need to keep the ship moving at speed. So if that gets chopped off, it's gonna be all over. Realistically, I should have just chopped this back portion off, but I guess I'm too proud to do that. It's gotta be a multifunctional ship now. Right. No, I wasn't chatting to you on Discord. Some impersonators have been around on Discord trying, I don't know what they've been trying to do, I guess scam people, but it wasn't me. Still sorry about it though, it's pretty hard to do something about that on Discord. I cannot just simply report the person, I cannot even find somebody's profile without them actually accepting that, so it is kind of hard to go against that. So yeah, I don't think we'll be needing nukes. Nukes will be blowing up the spaceship ourselves. I guess we'll go over the spaceship design, yeah, once we are actually flying, but that was supposedly enough introduction. Let's get this show on the road, because it's gonna take long enough to get out to the Shattered Planet. Yeah, we've got a top speed. I guess we're gonna be going at top speed. Let's go over this weird clock a little bit before we start, because this is basically a sort of a weird formula which decides the automatic speed. Automatic speed signal A is 106 kilometers a second, and as soon as you take out like some of these rockets, that signal is gonna drop down it's gonna drop off pretty steep. So the moment we cannot keep up rocket production with rocket consumption, the automatic speed is gonna drop off pretty steep. The formula is something like, if it's 60,000 it's 108, if it's like 50,000 it's about 50, and from there it drops off very slowly to a minimum speed of 20 kilometers a second, which is a bit too slow, but I guess we're just going to keep it like so. So yeah, this is basically the minimum speed, and the rest is the automatic speed is controlled by this basically by the stock of rockets we have up here in here. So we got two pumps on the thruster fuel inputs. This one is the automatic speed. It pumps. Okay, now it's broken because it takes a square root in a weird way, and now I've made that number negative, so we're taking the square root of a negative number, which doesn't work. Anyway, this one only pumps if the automatic speed control is bigger than the actual speed we're going. If we are going faster than what we want to go, it doesn't pump. And this one allows us to override the top speed, set a manual top speed. I can say, okay, the maximum speed should be 50 kilometers a second. And then if this guy decides we should go 60, we'll go 50. If this guy decides we should go 40, we'll still go 40 though, unless I switch this off. If I switch this off, we can go at the manual speed we set here altogether. And if I switch both off, we're just gonna go maximum speed all the time. Yeah, you cannot even use fractions in there. I didn't figure out how to take a square root, but it's basically this machine. Really ingenious. So the wiring is a bit weird on this one. I don't really understand how it works. I try to understand, but I don't really. It takes an input signal, divides it, and then it does something with hooking up outputs to outputs and inputs to inputs, and in some way after a few ticks of calibrating, that turns into the square root of a number. So I found that somewhere on the Factorio forums. I was intending to credit this person, but I forgot to look up the name. But yeah, that is not my contraption. Alright. I think we're ready. All I need to do is delete this, set the location to automatic, and then I'll just paste the schedule back on the spaceship. And we should set off on our journey towards the shattered planet. So, let's have a countdown. 3, 2, 1, let's go! First destination is gonna be Gleba, and our top speed is gonna exceed the 106 kilometers a second we are setting, because the thrusters are basically full of fuel, so in the beginning they'll just pump at maximum speed. That should not be a problem, as we only encounter medium asteroids here, and I've kinda wait, what is going on with the sound? Okay, nothing. Alright, I was hoping to start with these railguns shooting for the nice sound effect. I have enabled my railguns basically from the get-go. So we're shooting we're shooting 400 hit point asteroids with 18,000 damage railguns, which might seem a little bit over the top. But actually it's not too bad, because a railgun shell takes only 2 explosives, whereas the explosive rockets take 3. Plus we have a chance to multi-shot 2 or more asteroids in one shot, basically. So yeah, and I guess now we're going. Now I am supposed to talk full 24 hours with blah blah blah. Not really my strong suit. Alright, yeah, this is the first leg of the journey to Gleba. Only 15,000 kilometers. Flies by in the blink of a moment. The blink of a moment? The blink of an eye, I suppose. So yeah, now the speed control is kicking in. So as soon as we're under 106 or so, the pumps, we go up a bit. Just we keep oscillating between 103 and 108, 109. It's good enough. Alright, good morning. If it's morning, that's a good sign. You can check in from time to time how it is going and how the asteroid field is changing over time, which is going to be pretty interesting to see. So we're already on the way to a kilo. Medium asteroids, still a lot of medium asteroids, but big ones will start to sprinkle in. And the gimmick about a kilo is there's going to be only ice asteroids, almost exclusively ice asteroids, around a kilo, just before and just after, which actually can be a problem in the mid-game. Here's the first big one, and that was it. It can kind of be a problem because normally your ammo in the mid-game is rockets and bullets. And ice asteroids don't really translate into those, so you either need to do asteroid reprocessing or you need to not stay around a kilo for a long time and just stash up some ammo. Now though, with this end game ship, we don't really care. We have 60,000 rockets in stock. A kilo is gonna fly by in the blink of an eye. You could have put the thrusters on the sides where the science assemblers are. Actually, I could have put the thrusters in a better location. Yeah, we'll be walking around the ship and exploring different options a bit further out. I just want to film the first I guess the part until the solar system edge and perhaps the first 100,000 kilometers out to the shattered planet. I just want to stay in the front of the ship to see the asteroids change over time, where the changes should be still pretty sudden. So yeah, you can see we're about halfway. More and more asteroids start to spawn, and more of them start to be of the icy variant. Actually, let me just copy this with the settings, and we'll disable these railguns just for cinematic purposes. Then I can fly out a bit, and we can see the asteroids coming from a little bit further away. If I fly here, my own railguns will kill me, but I'm exactly not in range of these ones now. So now we can see them coming from just a little further away. I mean, now we have hardly anything on the screen. This ship is not designed for this area. It's designed for full-on asteroid mania. So shutting off 2 railguns won't have any effect whatsoever on our ammo consumption or something. Yeah, the ship, I'm really surprised at how nice the ship design turned out to be. It's not only pretty compact, but it also kinda looks the part, and it has a funny overall shape with the flashlight. And apparently I have a weird accent where my A sounds like an E sometimes, so that is where the name of the ship is coming from, the flashlight with an A. Because obviously we cannot have the other flashlight on the YouTube and on the Twitch. How are you flying in front of the ship? You can, as of now, you can still get out of the ship if you launch yourself up to the ship, but you press enter at the very last moment before the door of the space platform hub closes on you. You can get out of it. So, which is very nice for stuff like filming and just going around the platform, because the map view looks like this, which is a little bit annoying because we've got this in the top right corner, this in the top left corner, and that's basically where all the asteroids are going to be coming in. So I'm kind of glad at least we can have one corner free. We can have both corners free, but then we cannot see anymore where we are going and how fast we are going and where we are at the moment. So yeah, we're gonna keep this on screen for most of the time. I switched off the minimap. I wish you could switch off these buttons as well, but we can't. But yeah, the rest I try to reduce the clutter as much as possible. Let's reduce it even more. There, now this bar is empty as well. I just love the sound of the railguns, man. How is the volume? Is the volume of my voice compared to the ship and the effects? I'm gonna switch off the sound of the wind, because that's really kind of annoying. Basically a constant it's a cool sound effect, but not for a 24-hour stream to have constant in the back of your ears. Actually, I did not find this exploit. Somebody in chat saw it somewhere and mentioned it, and it worked. Yeah, Control Shift F4 we can use to hide the interface, which we're gonna do for parts of it, because it kind of looks very cool flying through space without any clutter on the screen. Right, we have passed a kilo. You can see asteroids mostly icy now. There's hardly a metallic one or carbonic one inside, so that can be a bit of a problem. As you can see, you can tell by just a glimpse of an eye if the ship is doing well. If we are throwing out all 3 types of resource asteroids on the sides of the ship, we're doing fine. If that's not the case, and then we have kind of a shortage of one resource or the other. So right now we only throw ice overboard because this is an ice area, and the carbonic ones actually start to run out on the belt, so that goes pretty fast. Carbonic ones already down to somewhere over here now. So we'll have to We'll have to make up for that with some extra carbonic grabs, but in the beginning asteroid density is still quite low. So we are not really worried. We are going to get through. There's the first huge asteroid, by the way. There was it. We're going to get a whole bounty of nice resource asteroids spawning after the solar system's edge, and everything's going to be producing for a long time. It's only much later in the journey that the resource asteroids actually turn quite sparse in some specific moments, which we'll have a look at later. So we may have to do some manual speed adjusting or other kind of strategic tidbits in order to make sure we can get through the low resource zones. Try Alt Shift F4. Alright. Yeah, good question. Even the bots are a little bit snowflakey these days. Wind in the emptiness of space. Yeah, what about the railgun and the explosions and all the machinery? It's a game, man. You gotta have the sound effects. I mean, even some serious games like trucking simulators don't actually quite let you drive for like 5 days on end between two distances through over a 4,000 kilometer stretch or something. Alright, so yeah, we're on the way to the solar system edge. The huge asteroids start coming in. The railguns still deal with those in one shot, and railguns are actually the only thing that can deal with those. So we have lined the entire front of our ship with 16 railguns, alternated by asteroid collectors, which cover the entire front of the ship. Most of those are set to only accept coal chunks, because we need surprisingly few metallic chunks for our journey. And ice chunks are also, they're a bit more important, but the most important of all is carbonic asteroid chunks. I guess once we are a decent part in on the journey, we will check the production and kill stats and whatnot, just to see what we're actually using. Yeah, Control Shift F4 turns off every GUI element, so it turns off this, it turns off the hotbar, this, if you're in map view, it turns off this as well. You can do it from map view as well. But it's kind of nice to get the scenic shots, or just to sit back and enjoy the culmination of your work after you designed a spaceship. In space no one can hear you fart, but they can still smell you. No, I chose to not design asteroid reprocessing on the ship, because in order to do that at scale you need to do a lot of it, and it's not easy to do that in a compact way. So basically the footprint of my ship would grow much larger, which basically means you have to defend more ship area, which means you have to produce more, which means etc, etc, etc. So I thought I would be able to get away with not doing reprocessing and just having a large bank of rocket storage to get through the dips of certain asteroid types, which we'll get into later. Thanks not ever for the 4th month subscription. Thanks a bunch. So yeah, how did we get out? You can press enter just before you enter the space platform in your capsule. You just press enter right before the door closes on you, and you can just get out. That will probably be fixed, very very likely be fixed. Okay, here we got one of these shifty asteroids. We'll keep an eye on that one. That one is slightly going inwards. Let's follow it a bit. So this one is not going straight down. If we put it next to here, you can probably see it moves away to the right of the spaceship. And if we go too slow, the vertical momentum drops off, but the sideways momentum stays the same, which means it just comes in faster. Now it is probably It is projected to miss the back end of the spaceship here. Yeah, it's gonna miss it easily. But some of these asteroids actually can come quite close by. So yeah, if we go slower than like 25 kilometers a second, then these asteroids start chopping off parts of the ship in the back, which we cannot have. That would be very disastrous. But yeah, now it doesn't even come into range, right? So that's good. At the moment we're still good. How you get back into the ship, you can just go to the hub and press enter, but you cannot get out anymore. So we're not doing that. We're just gonna fly the entire 4 million kilometer trip outside. It's going to be the longest spacewalk somebody has ever done. Over 4 million kilometers. Brave to hover in front of your railguns. Yeah, these two are switched off, so they ignore unlisted targets and no targets are listed. Eventually we'll have to switch those on once the asteroid get dense. I have that in the queue. I can just paste that back on there. But yeah, those would definitely kill me. I'm just exactly hovering outside of the range of these two, so we should be good in that regard. Alright, the huge carbonics are coming in. You can see the actual range of the railguns extends beyond the what is visible. Probably in the map view we can maybe see it better. So you can see those square boxes. They don't appear right away, but the railgun can hit anything which is marked in those red boxes. It will only target stuff which is actually inside its range. So, but the piercing shell just continues out until the end of, till here basically. And the epic ones actually are even better. Those basically have instant range on whatever comes onto the screen, almost. So yeah, you can see that one got destroyed. But it didn't get targeted directly, the one in front got targeted. You can also shoot meteors by yourself, maybe will be used in speedruns. Yeah, I guess so, but this, according to another streamer, Colonel Will I suppose, he spoke to Bosket, told him about this exploit, and Bosket literally face-palmed. So I suppose they will fix it in the next patch. It doesn't seem that difficult to fix either, so it's probably gonna get done. Alright, we have almost won the game. We are 65,000 kilometers in on the 100,000 kilometer trip to the solar system edge, which is not the purpose of the stream. The purpose of the stream is to make the 4 million kilometer trip to the shattered planet. Yeah, didn't you watch the title? It's gonna be a long stream. We're gonna have to slow down at some point. Not really defense-wise. We have plenty of rockets to keep the asteroids at bay. The problem is production. My maximum rocket production speed, which I could cram on board, is just north of 1000 rockets a minute. That means we gotta keep rocket spendage at around 1000 rockets a minute maximum, or we'll simply run out. And if this ship goes at full speed in the deep asteroid field, we can spend 3 or even 4000 rockets a minute, which will basically burn through the entire 60,000 rocket storage in half an hour or so. So yeah, defense wise we're probably going to be okay. Production wise though, that is going to be the main issue. So yeah, I'm not sure, maybe the stream will last 18 hours, maybe it will last 30 hours or longer, I have no idea. Maybe it will last only 5 hours if my spaceship gets blown up somehow. I don't have a backup. I didn't test this out before. I did a small test flight just to see if I didn't forget anything. Actually, I forgot something. I'm all over the place again, what else is new? But yeah, I have no idea how it's going to go further out. I forgot to put the fuel cells on the belt. These ones. So currently we are still running on the very first batch we put in of 25 fuel cells per reactor or something. We've got 1500 in stock, which should be enough to get there and back again, Mr. Frodo. There and back again, that is the goal. But I'm not sure we will manage to do that in terms of rocket production. And also, we're gonna stop at the Shattered Planet, if we can get there. And this ship is not designed to stop, as all the defense are at the front. And if you stop, also all these asteroids are gonna come in from the sides, where we are just entirely defenseless against these asteroids. And these will just slam through your ship without even thinking about it twice. So yeah, this ship is not designed to stop. It is designed to move and keep moving. The only areas where it can stop, we have already surpassed. That is in the inner solar system around the 3 starting planets. How do I only turn... you cannot only turn off a certain part of the gear. It's either all or nothing. .022 fixes the out of ship exploit. So yeah, I'm not gonna upgrade to that one, because this stream is gonna be a lot more cinematic if I'm allowed to just fly over my spaceship if I want to. The problem with this exploit is you can basically cheese an extra inventory of stuff on your flight, because you can take stuff out of the hub. I could carry more rockets if I took those out, put them in my inventory, and then just let it fill up again, and I have like 20,000 extra rockets. But that is, I don't intend to cheat with is the music a bit loud now, or is this still okay? I don't intend to cheat with the with my personal inventory here. I just want to make a good cinematic experience, I suppose. Yeah, I think so too. Some of these songs are louder than others. Switch off the wind again. Let's switch on the wind. So now you hear that constant deep background sound of the wind. I guess it's a lot more annoying when there is no background track playing, but now that goes away, so it's a little bit purer. Alright, we haven't lost any elements just yet. So sometimes when flying this fast, the ship can go at 145 kilometers a second. But the rockets are kinda slow to respond sometimes, and those huge asteroid chunks sometimes break off with quite a large velocity. And then it shoots the big ones, the mediums fly off even faster. And sometimes a rocket explodes so close by here that I take out my own asteroid collector with explosive rockets. And the faster we go, the higher the chances that it happens. So I limited the top speed to roughly 100 kilometers a second instead of 150. Then how do you have the planets and spaceships turned off? Because I'm physically as a player outside of the spaceship. So this is not the map view. Normally you are in this view when you are flying around, and then it's either you switch off everything or you switch off nothing. But I'm in the normal view, the normal player view, with my normal inventory, my armor, my weapons, my hotbar, etc. So that is why I don't have the top left here. Nuclear N asks about ratios. Don't really worry about ratios too much. Perfect ratios are absolutely not a requirement to build a working Factorio base. So, but a good way to, if you want to get started in building ratios, you can look at the resource requirements of items. For instance, red signs. You can see it takes 5 seconds to craft one. You need 1 copper, 1 iron gear. Okay, then let's say you want to make 60 science packs per minute. You need to craft 1 every second. So you build 5 assemblers, something like this. And then just you'll see the gears craft in half a second. So you know, okay, I need only 1 gear assembler. But don't worry about matching 1 gear assembler with exactly 10 science assemblers or something like that. That's absolutely not necessary. Just estimate the numbers for the slower production cycles a bit, like the science packs, and for the rest just go with it. If you want to learn proper ratios, you can calculate those yourselves from the crafting times, or you can use a calculator or factory planner mod or something like that. Thanks /DMO for the 4th month subscription as well. Right, actually I didn't even notice, we went past the solar system edge, we have won the game without even stopping. And we're already on our way to the shattered planet, and now these Prometheum asteroids start to spawn. So those are the asteroids which are used in the final science pack, which we haven't made yet. Yeah, we're not going to be making those for the goal of just getting out to the shattered planet. Those Prometheum asteroids are absolutely useless. In fact, they're even worse than useless, because we are still expending a lot of ammo to destroy those, and we are not getting any resources in return because we cannot transform these into anything. Or even with asteroid reprocessing, you cannot transform these. You can only transfer the main 3 asteroid types, ice, metallic and carbonic, into each other, or oxide I suppose. The Prometheum arms are a very separate beast altogether. Thanks Jimoy as well for the Prime subscription. This is now in the actual save game. Yes, this is legitimate. So we did all the testing. We did the designing, the testing, the tinkering, the bug fixing, everything. After that we spent probably like 2 to 3 streams just trying to get all the elements for the ship. We had to go to Vulcanus to make all the turbo transport belts like these. The green belts. We had to go to Aquilo to get all the quantum processors to make the railguns. We took elements to make over 100 railguns, so we could definitely roll 16 rare ones. We ended up with 16 rare ones and 4 epic ones, which is a extremely good result. I'm very happy with it. I haven't watched, I'm really looking forward to watching some other creators' takes on Space Age now. I saw Dosh Doshington uploaded the video, Doc Jade is busy on a series. Venzer is doing planets from scratch basically. So I've looked at all the titles, but Nephrom's uploaded his very first attempt at a speedrun. That is bound to be fun. Trying to speedrun a game which you haven't really... I guess he routed the game a bit before that though. But yeah, it's going to be funny to watch the very first attempt at a speedrun, I suppose. So I don't know, I haven't seen anything just yet. I don't know what happens if we get to the Shattered Planet. So if you saw a video which got there, please don't spoil the result for us, yes? Hopefully we'll get there ourselves. Yeah, even Zisto reappeared out of nothing. Zisto hasn't uploaded a YouTube video in quite a while, I think. But now he's back with his own Space Age series as well. For those of you who don't know, Zisto was my main inspiration to get started on making Factorio videos. I really love his early series. The one where he discovered the game with the compact main boss. I think that's even where it just looked good, you know, the main boss without gaps. So I adopted that style of base and basically took it to extremes afterwards. But yeah, I don't really like how the bosses look with the separated belts with belts of green circuits, then some belts of nothing, I like some open spaces, etc. I really like the compact designs, as you can probably make out from how the spaceship looks. There's so much belt weaving going on this thing. It's not even funny anymore. And those green turbo belts really expand the options for horrible belt weaving a lot more than we previously had. Yeah, it's gonna be, at this rate, we're gonna basically at 100 kilometers a second we go 360,000 kilometers per hour, which means like roughly 11 to 12 hours, but we're gonna slow down. Let's watch the production graph. We can filter for railgun shells and explosive rockets, since those are the ammo types we're using. So both of those are going up. Railgun at 100 or 200 a minute by now. Explosive rockets at 350. Production is going up according to spendage, because we start with a full bank. So basically what's happening now is these inserters simply won't insert these explosive rockets, because they only do so if you have less than 60,000. If you have less than 60,000. So we should have 60,000 rockets in here at all time. We can hover over here. So yeah, it's either 59,984 or 60,000. As long as production keeps up, that's going to be the case. And as long as that's the case, our automatic speed output will be 105 or 106 kilometers a second. The moment we start spending more than 1,000 rockets a second, production is going to cap out at 1,000-ish a second. And then the speed will automatically go down until rocket spendage matches that 1,000 a second again. We are going to lose rocket storage though, so that's going to go down, but hopefully not too much, because there's some pretty hard areas where we need to go through. We're only 50,000 kilometers out. Look at this green sliver of green that has to fill up completely. That's going to take a long time. 50,000 kilometers out, some Prometheum chunks already, but most of the asteroids are still of the resource type, and obviously the game is balanced around, if you collect all asteroids you're going to be outproducing, you're going to be getting back more than the resources you spend by a long shot. Oh, that was unintentional. So if we look at the side of the ship here, you can see all three types of asteroids are being thrown overboard, and that means metallics are full. This is basically the metallic bank. Then we got carbon and ice going up here. We got carbon and ice going down here. That is full. The rest gets thrown overboard. So yeah, as long as you can keep throwing asteroids overboard, you don't need to do any reprocessing because we're just grabbing the asteroids we need, and even more, we're grabbing more of all three types than we need, so no reprocessing is necessary. The problem is later in the journey. Let's have a quick look. I wish I could screenshot this somewhere. This is the let's not look too far ahead. This is the asteroid density we're gonna encounter over the entire 4 million kilometer trip. As you can see, there is absolutely nothing on the screen right now. That looks like this. Nothing on the screen looks like this. So yeah, it's not quite nothing, and it's gonna get so much worse. It's gonna get so much worse. It's not even funny. The problem is it's mostly those useless Prometheum asteroids which is going to go up to crazy values, and those don't yield resources in return. And you can see for the first part, if we just mouse over the first three asteroids and then just look at the graph, you can see the three graphs. They basically at the beginning of the trip they're quite plentiful. Up to 1.6 million kilometers there is very, very bountiful. All of the asteroids are there in huge amounts. The Prometheums as well. Between 1.2 and 1.6 the asteroid count is going to go up, like it's going to double basically from 1.2 to 1.6. So basically what we're getting from now until 1.2 million, that number is going to be doubled before 1.6 million. And then we're going to get into some crises, as the Prometheum asteroids just keep going up until the end, linearly, but all the other asteroids are going to drop off. And we're going to hit a couple very severe resource dips, I imagine. Especially the important carbonic ones it has the first dip around 2 million. And then another really deep dip at 2.8 million. And then even afterwards, it's not really recovering anymore to any of these rich previous levels. So we're gonna run into trouble this far out, I imagine. So my plan for now is, let's look at the 2 million, how it goes. If we start losing rockets, we'll just slow down and we'll fully try to replenish our rocket stocks up to 60k, around the reasonably rich 2.4 million kilometer mark, and then we'll just keep going slow until the end, hoping to not run out of rockets. As long as we can keep grabbing enough carbonic chunks, metallic chunks and ice chunks to make replacement rockets, we should be able to go slow enough. The problem is if we start spending more, there is a threshold, you know. If you let's say if 1 in 10 asteroids needs to be carbonic to make up for all the ammo used to shoot 10 different asteroids, we're going to need 1 in 10 asteroids to be carbonic and grab all of the chunks in order to transform everything back into rockets. That's I hope it's not 1 in 10, because we are gonna drop to lower than 1 in 10. I made an Excel file actually, because of course I did. Alright, that probably froze for a little bit. So yeah, the first 1.2 million kilometers is going to go up linearly in asteroid density for pretty much all 4 asteroid types. Between 800 and 1.2 million, 800k and 1.2 million, Prometheums are going to double, and the other ones are not going to increase as much. Oxide is going to drop actually after that. Then from 1.2 to 1.6 we're going to get all asteroids becoming way more rich, but since the resource asteroids are going to be way more rich as well, that is fine. Beyond 1.6 million kilometers there's going to be some potential areas of severe resource shortness. Are you using all the belts in the tail of the ship for storage? No. Yes, we're using them for the Prometheum asteroid chunk storage, as you can see them floating by on the screen. Eventually those should end up here at the front on all 4 colored belts, which you can very cursed belt weave through each other. So yeah, quadruple belt weaving is the reason why this exists. It was kind of fun to puzzle out, and now I had to implement it. So I made a ship that can store 200,000 Prometheum asteroid chunks on here. If I was smart, I would have not stored the asteroids on here. I would have stored 800,000 rockets on there instead of 60,000 in my cargo base. Or perhaps those railgun shells, which are going on these belts over here. So this is basically another... Oh, that's loud. Quadruple belt weave right here. It is basically just one section of this, basically just one line of this, but we output straight on the belt right here, blue, green, red and yellow, 2 assemblers per belt. The speed of the belt doesn't matter, it just matters that it gets to the end. And we pick them off from the 4 colored belts as well. We've got 2 of those quadruple belt weaves on board. We are stacking the railguns on the belts, as you may be able to see somewhere. I guess at the end. So those are stacks of 4 railgun shells on top of each other. And if we look in the hub over here, and we go in the circuit network, you can see 9.1 thousand railgun shells exist on those 2 lines of belts. So that is quadruple belt weaving for you. 9,000 shells on just these 2 lines of belts, which I figured was enough storage for railgun shells. Railgun shells is gonna max out pretty soon. Let's see if we're already there. I think it's gonna max out at around like 300 shots a minute, give or take. Rocket, we're still not even halfway our production capacity, so that's good. Once we get up to like 800 to 900 rockets a minute, I'm going to re-enable these 2 central railguns again. We want to maximize the amount of damage the railguns do, as if the railguns do more of the work, then we will be spending less rockets. Basically, that's the goal. We can see once the speed starts dropping to below 100 kilometers a second, we can see we are no longer keeping up with rocket production. So then I'll place back the railgun shells, the railguns over here. But for now we can still fly in front. Yeah, it's over 9,000. Those green assembling machines are quick. Yeah. So, these are really quick. The crafting speed of this assembler is 17.5. But basically it is a legendary assembler. It has some normal speed modules inside, one uncommon one. And then we've got a rare beacon with 2 uncommon speed modules to bump it up to the speed. You may think that's a weird combination of stuff, and that's because it is. Basically, the entirety of this ship has been fine-tuned around the minimum levels of production we need to sustain blah 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 blah. Everything is exactly balanced to produce as fast as it needs to go. So we do have a couple legendary things on board, like we've got 6 legendary beacons and some rare ones, but for the rest it's mostly, I try to keep it under rare quality. So we got rare crushers, we got a couple rare speed modules, a bunch of uncommon ones, and a whole lot of normal ones, 12 epic ones as well. So instead of just designing the whole ship with legendary components, which is better I suppose, but it's also not really realistic to build in a lifetime, I suppose, yes, but in a reasonable time frame. I tried to design something which was good enough and which was buildable in a reasonable time frame. And I only added the legendary beacons and the rare speed modules once I realized the railguns are just not shooting as much as promised. So they are supposed to be shooting 30 times a minute per railgun, without speed upgrades even. We can look right now. We've got 14 active railguns. I don't think they have targets already all the time. They should have targets all the time, though. Yeah, they should have targets all the time, because I'm shooting even medium ones with the railguns. So yeah, let's say we should be shooting 30 times a minute with 14 railguns. That is 30 times 14, 300, 420. We should be shooting 420 railgun shells a minute. Well, we're not. We're shooting 240 at the moment. And the curve is flattening. It appears the curve is flattening off. So we're reaching kinda maximum shooting speed. The railguns are kinda bugged in how they work, so they don't shoot at their maximum speed. And we don't even have a 0.5 a minute. We have 0.8 a minute with the 3 upgrades we already have. So we should be shooting even 60% more than 420, so that's roughly 600. We should be shooting 600 shells a minute, but we shoot only 240. And given that the rockets still have so much work to do, and I'm targeting everything with the railgun, you can see they are just not living up to what the mouse over tries to tell you. Alright, let's look and the mouse over. Do I still have 10 rare asteroid collectors? I do. So we didn't blow up an asteroid collector just yet. That is good. It can happen when we go over 100 kilometers a second. Then an explosive rocket blows up the asteroid collector. But we've got some replacements. We're still throwing overboard all 3 types of asteroids, which means we're good. I want some predictions in chat. So on this belt fit 200,000 chunks of Promethium. Currently there's 6,700 on there. I want to know at which distance you think we are going to be crossing 200,000 Promethium chunks on the belt. Basically, when will the belt fully fill up? How many kilometers in the trip? I suppose I could set a alarm for that. So we'll just set it out to, if Promethium asteroid chunk is larger than 4K, we're gonna get a signal. Now you'll see, this was supposed to alert me about railgun shells, so now you'll see we'll run out of those very soon. Alright, so we'll get an alert, like so, as soon as it goes over 200,000. Alright. 750k kilometers. It looks like you are the closest. For this point you're the winner because nobody else made a guess yet. 500,000. Alright. Yeah, I have no idea actually how long it's gonna take. I'm gonna say 400 megameters. Nice one. Actually, 2.1 million. I'm gonna keep my guess hidden for a little bit more still, so you can guess yourself. 1.4 million. Yeah, the railguns cannot shoot faster than 0.86 a minute. You'll see after we complete this technology, it will say 0.5 plus 0.36, whereas it should go to 0.5 plus 0.4. That is not the bug. So it should be limited to 0.86, but it's actually not. It's limited to a lot less. And it works really weird as well. The faster we go and the more targets they have to shoot at, the less they shoot. So basically, I need to probably put down these sound effects a bit, if we're gonna zoom in on those. So basically, if you look at this railgun, you can see the yellow or the teal bar is full. And you can see it's turning, not shooting, turning, not shooting, turning, not shooting, and then it shoots, turning, not shooting. Okay, now it shoots fast, but sometimes it waits like 2 seconds before it even shoots. It just keeps rotating without shooting. And that is where the bug comes from. So basically, it decides on a target, it rotates, and then it doesn't shoot because presumably the target is already gone. So it doesn't actually shoot at 0.86 a second. The actual shooting speed is more like 0.4 in good conditions, more like 0.3 a second in bad conditions. So it's even worse than unupgraded shooting speed. So that is kind of the issue with the railguns, and that is not, in my opinion, that's not an issue which should exist. I mean, sure, if you want to limit the railguns to shoot like at 0.4 times a second, that is fine with me, but then make it so that the mouse over also tells you that. Don't promise us, okay, 0.8, and then with the next upgrade it's kept at 0.86, that's the maximum, but it's not even half of that, right? Alright, we got some more predictions. 600,000 kilometers. I'm not gonna make a poll because that supposes I know the answer and I put the right answer in the poll, and I have no idea. My guess. So I know from earlier tests that out in the deep field It would fill up in roughly 50 minutes or so, but then I focused on collecting Prometheum, which I'm now not doing. I have only 4 asteroid collectors in the front collecting Prometheum asteroid chunks, because I could not get those to collect the other asteroids and still hook it up to the belts correctly. We also got these in the back here, I suppose. Do they really count? I don't know. They do grab some chunks which happen to float inwards here. Yeah, that one, ignore it, this one will grab it. Yeah, so these grab some of the chunks as well, but it's quite minor. These basically, we don't need those. These legendary inserters and these rare asteroid collectors, they are basically replacements for these rare asteroid collectors and these legendary inserters, because if we lose these, that's a big problem. So I got 10 in my hub right here, 10 asteroid collectors, but I have like 16 more on the back end of the ship here, including some extra legendary belts, or some extra green belts I should say, which are not used, which we can deconstruct and use to replace this area, because sometimes some stuff over here can get blown up by an unlucky rocket explosion. Okay, so far situation still good. All 3 asteroid types still getting thrown overboard, which means all the belts are full, metal full, ice and carbonic full, ice and carbonic are full. So plenty of resources to grab here to keep everything running. Probably not even running yet at full production. Rockets up to 500-ish. Okay, so yeah, rockets actually 630 a minute. I guess we'll reach 1K in not too much time. And then I'll go back on the ship and enable these 2 railguns as well. So yeah, I'm gonna say, actually I think 500,000 kilometers is a pretty solid guess, I suppose. But somebody already took that, so I'm going to go with 469,000 kilometers. I'll make it official. 469k kilometers for 200k Prometheum chunks. That's my prediction. There it goes. Official. Now you can hold me accountable. And we should get an alert. And now I changed my... I guess we gotta keep an eye on this belt or on the substation. I can see the ammo count on the substation as well. So we can see the Prometheum asteroid count on there as well. We're at 12k now. 12k out of 200. Hey, Suicidal Sheep! Thanks for the 9 months. Dang, I don't know, your name pops up there so much. You seem to subscribe like 2 times a month. This guy is so fast he can subscribe a monthly subscription 2 times a month. At least that is how it feels. Alright, I'll do the hydrate and I'll get up as well. 500,000 kilometers was me. I think you have a pretty decent shot at winning. It's not gonna be the Jeopardy, or what is that show again? That you cannot guess over, only under. We're just gonna do whoever is the closest. That person will win. What will you win? Just the eternal fame stuff. Let's put sound back to normal, except wind. Ah, the price is right. Yeah, you cannot go over, you can go under. So you read my name less often? I know, I maybe you just have a very typical name, I suppose. One that lingers in the mind. Not like mine, Mike Handy. What is Mike Handy? That just disappears out of the mind almost instantly. But something like Suicidal Sheep or Obsolete Alien, that is another one which is very prone to sticking in the mind for a bit. Right, let's get up. Right, man, we are 200,000k. That is like we are 5% on the way to the Shattered Planet. If we just ignore the first, what is it, 100 and yeah, 145,000 kilometers to get out of the solar system to the solar system edge. I guess there the journey really begins. So actually the journey is going to be 4,145,000 kilometers, but we'll just pretend we start at negative 145,000 K, then we start at 0 K at the solar system edge and end at 4 million K. That's how we're gonna reference the distances from here on out. Alright, so there's a bunch of asteroids on the screen, but still the black of space is clearly visible. And almost all of the asteroids are still of the resource type, so yeah, I guess we're gonna be good for quite a while. Kinda wish I could fast forward a little bit of it, but I guess that's the charm of a 24-hour stream. Alright, so 24-hour stream, but here's a disclaimer, I suppose. I'm not going to be doing it like streamers usually do 24-hour streams. I'm not gonna stay awake for 24 hours. It's already evening. I've had a day of some construction work. Behind me, it's not really heavy construction work, but still. And I was already a little bit tired before starting the stream, so I'm definitely not gonna last the entire stream. So I will just go to bed. I will go to sleep for like 6 hours after we get some decent distance out, and just will get 6 hours of sleep or so, and then come back. Hopefully the ship will still be alive. If not, if the ship dies an hour after I go to sleep, you will be staring at a game over screen for 5 hours. I guess you won't. You will be leaving the stream. But yeah, I'm just gonna wake up tomorrow, and I'm going to be here for long periods, but I'm also gonna take some longer breaks in between. This is just well, yeah, this is just my first attempt at reaching the shattered planet. I don't know, what are the chances we're gonna make it? Definitely not 100% sure we're gonna be making it. Those resource asteroid shortages later on in the trip look pretty daunting, especially because I did not set up asteroid reprocessing. I don't know if that was a smart idea or not, because you know the thing, at the very end all of the asteroids are going to be in short supply, so, and reprocessing is a lossy process, so even if you even if you reprocess the asteroids, you're probably still not going to have enough, because all 3 of them will be in short supply. So I'm not really sure how much reprocessing would help, given that your ship needs to be bigger in order to make space for the reprocessing. So you probably need more defenses and yada yada yada. Now, one could argue that I would not need this. I do have enough space to put asteroid reprocessing on the ship, and I suppose that is a fair point. A very, very fair point. We can see the Prometheum chunks just go in all directions through all the belt colors. That's actually pretty cursed. One could argue that this part of the ship is entirely useless for reaching the shattered planet, and one would be right, I suppose. So I should not pretend that there is no space to put asteroid reprocessing on the ship, as I'm going to have this entire monstrosity in the back end of my ship. Looks like the green belt, the blue belt and the red belt already made it to the front. The yellow belt, of course, is twice as slow as the next slowest belt, which is the red belt. So let's see where we spot the first ones. On the yellow belt, I still don't see any. Okay, there they are. Okay, here are some on the yellow belt as well. Okay, they sometimes come by here. But here, not yet. So we're about... Okay, the yellow ones are about at this 2/3 of the way down, which makes sense because the reds already made it. Those are twice as fast. are those stacked? No, it is not possible to stack Promethean asteroids on top of each other. And anything with a stack size of 1 cannot be stacked on belts, so my railgun shells are actually stacked on the belts, and that's why we can have 9,000 in just those 2 vertical belt woven monstrosities which go out from the railgun production areas over here, just on the belt, on this quad woven belt all the way to the front, and then distributed left and right over the railguns. Those can hold 9,000 shells in total, because those can be stacked in neat stacks of 4 on the belt, which means every single tile of belt can hold 32 railgun shells. And since we have 4 belts per tile, that is a cursed unit, 4 belts per tile, 4 belts per belt, we can hold 128 railgun shells in a single tile of storage, which is basically 13 stacks. So that is very space efficient compared to cargo base, which can hold like, even the legendary hold like 50 stacks in 16 tiles, which is like 3 stacks of railgun shells per tile for legendary cargo base. We have basically 13 stacks of railgun shells per tile with our simple yellow, red, blue and green belts over here, so quite a difference. The Promethean asteroids are even more efficient in that regard. So while we can store less asteroids on a belt than railgun shells, we basically divide it by a factor of 4, because they don't stack in stacks of 4. But the stack size of Promethean asteroids is 1, so the cargo base can only hold a tenth, 1/10 of compared to railgun shells, which stack to 10. So for Promethean storage, that same 3 to 13 ratio becomes like another 2.5 times as high. So basically like you can store like 10 times more on belts than in cargo base, something to that extent. That is really insane. And this ship was originally designed as to collect these Promethean asteroids, just fly out, collect the Promethean asteroids. Let's see how many we have already. 21k. So this ship is supposed to turn around after collecting 133,000 asteroid chunks. It could grab the remaining 70,000 on the way out again, because of course you need to fly back to the solar system edge. And then it could just get stationed above Novice. I still have the requests on here actually. Then we just would request the biter eggs, which can spoil and turn into big biters which destroy everything. Then we just launch up the quantum processors and the biter eggs, and we could make science from the 200,000 Promethean asteroid storage on the ship into these 2 assemblers. That goes really fast. You need like 25 asteroid chunks per 10 science packs, 10 biter eggs and a quantum processor, so that's really quite hefty, especially the asteroid chunks. That is done so that you cannot, the intention was you cannot just fly out, collect asteroid chunks, go back to Northeast and then easily produce science there very safely without any chance of the biter eggs spoiling into actual big biters, or behemoth biters even, I suppose, once you cross 90% evolution. I don't know if that works like that actually, but with this system you can do that. You can just store 200k Promethean chunks on the belts, fly back to Northeast, launch up the eggs, make it into science, and then just fly off on another trip. So you can keep up to like 40,000 or so biter eggs on board. The ship will fly away. It's not on the interrupts anymore, but the ship was scheduled to fly away as soon as there were less than 120,000 asteroid chunks on the belt, which means you could easily make those last 40,000 biter eggs into science on the way out again. This is still just a theory thing. We didn't do it. We didn't build it yet. So that's for a possible continuation of this series, I suppose, is to actually make the Promethean science packs. But yeah, we didn't do it yet. I also have no idea how hard it is going to be to mass produce biter eggs. That could turn out to be quite a roadblock actually. I haven't looked into that at all. Let's just quickly take a look. Yeah, I cannot make... I have no idea what to make of this. Healing resistances made in captive biter spawner. Crafting speed 1, as well as the recipes. Okay, they will spoil into behemoth biters as soon as the evolution is high enough, apparently. Can craft 5 biter eggs in 10 seconds. So that is like a half a biter egg per second per nest, I suppose. Okay, so it's not that difficult, I suppose, to mass produce biter eggs. Especially not on my planet Norvis. Let's look if everything goes okay. Everything goes okay. 50% on the way to the last railgun shooting speed upgrade, 16,000 science packs. Let's look over all the planets real quick. My Norvis, I have been preparing for this moment all game long. Even before I knew captive biter spawners were a thing. Basically, I let my base die 20 hours in. I say I let my base die like it was a conscious decision, but I basically just forgot to hook up a coal patch and power failed, and the base failed as a result of that, which means all pollution went away, and you already see some red blobs on the map. This is my Norvis map. I have been waiting. That was a genius move. I've been waiting for this captive biter spawner moment for the entire game. I'm ready. I'm absolutely ready to capture every single one of those biter expansions which have settled literally over my base. One change that has been made in Space Age is radars are no longer classified as military structures. So the worms and biters just leave those alone, just like they leave the rest alone, which is quite nice. That means I have no gun turrets in my base or any turrets at all. So the biters won't ever attack anything if they're not being polluted, and we're not polluting because the base doesn't do anything. So yeah, that is the story of my Norvis planet. We beaten the rest of the game without Norvis basically. We had to make 2 trips back here. We had to make 1 trip back here to mine 1 single piece of uranium because the nuclear power technology or the uranium processing technology is only unlocked at the moment you mine uranium. So we did a stealth mission back to mine 1 uranium, and we also did another stealth mission back to basically temporarily capture 1 biter spawner, so that would trigger another technology unlock. It's quite annoying that you have to go back to Norvis for those technology unlocks, but yeah, we did it. Some Gleben technology part is unlocked, but I already forgot what it was exactly. But yeah. Oh yeah, it was quantum processors. You need to do a captive biter spawner to unlock quantum processors out of all things, which is very annoying. So yeah, we made 2 trips back. We didn't even have power to close the rocket silo doors after we escaped in our ready rocket. So yeah, that is basically Norvis. We didn't use the planet anymore at all. Then we went to Fulgora. Fulgora is my actual science planet. As you can see, we are still researching right here. I guess the bottleneck is actually military science at the moment. Are we using... okay, we are not using Gleben science packs. So the Gleben science is basically spoiling in the labs as we speak. This is going to go in 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and it's spoiled. It gets output into these chests and the bots will pick it up and turn it into carbon. And the carbon we can then turn into coal again, so that works. So that's how we get military science. But of course we also are importing some grenades from Vulcanus every now and then, because coal is really slow on this planet. So yeah, hopefully this technology will finish. Gleba is actually a problem. Oh, it's a big problem actually. Okay, so Gleba is basically a problem with eternal production. It keeps going all the time. I made sure it does. It's an entire belt-based base and just keeps on producing science packs and launching it over to Norvis. I gotta switch off this planet basically. The problem is I do not have roboports here except for 2 roboports on the farm. So basically the moment the next biter expansion could settle in this pollution cloud, they will attack And then I'll be stuck with like a blinking, I guess I can just do it like this. Yeah, we'll have this blinking thing on the screen all the time. And I cannot get rid of it because I don't have construction bots. These things will be damaged, there is no repair packs, no construction bots. And I cannot even take down the roboport, so I won't have any way to get rid of this blinking. So that is the reason I will need to stop Gleba here. So I suppose... we'll just set a filter on here. And that will stop everything. Everything will spoil right here, but I guess that is just the way it is. We could also just flip a belt. Maybe just flip this belt. And that will spoil everything as well. Maybe that's an easier way to do it. Just flip this belt. And let this go. Then basically everything will stop right here. It will still spoil. And that will hopefully dissipate all this pollution before the biters here expand into the pollution cloud. Before I started on our last visit to Gleba, we basically took out the entire visible area here. I'm using the same one solar power radars like I do on Norvis for the visibility. But you can see many biter expansions have settled in the cloud again. Evolution is quite high. I should probably just take this again so I can reach it. Ay ay ay. Oh, that's bad. I hope they're all still there. Mike has fallen. The secondary laptop went. It got caught by the cable a bit. So yeah, I'm fine. I hope the laptop is fine. This is my old laptop though. I'm a lot more careful with my new one. But I used my old laptop to yeah, we started the journey. I used my old laptop to read chat basically. I think I accidentally changed some setting on the microphone. Yeah. Alright, that should sound normal again. If I sound really weird, let me know. Yeah, some of the eggs will spoil, I suppose. But those eggs will be in my base. Okay, let's actually just check. Alright, yeah, indeed, there are a couple chunks which are suitable for enemy expansion. There's still a lot of spaces for enemy expansion on the map, so we are not really in immediate danger, but we could have an unlucky... Can I spot the blinking one? One of them should probably be blinking. No, I cannot spot... Oh no, I can. Okay, so now an expansion is happening right here. There's also a green circle. All the green circles have equal chances, so it is possible they will settle in my pollution cloud. Every time you harvest one of these trees, they spread. It's not pollution, it's called like spores, I believe. And the local enemies are attracted by those spores and they will destroy the gun turrets, basically. The gun turrets won't do anything against those big stompers which now exist. It's night, so I cannot really look. I guess that's fine. But yeah. Basically now we have stopped producing pollution. And all this pollution will now slowly dissipate into nothing. I think it works the same on Norvis. It appears to work the same as on Norvis. As soon as the value is 15 or less, it no longer spreads and then it will just dissipate over the next half hour or so. So if you look back after half an hour, almost all the pollution should be gone here. Then we get the same situation like on Norvis. Basically, they can expand all over, but they won't attack anything because there's no pollution. They may attack the gun turrets actually, but I cannot really do anything against that. They should have a strong demotivation. There should be a strong penalty to settle near player structures. We can see that on Norvis as well. where expansions are everywhere except literally in my base, because if we now here look at the expansion chunks, everything is red, but so chunks are red because there are biter expansions nearby, but they're also red because where you build stuff that strongly diminishes the value of the chunk real estate probability for biters. So this has a 0.004 relative chance of being selected for expansion, whereas biters out chunks out here, even next to other biter bases, have 20 times higher values than literally in my base. So that's why we're not getting expansions in the base directly. At least not where there's a lot of stuff built. So hopefully that will be the same on Gleba. And the biters will just continue to make expansions in these still undesirable but 20 times as desirable chunks out of my base. Alright, so that's a good save, I suppose. Do we still need to research anything with Gleben science? I suppose not. I suppose not. This is the end of our journey, man. If we reach the Shattered Planet, I'm gonna be happy. 300,000 kilometers out, almost 10% in. Oh yeah, the egg spoiling. So yeah, we do have some eggs which will spoil, but around my... Okay, there went the rocket with the signs. I actually do have a couple gun turrets around my science production area. They've already been activated twice, I believe, due to some weird edge case scenario which caused this thing to lock up once every 20 hours or so. But yeah, for now it has been going for a long time. But yeah, once we stop, a couple biter eggs will turn into those wrigglers. Not a lot though, because I'm not even using a belt. I'm literally putting the eggs on the ground, so only one egg can lay on the ground at all time. So the amount of eggs exploding into biters is gonna be small, and it's also going to be a bit staggered, so I won't have a chest full of stacked biter eggs which all explode in the same time. So I think the base is gonna survive. If we look at science production over the last 50 hours, yeah, 50 hours of constant, literally constant science production here on Gleba. Looks like we had one problem. After we switched on, it locked up once for... I still don't know really why it locked up, but for the rest it has been going flat for over 50 hours now. So I would call this a successful Gleben design. I suppose I will reuse it, or will just blueprint this and reuse it for my next playthrough, because I have no intention of... maybe I'll change my mind, but Gleba was my least favorite planet of the run. I didn't really expect it to be the least favorite. I thought it would all be not so bad with the spoiling mechanics, but no, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. It made the learning process so much harder. The fact that all these things require nutrients to run, which then spoil again. You have to have so many inserters around every machine with all kinds of filters, and it is just a slugfest to get through, man. It's just an absolute slugfest to get through. The total journey time is projected. Optimists say it will take 10 to 11 hours. We're gonna slow down though once the asteroid density goes up, because if we don't, we'll just burn through our entire rocket stock in like half an hour or so and die to the asteroids. So we have to slow down enough so that resource intake and production equals the amount of rockets we are shooting, which is approximately 1,000 a second. Did we already reach that? 1 hour. I guess I can search for this to keep it a bit more compact. Okay, 920 rockets a minute. So we're getting there, and railgun shells actually, they flattened off real fast. As you can see, we are indeed only shooting 260 shells a minute. I suppose I'll reactivate the front ones now and no longer fly out. In fact, I'm going to take off my armor. I think I can still accidentally walk out too far to the front, but that's why I have my pipes here. Technically, if I stand over here, I cannot not accidentally walk into the railgun's range. And this is my selfie spot for on the plane. For on the spaceship, my selfie spot to look out at the asteroids. I'm intending to film like a big time lapse off screen to put in the video, because this actual stream isn't going to be zooming. We're going to be having different planets. We have music, we have me blah blah blahing about nothing. We have me throwing my old laptops on the ground and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, not really ideal. This is going to be basically my player alignment, so I can film from the same location every time without the screen jumping around. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. Let's see, we should now see a bump in the railgun shell consumption. We were at 256 about, and now it's going up because 2 extra railguns are active. Hopefully rockets are going down. It appears that rockets are going down a little bit. We were at 900, now we are down to 840 again. So with those extra railguns we can again do as much work as possible with the railguns, as little work as possible with the actual rockets, because that's our speedometer. You like that fun times. You need to blueprint some servers with filters. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Are you planning to save along the way? Yeah, that is probably a good point. 4041, let's call it 360k. Okay, gotta decide on a save format. I guess that's gonna be it. We're gonna do everything in case. 360k, that means we're roughly an hour on the way since the solar system edge. So I guess we're roughly like an hour and 15 minutes on the way, something like that. If you look, it looks like about 1.25 hours since we started. You can see the rocket consumption graph just goes up linearly. Let's actually check out the kills. I bet I can get an interesting graph on there if I select only the huge ones. So yeah, we can basically see the relative appearance of each asteroid type. As you can see, for the first 400,000 kilometers, just every asteroid type just goes up roughly linearly. The oxides are the most represented, chromium's next, then metallics, and the carbonics are actually the least represented. That's the asteroid type we need, but I guess as long as this value is above an absolute value of, let's say 50 a minute, we should probably be good, I hope. Are you trying to reach the end? Yes, that's the goal of the stream. When you zoom in, it's loud AF. Yeah, that's true. I was about to zoom in. The zoom is... The problem is if I zoom out, then the explosions and the sounds are just way too... They're just not there. Now you hear the asteroid collectors louder than the weapons. So yeah, you can see all the chunks coming in here. Let's go on map view. This one grabs only coal. It's actually grabbing all of the coal, I suppose. It's doing a fairly decent job, but at some point there's going to be so many asteroids that we can no longer grab all of the asteroid chunks, and they're just gonna smash to bits against the front of the ship here. Even the coal ones are like, even the carbonic ones are getting smashed to bits a bit. Looks like we cannot grab everything that comes at us. So basically, once we start expanding more rockets than we are producing, we need to slow down so we can grab more of the chunks that are coming in. No, that's not the reason. We need to slow down because then we shoot less rockets, because the asteroids are going to be coming in slower. We shoot less rockets per minute, and then our maximum production can match. Do you have power? I hope so. I calculated the amount of fuel cells we would need at roughly 600, and we started with 1500, so theoretically we should have enough fuel for the way back. Plus like some extra, basically like those guys who go like scuba diving or cave diving, they also do some calculations about how much oxygen they need for the way back and then some extra. Basically some sort of system like that we did for fuel cells as well. Alright, I wasn't able to keep up with chat. I lost my mouse. It's over here. Alright, does it still work? It still works. Has anyone made it to the planet yet? Actually, I don't know. I'm sure people already made it there since I started playing a little bit late. Let's look from the back a bit. Yeah, abusing the biter expansion mechanic to get easy access to biter spawners. If only I would have known about that mechanic, I could have legitimately claimed that as a strategy, but yeah. Good luck with the run, gonna sleep, thanks. I guess you're already out, but yeah, we're still gonna be here when you wake up. We are not reprocessing asteroids, no. Basically I decided against it since we have all 3 types of asteroids in more than enough supply. As long as we can visually see the visuals of these things regularly throwing out asteroid types of all 3 types, we have enough coming in. I set the asteroid collectors in such a way that they grab what I mostly need. So you can see, if we ignore the Prometheums for now, this one only grabs coal. Then these 2 only grab coal, this one grabs coal and ice. This one grabs only coal. This one grabs coal and ice, a mix. I guess I don't have storage space. This is fine. And the only one which is grabbing metal is actually this one, and it's sharing it with more oxide. So that is how, this is not Factorio, man. This is how few iron we need, how little iron we need on this ship. Basically explosives is key. If you look at the recipe, 2 explosives for the railgun ammo. We've got like a little bit of iron and 1 explosive for the rocket, and then we add on top 2 more explosives for the explosive rockets, and we're making 1000 of these per hour. So that's, or per minute, so that's 3000 explosives per minute, and only 2000 iron a minute. 2000 iron a minute and 3000 explosives a minute. The railguns are a bit more expensive. 2 explosives, a bit of copper and a bit of steel. But with those foundries and the productivity bonus on every step of the way, we get productivity bonus for making the iron into molten iron, and then we get the productivity bonus again to make the molten iron into iron, or to make the molten iron into steel, to make the copper into copper cable, etc. We also got 2 of these tanks on board. You cannot put chests on the platform, but you can put those molten tanks on the platform, which is nice to store at least a little bit of iron, since the iron asteroid collection belt is actually fairly short over here. So that kinda compensates for that a bit. But yeah, as you can see, we got plenty of asteroids coming in still to match the production rate we are going at. I suppose we are roughly at maximum production speed now. Yeah, we're at 900 out of 1000 rockets. So once this pendage goes up, speed goes down. Rocket production is going to cap out, it's going to flatline. I hope it's going to flatline at slightly over 1000, that's the dream at least. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. If everything is alright, we should be able to keep up maximum rocket production, plus the 250 or so railgun shells we're expanding every minute, plus the important fuel. We should be able to produce fuel all the time, because without fuel we are gonna be effed. But yeah, these speeds, these shifty asteroids are all missing us. They are not chopping off the back of our useless spaceship. Useless except for the thrusters. Right, we're at 400,000 K. Let's have a quick look at how much Prometheum asteroid chunks there are on the belt. See, visually not that much yet. Those belts should fill up completely, so I think we're gonna go past 500k. My official guess was 469k. That's not going to be the case. Let's check the mouse over. On the right side we will be able to see the amount of asteroids. 58,000. So yeah, not even close. Looks like we're going to go in the neighborhood of 1,000,000 kilometers. So not too many people. Actually no, that's not true. A lot of people guess somewhere around 1,000,000 something. So looks like you are actually in the right and we are in the wrong. Yeah, basically all my weapons involve explosives, and we need that for the area of effect attack. Basically now you could make, at this point you could make an argument for non-explosive rockets still, but I think the favor has already shifted in towards explosive rockets, because one explosive rocket basically takes out so much asteroids. Basically you can see the blast radius basically just explodes a lot of big asteroids into mediums, a lot of mediums into small ones, and the small ones get blasted into chunks already. The lasers are hardly doing any work on the ship really. I did reset all the damage of all the turrets to 0 at the start of the journey. You can actually see that these laser turrets did 0 damage at all during the entire journey so far. This front one did 130k damage. Rocket turrets are up to the millions already. 15 millions for the edge ones. What about the railguns? I cannot even read that number. Yeah, it looks like the railguns are up to like 200 million damage per piece. So that's quite a bit of damage. But yeah, the asteroid density, it starts to look quite... Well, space is still visible, but some areas start to look quite dense already. They're spawning on top of each other already. But yeah, the railguns are doing a nice job of... let's look this for a little bit. The faraway distance. I think we can switch back the sound to default. If we're going to be zoomed out. So I guess we can really get a good reference to how much damage those railguns do. You can literally see like a blast. The best way to look at it is just to focus on a huge asteroid which comes into sight, and then wait for it to get blown up. And then you will see the entire line of destruction the railgun just did. So let's follow this ice asteroid here. Okay, that was a bad example. We need to have one which gets targeted. Phew, and just an entire line in an area just gets shredded by one single railgun shell. So those things are really doing a lot of work, and that is also the reason why the railguns are shooting at maximum speed. So the rockets are doing all the cleanup, and there's just going to be a lot less cleanup if we are going to go slower, since the railguns will already pulverize more stuff before it gets into the rocket range. So that's basically the balance of this ship at this moment. Are you reaching the shattered planet this stream? That's the idea. UPS is not suffering at all. We're just at 60 UPS, I suppose. I don't know if that's going to change. It might change further in when the asteroid amounts are going to be truly humongous. So yeah, if you look at this amount of asteroids right here on the screen, that looks like a lot of asteroids already. But then, I mean, just look at those things spawning in. They're just spawning in constantly. But then if we look at the space map and we look at the relative asteroid density, we're basically here. We are right here, and the asteroid density is going to be like this at the end. So we haven't seen anything just yet. We are 400k in, 10% of the way. We're still in like baby territory. So yeah, it's gonna get crazy at the end. Well, I was supposed to be able to fill the belt in less than an hour, which means before 400k out even. Oh no, something is going on. On Gleba, I guess the eggs are spoiling. Okay, let's see the rest of the eggs spoil, I suppose. We're gonna have some Gleba action. Unfortunately, it's night, so it's a bit dark. But the rest of the eggs are gonna spoil over the next minute or two, I suppose. There still is some egg on the ground here. Okay, at least I don't have Roboport coverage here. Okay, there went two of them. I don't have Roboport coverage here, so these things which are damaged are not going to be blinking at us every time that there are missing repair packs or something. Alright, another two. So yeah, like I was hoping, they're just getting out there in like a sort of staggered formation. Not more than 4 at a time, because all the eggs just stack to 1. And they basically get bodied before they even can pose a problem. 1 second. Okay, there we go. There we go. I suppose those appear to have been the last ones. Let's check out the expansion status over here. I think we are still good. Alright, nothing is blinking in my cloud. Also, these nests are probably not going to be able to absorb enough pollution anymore. Since even if they settle in here, there's just going to be 3 pollution left to absorb, and no pollution is spreading in these chunks anymore. And in general, this pollution is about to disappear completely. So once those values drop to 0, the cloud is going to be gone and we're going to be safe. So yeah, the Gleba problem is solved. I think we're going to make a save. 456k. I don't know why I put the 1 in there, if we're just going to have an index anyway. Gleba save. Alright. Is there any interaction between biters and pentapods? Actually, I have no idea. Yeah, it is absolutely incredible just how many moving parts and moving items on belts can be on the screen at the same time, and just being processed at the same time in the background. Like if you compare this to, I mean, I did like Shapes EO, the game I advertised on the channel a long time ago. I did like the game, but in terms of performance and consistency, in terms of full belts and all that kind of stuff, Factorio is just like several orders of magnitude more efficient with PC time and more reliable in terms of belt compression and all that kind of stuff. It is just incredible. It is absolutely incredible. I guess it kind of helps that they wrote their own game engine just for the purpose of Factorio, which is a huge gamble to take in the early days before you know if the game is going to be successful or not. So yeah, props to the dev team for having the balls to do it this way, writing their own game engine, and just for the absolutely countless hours of optimizations time they put into optimizing the game. It's absolutely incredible. I just cannot, my mind cannot understand how they can still keep finding so many ways to optimize an already optimized game. It just boggles the mind. I just cannot comprehend how that even works, man. I just cannot. Second one is a lot better. Actually, I didn't play the second one yet. You can still research explosive damage I already did. I have the 32,000 the upgrade which costs 32,000 I already have. It does require Gleben signs, which we just stopped to produce, so we cannot research more even if we wanted to, but this is getting out of reach of my starter base sized bases on every planet. 32,000k was right on the edge, and that actually we got that level because it crosses a couple damage thresholds which allows us to blow up certain asteroids in one fewer hit and other asteroids in one fewer blast radius hit and that kind of thing. So the 32,000 technology is kind of important in rocket efficiency, so that's why I got it. So the technologies we want to have are, we can look that on here actually. Yeah, explosion damage 12 is important to one-shot mediums and two-shot big asteroids with explosive damage only. That's important. The area of effect damage just one-shots medium asteroids. We also have railgun damage 3, which one-shots the huge Prometheum asteroids. If you don't have railgun damage 3, you need 2 railgun shots to blow up the huge Prometheum asteroids. The other ones are one-shotted by default, but the Prometheum ones, they have twice the hit points, so without the upgrade of the third level upgrade, you are not one-shotting these. So that basically diminishes the value of each railgun shell, so we got that as well. And then we have optional laser damage 11, which costs 16,000. It basically one-shots the small asteroids, but it's not really important because in practice almost all, you see the laser turrets are barely shooting, almost all of the asteroids get blown through the small asteroid stage from medium to small by the rockets exploding all over the place. I kind of have a feeling we're getting to the area where we're at 1k production. It does look like we are flattening out rocket production. Rocket consumption, yeah, rocket consumption now is for the first time exceeding rocket production. We have capped out at 1,000 a minute, 1,000 something a minute, I don't exactly know. But that means all of these are going to be active all the time now. And eventually we should start seeing the number of rockets drop below 60k. This slot full means 60,000 rockets. So yeah, we're still at 60k, but basically now we're relying on this belt still being compressed, but that is gonna disappear as well. And after that goes down, then we'll start slowing down already. We're barely over 10% in the trip and we'll start slowing down already. Yeah, I guess you could one-shot big demolishers with higher levels of railgun damage, but if you attack them from the back, you can basically two-shot them by default, I believe. Maybe not, maybe I did it with 3 levels of upgrades already, but you can 2 or 3 shot them from the back before they have a chance to turn around and eat you with their lava pits opening up. You cannot attack them from the front though, because they'll open up lava pits under you straight away before you get the chance to shoot your second shot. But from the back you can destroy them. With 2 or 3. Look at the speed of this guy. So some of these come in quite fast, and that is why sometimes these get blown up once we go so fast. No, we haven't lost a single one just yet. There is a damage taken indicator, but it only takes into effect damage caused by asteroids on your ship. Friendly fire from exploding rockets blowing up your own ship doesn't count for the damage counter. So we gotta keep an eye for that on the stock we've got. We've got 10 of those in stock, 50 of those in stock, and 100 untouched repair packs, which is still the case. So we actually haven't sustained a single point of damage just yet. That is good. Okay, the belts are now filling up on both sides here. That is good as well. See, these backup grabbers are actually grabbing a decent amount of chunks still. Cleaning up the back end of Prometheum. Just so cursed watching this play out. If people jump into the stream right now, they'll just jump out straight away again. Well, everything, all area of effect attacks damage them multiple times. That's why poison capsules work very, very well on the small demolishers, because each individual poison capsule, which you can throw on top of each other, each of those will damage every single segment, which means you can basically kill a small demolisher with 30,000 hit points and 2400 hit points regeneration every second. You can just simply outright kill those with 8 damage poison capsules, which is pretty funny. I just jumped in, what's happening? I predicted people who would jump in at this specific moment would straight away jump out again because of the cursedness of this stuff. This is the Prometheum asteroid storage on the back end of my ship. We'll jump out to the front end pretty soon again. But yeah, we're trying to fill this up. We have predictions going at what distance out to the shattered planet this belt will be filled up. But we have already surpassed my prediction, which was 469k, past the 500k mark. How many chunks do we have? 84,000. We're not even halfway. I guess it will... Will it go up? Yeah, it still will go up because the... And I'm gonna zoom in again. It still will fill up because the legendary inserter here is outputting the asteroids faster than they are being grabbed at the moment. So that means we haven't arrived at peak production yet. You would say, how can this thing grab asteroids faster than it's already doing? But it can. Basically, if we start seeing more and more chunks, the arms simply don't have to go out as far anymore, and these things can actually grab asteroids faster if they can grab them from more close by instead of further away. So now the arms are still going out pretty far, but later on the arms will be going out much less far. So see, we still have good amounts of overproduction. Metal is just thrown out there occasionally because metal we're only grabbing occasionally. But yeah, the belt is full, so as long as this belt is full and coal and ice is flowing over the belt, we are good. Actually, is coal still flowing over the belt? It kinda is. I suppose I could focus more on coal instead of mixing it with ice. Already, I just have like 2 ice collectors over here, which is not a lot. And we still have more than enough coal, so let's just keep it as is, as now, and we'll adjust it once we see a problem arise. Would you be able to make a 10k SPM base with all these new science packs? I think it's gonna be fairly easy to get to 10k SPM, since it appears to be that the new metric global statistics, alright. Is it under here? Yeah, the new metric seems to be progress of technology points per minute instead of actual science packs produced a minute, which does make more sense in my opinion. It is just that we didn't have this marker in Factorio 1.1, so we had to go by pure science pack production. But with this it's fairly easy to get to 10k SPM, especially with the biolabs and some productivity modules in there. You can get like 4 times the value, and then you have these then you have the infinite researches, which basically give even more productivity to your labs. So you can get 10,000 science a minute of research progress with probably less than 1000 beakers a second pretty soon into your mega base. Yeah, I think a million is going to be the new... I think a million research is going to be the equivalent of a 10,000 science per minute base in old vanilla 1.1. Or I guess vanilla 2.0 as well, since there the science pack recipes are the old ones and you don't have biolabs. Alright, we're getting to railgun shooting speed 4, 84%. Let's check if Vulcan is still producing. Oh, sorry, Fulgora. Okay, still going. We are completely out of military science though. So we are relying on live production, whereas all the other science packs are mostly stocked up. So actually not too bad production with the... Basically because of the grenades imported. We're gonna have enough grenades in here to finish this technology. We're 5/6 of the way through. We have 4,000 science... like 6,000 science packs left. Yeah, and we have only like 2 or 3k more left to go, so we're definitely gonna make it. And even Gleba cannot destroy our dreams anymore, because it does simply not require Gleban science. I suppose stuff is spoiling right now. Actually, my system works. I don't see any spoilage anywhere. That means all the spoilage should be just collected up in chests and whatnot. I suppose this will spoil in like 10-20 more minutes or so. It won't be that hard to switch back on the base then, if we get back at some point. I suppose the science packs are gonna spoil in the rocket here. So perhaps I just want to take them out now that I still can. Yeah, and you can see the pollution is now dissipating, so even expansions won't be able to attack us, just like on Norvis. We have no pollution, so no biter attacks. My base has existed here for the last 160 hours or so, unpowered, unpolluting, just living together peacefully with biters. No, the game is not unpeaceful, this is actual aggressive biter gameplay. They're just settling near my base but not attacking because they have no reason to attack, because they only care about pollution and turrets. But I don't have turrets either, because I had a weird way of defending my base by keeping all the biters out of my pollution cloud, which kinda looks like that was not really what I did at the moment, because everything is just a massive blob of biters at the moment. Spaceship's taking a lot of UPS. Alright, I guess that is true. I tried to do tests for this spaceship where I basically deleted all surfaces, I deleted all other spaceships, and I tried to speed it up a lot, but it didn't really go very fast. I suppose my method to mega basing the infinite science packs would be, the Prometheum science pack would be just to fill this up. Just build like several spaceships like this, have them go out, have them turn around automatically. Are we already turning around automatically? 97k, so not yet. Normally we would be turning around, because basically only these two will be gathering coal, the rest would be gathering promethium, I suppose. In a real situation. Now all this promethium just gets smashed to bits on the front of the spaceship. But normally I would be grabbing that. But yeah, obviously promethium chunks are useless for our purpose of getting to the shattered planet. So we have recalibrated the asteroid grabbers to grab as many useful chunks as possible, and we'll just throw the rest overboard. So that is the goal right now. I would guess for better for UPS is to have fewer large ships. That's a difficult line to say. It would be better to have fewer large ships than to have many small ships, I would suppose. Indeed, to limit the number of surfaces, but also asteroid spawns and the weapon calculations are going to be going on for every platform independently. And we are not spawning that many more asteroids than a ship which is maybe slightly smaller, I suppose. Sorry, can you please go to Google Translate and type Promethean, Promethean, and listen to how it's said. I guess the accent should be on the second. Promethean. I mean, who decides? Why should Google Speech decide how that is said? It's not a real word in a real dictionary, is it? Or is the Promethean asteroid based on something which already existed? The first E is silent. Or what? Promethean. Prometheus. That's probably something Latin or something. Then it should be called Prometheus, right? Prometheus. Promethean asteroids. Prometheum is a real asteroid. Okay, I'll try. Is this right though? The second one, like Prometheum, is this right? If it's Greek or Latin, that should be right. It's the guy who brought fire to the world. I guess that's why the asteroids are red. Alright, I'll mispronounce it Prometheum then from now on out. Probably I'm still not doing it right. But at least that guy can get annoyed in a different way. I guess all the planet names are like references to something. Alright, so I guess there is a proper way to pronounce it then. Alright, so how does everybody pronounce Gleba? Do you pronounce it Gleba or Gliba? Or Gliba is just wrong. I think it should be Gleba. Especially since the game is made in the Czech Republic, we do it the European way, so all you Americans don't have a right to call it Gliba. If I should say Prometheum, then you should say Gleba, not Gliba. Glibe. Welcome to Glibe. Gleba. With a double B. It also sounds way more slithery, like if you say it Gleba. Gleba. All those enemies, they just around. The slimy little wrigglers. Very glebby. Glebby enemies. Get them out of here. No worries. Everybody has their pet peeves. Okay, Alex can call it Gliba because he didn't make fun of my Prometheum pronunciation. Gleepland. Glijba. Glijba is very Dutch. Gleba. So shall we debate how to pronounce? I'm not even going to to read that out loud. Because no matter what I say, I'm gonna lose half of the viewers instantly. GIF or GIF. Alright, we're gonna have a lot of chat now. I'm not gonna keep up probably. I'm just gonna look at the asteroid exploding for a bit. We are 600,000 kilometers out. Railgun shooting speed 4, which will max out our railguns at their shooting speed, is actually 91% done. We have started slowing down, so we're just barely starting to drop below 100 kilometers a second now. That means our rocket storage is no longer absolutely full. We're at 59,000 something. We can mouse over here. Alright, so it's starting to drop. 60,000 rockets were on stock at the beginning, now it's 59,700. That means we should be producing constantly. Let's see. Steel is full, explosives is full, copper cable is full. Here we can see rockets and explosives are full as well. So all of these rockets consumers are producing. We should see a flat line production of rockets. And indeed, we are flatlining production. Production is flatlining 1.1, something like 1.1. Alright, we can get an exact count. Looks like we can produce approximately 1,050 rockets a minute. That is our maximum production speed. You can see it in the title bar of the mouse over. Every 10 minutes, 10,500 rockets, meaning 1,050 a minute. That's our maximum speed. We are currently expanding rockets though at 11,200 every 10 minutes. So at the moment we're losing 700 rockets every minute. But now the speed of the ship is going down. The speed control automatically calculates the speed based on the amount of rockets we store through some way overcomplicated formula. Basically what we're doing is first we are inverting the rocket signal. So we have the maximum storage here, 60,000 and a little bit, just to make it a nice root number. You can take the root of this number and come up with an integer, 245 I believe. So we take the number of rockets we have, subtract it from the maximum amount of rockets which is possible to have in here. That outputs a signal. So 60, it can be anywhere from 0 to or anywhere from 25 to 60,000 I suppose. 60,000 it will be when the rockets are finished. Then it goes into this contraption, which I still don't understand exactly how it works, but that spits out the square root of the number which we put in. We put in this number, approximately 200, it spits out approximately 13. But yeah, it's about there. It works better with bigger numbers, but it spits out 13. Then we invert it again, but now we have the square root of the original number. So because we square rooted the inverse of the rockets, we also need to square root the 60,025 to invert it again. So we subtract that number again. Then it goes here where we basically square the number back into a signal which outputs something roughly in the neighborhood of the amount of rockets we have, but not really. Okay, it gets confusing a bit. And then we divide it by a certain number which results our speed, and then we add to that speed our minimum speed of 20 kilometers a second. I should up this to 25 at some point. I'll do that later though. The reason for this whole invert the number, take the square root, then invert it again, and then do the speed is so that we get a nice speed graph. Instead of linearly slowing down the ship with the rocket storage, it slows down very fast. It slows down very fast at the beginning, and then slows down slower and slower and slower and slower until it reaches minimum speed. Because basically when we don't keep up, I want to reduce the speed of the ship very fast, basically. So I don't want it to, if we go 40 kilometers a second, I don't want to have 5,000 rockets in stock. I still want to have 40,000 rockets in stock. That is the idea behind that weird double inversion curve. I kind of put it in Excel, and then I just found on the Factorio forums the way to take the square root of a number, which, like I said, I still don't understand how that is done. Some black combinator magic. It only takes 3 of them, 3 combinators of them as well. It's absolutely insane. But yeah, so now we're starting to slow down. So here the grind starts to get grindy. I don't know, I just googled square root number Factorio combinators or something to that extent, and the first result was a post which not only showed how to do to take the square root of a number, but which takes only 3 combinators, but it also had a sequence to take the logarithm, the log 10 of a number, which is even more mind-boggling. That required some more combinators, but still a manageable one. Yeah, you cannot use, you can only use integer numbers in these things. So, and since I have to take I have to basically take I have to bring it down and back up, so I couldn't do it with, you cannot raise it to the power of 3 and then divide it by the power of 2. That doesn't work. You actually need to take a root number. I had a lot of time in Excel playing around with that. If you look at the front of the ship, an absolute grind fest of these small asteroids slamming into the front of the ship already. That's actually why I put some spaceship platform in front of that, because basically it would make the front of the ship almost invisible, including these railguns, without those platforms in the front of here which take all the impacts. Yeah, we're starting to get out into some denser territory. There we look at the space map how few asteroids we are still encountering. Here we've got the entire journey laid out. We're approximately here. But yeah, this part went relatively fast. Now we're starting to slow down. And this is the asteroid density we are encountering right now. So yeah, we really cannot predict yet if we're gonna make it or not. I saw the spawn rate is based on time and not distance traveled. I don't have the same... Alright, so there's a metric in here. I don't know what the metric stands for. Let's take this route, because here I checked it visually. So if we look here at the end, we should get like 9 huge carbonic asteroids per M. Per M? What means per M? Normally per M means per meter. But since this is a 100,000 kilometer distance, that would mean we would get like roughly 1 million asteroids every second thrown at our face, which is obviously not the case, not even now, but certainly not to get to the solar system edge. So I'm assuming it means per minute. So I counted up all the huge asteroids per minute. It comes up to 17 a minute in total, 17 huge asteroids a minute, if it means a minute. But then I counted the asteroids which spawned in a minute of footage, and it was more than 60. So that is more than 4 times the displayed value. So we should take this not as per minute, but more as sort of an index. I think the actual amount of asteroids that spawn is also dependent on the speed you are going at and how wide your ship is. The wider your ship is, the more asteroids are going to be spawning. So yeah, I'm not really sure what the per M stands for, but it should have some weird unit like per minute times speed times width of your ship or something like that. M could be the width of the ship in meters. No, that is not really plausible, because my ship is like 100 meters wide if one tile is 1 meter, which I kind of seem to remember is the metric. So then I would need to encounter 100 times as many asteroids as displayed, and I only encountered about 4 times as many asteroids. Maybe it's per chunk. Maybe the M stands for per chunk. But then again, if I slow down, less asteroids are spawning. Let's do that. I'm gonna save here. It's time for a save anyway. 657k. Start losing speed. Alright. So I guess I can quickly slow down if I just not add 20 to this number. Let's do like -20. Then we're going to get an automatic speed control out of 55 kilometers a second. So now we're going to be slowing down. Okay, railgun shooting speed 4 finishes. I know my rocket consumption goes way down if we start to go slower, so we can look at that. The asteroids are moving slower vertically across the screen as well. Let's go even slower. Let's go down all the way to like 20 kilometers per hour or so. I'm gonna reload the last save, so don't worry if the ship gets blown up or something by asteroids shifting towards the back. Okay, it's gonna take a while to slow down, because this ship weighs 3,200 tons. It's quite a big ship with all the belts in the back. And the question is, are we getting less asteroids or not? Okay, looks like the speed control is not working. It's still 36, alright. Alright, now it's set to 15 kilometers a second. That is an absolute crawl. Now, as you can see, I don't know if the asteroids are spawning at the same rate or not, but the railguns are doing a lot more work now. So there's hardly any big or huge asteroids in front of the ship now. They do seem to be spawning at kind of the same rate, to be honest. They're still slowing down though. But yeah, we have a lot easier time disposing of all the asteroids. Maybe they are spawning at the same rate. But if you look at the rocket consumption, a funny thing is actually the railgun consumption goes up if we go slower. So they have less targets. It looks like they are having less internal conflicts about which asteroid they should shoot. And it actually goes up compared to when we are going faster. But explosive rocket consumption goes way down. So we can use this fact to once we want to replenish our rockets, we can try to go slower. And as long as we don't get the back end of our ship destroyed, which now may happen actually, these start to come awfully close by. Alright, I guess we're just gonna speed up then and see what happens. Probably we're gonna wreck the ship a bit, but that's fine. We'll just switch off the circuit condition and we're gonna go full speed. We're gonna look at the front end over here. We're just gonna see if more asteroids per second start spawning. No, it does look like a lot more asteroids per second are spawning in when we go at higher speeds. Definitely, because now we're going over 130 kilometers a second. And it doesn't really look like the asteroid field gets stretched out much. To me it looks like I mean, I guess you have to just slow down the footage and count a minute of asteroids to get a representative view. Alright, here you can also see the defense is not the problem. We do have the capacity to shoot everything that comes at us. If we now look at the rocket consumption though, we are already at 2,400 rockets a minute, whereas rocket production is only 1,100. That number is just going to go up further. Also, now we go at full speed. Look at this, railgun shell goes down to 190 a minute or so. And it was at 350 when we were going slow. So that is a very weird behavior of the railgun. Of the railguns, because you would say they have more targets now, so it would be easier to find a target, but yet when we're going at speed they shoot like only half as much as when we're going at a crawl, which is really weird to me. You cannot tell me that is not a bug. I know they put it in minor issues or something, so they're not likely to fix that anytime soon. Alright, we'll slow down one more time and see what it does to the asteroids. Okay, now we need signal A to be at least a little bit positive. Alright, so now we're starting to slow down again. Let's have one final look and then we'll reload the actual game. Alright, 45 kilometers a second. It does look to me that the asteroids are spawning way slower when we are going slower. It looks like, to me it looks like the speed the ship is going at is definitely one of the factors in how many asteroids per second are spawning on the screen. Ah, we can open the kill tabs. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, here's the results. That's a pretty obvious. That makes it pretty obvious, right? So we slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Speed up like a maniac. Go maximum speed for a while. And now we slow down again. So definitely the speed is a factor. And definitely the speed is a factor in how many asteroids spawn a minute. We cannot really use this to calculate the actual amount of asteroids that spawn, because many of them which go on the sides, they just, and there's a lot of them, they just go all the way down to the back of the ship. So alright, then mystery confirmed. Let's load back into the save. 8 minutes? Did I spend 8 minutes doing this? Alright. So if you look here at kills, it should just be like going up slightly still. all asteroid types have been going up. I did shoot one of my asteroid collectors in the load up phase, as you can see. I had to go back to Fulgora to replace it. I launched up a rocket with one asteroid collector to just replace it, so I would have 10 in stock again, because I cannot have it to start with only 9. Alright, 59,500 rockets, and railgun shooting speed 4 is complete, so let's switch off the blinking tech button. That is probably the last technology we'll ever research. I don't think we can even research fish breeding anymore, because we'll be out of... yeah, all of the Glebban signs meanwhile will have spoiled, and Gleba is dead. Just like Norvis at the moment, Gleba is gone. So yeah, too bad. No, Splinter, that is what you would expect, right? If you go at slow speed... oh, right, that is what you mean. But that's still not really accurate, because I target the medium asteroids as well, so there's always plenty of targets in range. I mean, look at how many asteroids there are in range. There's gonna be a valid target to shoot at 100% of the time, even at slower speeds. I also tested this way further out, where basically the asteroid field is just super dense, and I still got the same results. If I went slower, they would fire more often, and if the faster we go, the harder they have to find the target. It also doesn't really make sense actually, because if we go faster, more asteroids spawn and they shoot less, so there are more valid targets in range. They should be shooting faster if anything, but they really should be shooting at a constant speed really. They should just turn, shoot, turn, shoot, turn, shoot. What they're doing now is turn, then do some decision logic, and then sometimes not shoot, and then turn again, do some decision logic, and again not shoot. Probably if the target is gone or changed, it just doesn't shoot, and it starts from the beginning finding a new target. And with so many targets on screen, every railgun shot hits more stuff. So I guess there's a bigger chance that the asteroid the other railgun was trying to shoot at is already gone, which makes it not shoot more often than when you are going slow, when there is a smaller chance that the asteroid it targeted has been destroyed already. So I think that is what's going on. So when we are going faster, there's a larger chance that the asteroid which is trying to be targeted is already destroyed by a different railgun, because each railgun shot destroys more stuff, and that is probably the cause, I would imagine, for the railguns shooting less at higher speeds. So yeah, it's basically a double whammy effect. The faster we go, the less often the railgun shoots, the more damage the rockets need to do, and the faster the asteroids come, the more debris we need to clear. So that basically it's like a stacking effect, a double effect of rocket spendage increase the faster we go. That's good news, because it also means it's easy to build up our rockets again by going slower than the automatically calculated speed, and we can do that by just setting a top speed on this pump. So if this pump says we should automatically go 94 kilometers a second, I can set just this guy to 80, and once this entire fluid system empties out a bit, this pump will just limit the speed to 80, even though this wants to go at 95. And since we're going slower than the rate, since we will be going slower than the rate at which we expand rockets, production will be able to catch up again. We can use that to stock up to 60,000 rockets again. Yeah, we can use that to stock up to 60,000 rockets again when the asteroids get poor. the quality asteroids get poor. So here, there's not really a lot of asteroids, plenty of resources. Then there start being a lot of asteroids between 1.2 and 1.6, but still a lot of resources, especially everything really. But then it starts to dip. First carbonic dips, it quickly rises up. We have metallic dips, and then just everything dips. It's no longer called a dip. Here it's a recession. We're going to be in an asteroid recession from this point on, especially given the amount of prometheums, which are useless, but we still need to destroy, is just going to keep increasing until the end. So we might just, around this time over here, where the carbonics rise up again, go slower than we actually can, just to store up rockets for the rest of the trip, and maybe we'll just keep on going slower than the calculated value for a while. Because we may not be able to replenish our rockets with... We may need too much firepower to destroy all asteroids, and even if we take all the resources generated by these 3 types of asteroids, it won't be enough to replenish the ammo. That could very well be the case. But yeah, for now we can still go fast and try to cover as much as distance as possible, as fast as possible, while the asteroid fields are still rich in resources. Maybe the rate of asteroids calculated as every million meters per chunk. Yeah, I mean per meter, per unit of distance is a fairly good metric that takes into account the speed automatically, rather than per minute. So per distance is a good metric, indeed, like you say, per distance, per chunk width or whatever. But since they use the proper units and other things, like if you look here, it is kilometers. They have some stuff where they even like display megameters or something. Like they do proper uniting in all the other areas, except here in this mouse over it just says per m, and you can see it's at 2.3 big M, which is million, 2.3 big M million kilometer from solar system edge, but the asteroid density is just per small m, which normally means meter, but meter just doesn't make sense. Not with these numbers at least. It would have to be like 17 times 10 to the power of -6 per meter, something like that would make more sense if it was per meter. So yeah, I really don't know for what that stands. Per minute, but per minute is not a good unit because the speed of the ship, which matters, we just tested that, the speed is not taken into account and the width of the ship is not taken into account. And this ship at 100 kilometers a second encounters about 4 times as many asteroids as displayed in the graph. So probably it is per minute for a reference ship going at a reference speed, but they don't tell us what the reference ship size is, nor the reference ship's speed. So we'll just have to guess at that. It's probably combined is about a quarter of this ship going at 100 kilometers a second. Promethium takes more damage to destroy. Yes, that is true. It does matter for the explosive rockets a bit. The railguns are still one-shotting though, because even though the Prometheums have... I do my best. The normal huge ones all have 5,000 hit points, but the Prometheums have 10,000 hit points. The same resistances, but double the hit points. Sorry about that. So the same resistances, but double the hit points. But our railguns now do 18,000 damage, which even with these resistances is enough to one-shot the asteroids. Annoyingly, very annoyingly, if you research only 2 damage upgrades, you're gonna be stuck by doing... these have 10,000 hit points, you're going to be stuck doing 9,900 points of damage with 2 damage upgrades, leaving the huge asteroids at just 100 hit points, which is very annoying. You need that 3rd level to one-shot them. which is what we got. So yeah, we researched every plausible ammo conserving technology which we could possibly get our grabby hands on, going as far up as 32,000 science packs for the last explosive damage technology we researched. Yeah, I think the you could say per minute times speed times ship width, or like Huta said, just every distance, asteroids per distance, which takes the speed into effect, times the width of your ship, basically. I think that's a pretty good total metric, but I haven't even looked. Maybe it's just on the wiki, this information. I don't know how much information is on the wiki already. I haven't looked at anything space age related yet myself, since this is my new player experience and I just want to find out everything for myself, so I could do things in ways I came up with on my own instead of copying other people's designs. So yeah, maybe all the stuff is already publicly out or publicly known. I mean, it kind of does make it does still make sense because the speed matters. I was gonna say per chunk it makes sense because my chip is like 3 chunks wide and asteroids spawn like 6 chunks wide. So encountering like 4 times the displayed asteroids is kind of plausible-ish. But then again, the speed matters. So if I would go at half the speed, I would encounter half as many asteroids. That we just experimentally confirmed. Speed matters. So speed is a factor, which means the per m cannot be per minute because speed is a factor. That guy is already very shifty. I suppose it still will reliably pass the end of the ship. This is why my ship has the shape of a flashlight with an A. With an A, very important. We are keeping things family friendly around here. So I tried to design the ship in sort of a cone shape, so the shifting asteroids would not be able to hit me if they somehow managed to escape the railguns. Coming in at an angle, they still would not hit the ship. So this is a very slanted angle. As long as we're going over 25 kilometers a second or so, every single asteroid which doesn't get blown up by the railguns should keep missing the end of the ship. I suppose we could actually... I believe these asteroids do not try to go into the cargo hold anymore. The belts and so will, which we deconstruct, but we could technically try to deconstruct this. This is a stupid idea. I think it's possible to actually just do a full ship reconstruction mid-flight, get rid of the entire belt section, get rid of the entire back end. We could even let it get blown off by an asteroid. And then we just... because this is a modular part, basically. This is just repeatable. It repeats every asteroid collector. So we basically can chop off the entire back end of the ship, put the thrusters back over here, and just throw all the stuff in space which is on the belts, I suppose. So we may, if we need to go slower than 25 kilometers a second, we may actually be able to do that. Just I'm not sure how that's gonna go though. We have to make sure to keep some thrust, so we have to basically take a big bite out of our ship, like so. Nothing can be behind the thrusters, that goes infinitely far, I suppose. Yeah, you cannot put anything behind the thrusters, even very far out. So we will have to deconstruct a part of the thrusters, then delete the space platforms, reconstruct them, then do the other side. That won't work because my fuel is on both sides and the pumps are on both sides, so I have to do it all in one go. So perhaps I can just temporarily speed up, quickly deconstruct it, deconstruct the rest of the platforms, paste it back here, and hopefully it will ignite itself again before... Hopefully the thrusters will ignite again before the asteroids start smashing up my ship. That could be a last resort measure we will have to do tomorrow, not today. But when things get dire further out, that may be the only survival strategy that will work in the end. Okay, rockets down. Go down ever so slightly. We have lost 700 rockets so far, so speed is down to 95. So yeah, you can see it goes very fast. At the beginning we were going 106, 107. Due to this weird double quadratic inversion, blah blah blah. Now we already are down 15 kilometers per second to 92. Even though we just lost 700 out of the 60,000 rockets. So that is why I have the inversion. I want to slow down. As soon as we cannot keep up anymore, I want to slow down, basically. I want to slow down to the speed where we are consuming roughly 1,000 rockets a second. I guess 1.1 K. Yeah, 1053. Here we have 1030. Yeah, 1050. 1070. Okay, so we're gonna lose a little bit because the asteroid density will keep growing, so we will keep shooting a little bit more rockets and the speed will keep being adjusted down. No, I don't think I have the storage space for all the Belden platforms. I cannot hover for deconstruction because my mouse button does. I can just make a copy just to see how many belts. Okay, my mouse button, it would help if the mouse button stayed pressed. So that's like roughly 3, 4, 5, let's say 6,000 undergrounds, which is 1,200 inventory slots plus some normal belts. So let's say roughly 1,400 inventory slots. That cannot be right. 6,000 belts, we need to divide it by 50. 600. No, 1,200. No, it is 1,200 inventory slots, right? I cannot do math anymore. No, it's 120 inventory slots. Okay, this is the entire back end of the ship. Okay, these things though, that's 900. That's 95. 95 inventory slots. A chest is 2.4k, so that's less than 50. So let's say 30, 30, 30, 30, 120. Platforms. 200, 210 to 20. Let's say roughly 250 inventory slots we would need. So we don't have that free, but I guess when we are going to be in dire need of rockets, we will have that free because we won't have rockets, basically. And if worst comes to worst, I could just collect those belts myself and just throw them in space, all those expensive turbo underground belts, let them drift off into nothing, be reduced to space dust again. It's a little bit expensive, but I guess if survival depends on it, we will have to do it. Why are you still grabbing ice? Basically my spaceship design relies on grabbing too many of every single type of asteroid. We just grab away freely, like people in stores on Black Fridays in those American movie clips. We just grab whatever we can get our grabby little asteroid collectors on. Asteroid collector mechanical hands on. And whatever we turn out not to need, like true over-consumerists, we just throw out in the garbage, out of the side of a spaceship, I suppose. That's a little bit of a crude analogy to make, but yeah. This is the Black Friday spaceship. We grab a lot of stuff which we don't need and then we end up throwing it away. That's the philosophy of the spaceship. Okay, that's not really a nice analogy. I should have made it into something else. Do you have cargo bays in the inventory? No, all the cargo bays are on the ship. I do have my own inventory though. It's a little bit. I don't want to use that though. Yeah, if I can avoid it, I won't use that. The Black Friday flashlight with an A. Yeah, I suppose. I guess I still have the sound on low. Okay, yes I do. Let's set it to even lower. Let's do a spaceship tour. I was gonna do that, since the sound was low anyway. Right, so how did I design the spaceship? I guess I can maybe use the fact that I am on the ship. Put on my shiny mechanical armor again. We can fly around a bit with speed. So as long as we don't, we can be on this asteroids, no problem. As long as we don't get in the part of the railguns or the explosive rockets exploding, we should be fine. You can get out of the spaceship, by the way, if you still have... It's gonna be fixed, but right now you can still get out of the spaceship. As soon as your capsule comes in, it goes into this thing over here, and just before it closes you can press enter to get out. And you can walk around on your ship. We should be getting very close to 200k asteroids, 165k. Yeah, looks like now we are basically input limited. So maybe I should do some proper belt reprioritization or something. Okay, all the insides of the belts are already fully backed up. Now just the outside of the belt goes here. That means, yeah, basically throughput has been limited to... Oh, this is like shaky. That probably looks horrible. Asteroid collection has been limited to half a belt of intake, I suppose. So normally I would be... No, actually no, normally it's not a problem. I would be collecting promethium on these belts as well, but now they're... Now those are being used all for useful asteroid collection, so I can switch these over to promethium, which I would do if my goal was to collect it, but now my goal is to grab as much useful asteroids as I can get my grabby little claws on. So we're not doing that, so that is why this is being launched loaded in an imbalanced way, basically. So yeah, that is another unforeseen consequence of just trying to get out to the shattered planet. Looks like we are gonna be there soon though. 33,000 asteroid chunks left to go. We're at 790,000 kilometers. Alright. Belt balancer. I kinda do have something, but it is like individual. So these chunks, they do go on both sides of the belt, but now they all go on this side. And we are also redistributing the asteroids which come out of here onto these belts. But yeah, basically the ones on this side, they grab asteroids for the left side of the belt. These are still working. because these grab asteroids from the right side of the belt. But yeah, like I said, normally asteroids come here and here equally, and it's being loaded equally as well. So now we just have to wait a bit longer for it to cross the threshold. So yeah, if this was a true lottery, this would be rigged, because the results are skewed in some unexpected ways. Alright, let's talk spaceship design. Alright, so like I said already, I wanted to design it in sort of a cone shape, because I knew I was going to have the collector in the back, so I would have to roughly do this. Originally it was just going to be like this long or something, not much longer than this, so the cone shape would have worked. Now the cone shape kind of got extended to a flashlight with an A. So yeah, I didn't quite need to taper in so much so quickly. We did it anyway after extending the design, because those shifty asteroids turned out to be less of a problem at higher speeds than I originally expected it to be. So yeah, this can be a lot shorter or a lot longer depending on how much you want to collect. It can also just not exist at all. I suppose if we get rid of this entire thing, we could probably repurpose these asteroid collectors somehow, perhaps just green belting it through here, joining up with this belt, improving the speed of this belt, maybe these. I think we have a couple of green splitters, so we could probably like green belt this area to here, so ice and coal gets divided again, and that way we could probably repurpose these promethium chunks as well. At least this one, I don't know about this one, but at least this one could get repurposed to grab chunks as well. Now you can see we're grabbing fast. In general, these arms, especially the promethium ones, they almost don't need to go out anymore, so we're really filling this up quite fast now. Alright, so first thing I designed on the ship was I wanted to have a fusion reactor smack in the middle. I'm not sure it was going to be behind or in the front. It ended up in the front because behind was going to be the storage, and the science production is tied to the hub, because we're launching up the biter racks. I'm not taking any chances. Just go straight from the hub into the assemblers with the promethium asteroid chunks back into the hub. So biter racks are not going to be on the ship in an area where they cannot be consumed immediately. That is the goal, was the goal of this setup. So basically I put the fusion reactor on the ship, nicely symmetrical. We could do it with one coolant plant, but we have two, because I wanted it to be symmetrical, because OCD, sue me. Then we had this quadruple belt weave thing, which is basically just this belt over here. You can see it matches up, but except instead of turning around, which it takes a lot of space to turn this belt 90 degrees if you want to have production somewhere else. So instead what I did is I'm just loading it onto the belt directly, and we're just picking it off the belt directly without making any turns in the belt, so I can use the quadruple belt weaving over the entire distance, and I don't need to weave 4 belts in and out some weird turn. As compact as it gets basically. But that does make this structure a rigid structure. It cannot bend, it cannot extend, it cannot contract, it cannot turn. So basically this belt plus this railgun assembly was the very first thing I designed. And then I just lined it up with railguns along the front with asteroid collectors in between. And then I put the inserters here for the railguns, and those inserters just ship it from railgun to railgun. I put it in the middle of a set of 8 railguns, so these inserters, which like to grab over the near side of the belt, they grab from the left side of the belt for these 4, and they grab from the right side of the belt for these 4, hopefully equating the side of the belt we draw from. So if I would have put those belts in from the middle, we would first draw empty a complete right side of the belt before the turrets would even, or before the inserts would even grab from the left side. So by putting this in the middle of an equal amount of railguns, 4 on each side, we are preventing that. We have that twice, so we have 16 railguns on the front, 4 blocks of 4 basically, fed from 4 half belts of railgun shells. I put that on the ship, as well as a rigid structure. Then we put rockets there and explosives. This was very finicky all, as you can see. For rockets, that's not true. We first put the rocket turrets and the laser turrets on the ship. So I put a belt just behind the railgun turrets, then a double line of rockets with long-handed inserts, so I could put laser turrets in the middle and keep the rocket turrets a bit spread out so they wouldn't shoot too many rockets which were not needed, because the explosive rockets don't take into account that if there's like 3 medium asteroids, they will shoot 3 rockets, even if the first rocket will destroy the 3 medium asteroids with the blast damage already. And that is how we basically end up with useless lasers right now, because those second and third rocket basically take the resulting small asteroids from the medium asteroid the first rocket blew up and just already shatters it into the fragments which we can pick up with our asteroid collectors. And as you can see, we can pick up asteroids so fast that even the legendary blue inserter cannot keep up with emptying it out, which is fine. Things are all fine, everything is fine. Right, so this is also my turret distance, because I could exactly get away with a maximum length green belt under this defensive structure. So railgun, asteroid collector, laser turret, 2 layers of rockets, and then this belt can exactly span out. So I first did that. The entire front end of the ship is just defense, and the only belt going in is rockets, and the rail gun shell just comes straight through. And I did not go for gun turrets because they are an absolute pain to supply, and also they don't have area of effect damage. The laser turrets are perfectly fine for dealing with small asteroids. In fact, we can one-shot them. They are not very good for medium ones though, but we have the rocket turrets to deal with medium ones. I tried to keep the rocket turrets, so most of them have this preset: focus on big and then shoot mediums. The one on the edge just shoot mediums to prevent this guy from shooting too many big asteroids, which we won't have any benefit of destroying out here. And the ones in the back even keep that medium only pattern for a couple ones in. But here at the front we have to go to the big ones quite soon. So these will shoot these big ones, which are useless, but so be it. If we do mediums too far back, then we'll start shooting the big ones too late and we'll blow up our own asteroid collector. So I cannot really... that is basically the balance I found, which works okay. Hey, thanks Plain Panther, thanks for the Prime subscription. How are you loading the last reactor? We'll get to that. Yes, that's the defensive part. Then I started just calculating how much I would need. Basically took the recipe, how much production do I need. There the play testing came in, just loading the belts with infinity chests, with shells, the rockets and stuff, just getting an idea of the amount of production we would need. In the end we ended up with the setup where we can produce 480 railgun shells a minute, which is a theoretical maximum of unupgraded railguns if they would shoot at their displayed speed, which they do not. So in this case we unfortunately did have to upgrade to 0.0 the shooting speed to the current supposed maximum of 0.86 a second, which we cannot sustain if they ever fix it. Probably the outer railguns are not going to shoot at all anymore, and just the 4 railguns on the inner side are going to shoot up all the ammo. So that's kind of a problem. But yeah, if you don't research upgrades, you can sustain 16 railguns at 0.5 a second if they actually would shoot 0.5 a second. So that was the first design goal, to get in there. And then I just looked how many explosives I had left and put the rest into rockets, trying to... This was basically all rare quality without legendary beacon. This beacon was not even here in the beginning, it was just this beacon of rare quality, but yeah, I just simply wouldn't have enough explosives left over with maximum railgun shell production, but then the railguns turned out to shoot so much less than advertised. Look, it's down to 290 again, whereas advertised now is, I guess, around 700 to 800 a minute is the maximum shooting speed if they would shoot at their maximum rate, which they don't. So we are consuming a whole lot less explosives than the 480 a minute we are we are basically making explosives for 480 railgun shells a minute plus like 700 rockets a minute. That was the initial goal, but since we are never shooting 480 a minute, it's just physically, the railguns just won't do it. They just go on strike and refuse to shoot more than this amount. So I tried to put some extra beacons and extra speed modules on there and extra production for iron and whatnot, and to use the extra explosives which were left over to make extra rockets, and that's how we ended up with an epic quality beacon here and even a legendary quality beacon here to speed up this. I put an extra beacon up here which only affects these rocket assemblers, etc, etc. So now we can sustain 1050 rockets a second, which is a good thing, I suppose, because, well, no, it's a good thing because, yeah, we are gonna need a lot of rockets in the end. Speed is down to 90 kilometers a second already. It's gonna go down way further than that. But if the railguns would just be doing their job properly, the rocket turrets wouldn't have to work hard at all, because the railguns would already obliterate almost everything before the rocket turrets even would come into range. So yeah, kind of a double-edged case over there. Alright, so let's go over the reactor. We've got the hub right here. I'm standing at the front. So yeah, the railgun shells are stored on the belt directly. We're just reading the belts and putting it in here with a signal, so we can read the railgun shells in here as well. But they're not actually in the hub because they only stack to 10, and that would mean not a lot of. Basically, the 9000 railgun shells we have on the belt would require 900 inventory slots, and this entire thing with all its legendary and epic and rare cargo base has 650 inventory slots, so that is less inventory slots than is on these belts feeding the railgun assemblers. Like, not even close. It is absolutely insane what you can do with quadruple belt waving and stack inserters from which put actual stacks on the belt. So instead we are putting the rockets in here. We have a little bit of replacement stuff, the fusion power cells. The rest is dedicated to rockets up to 60,000. So all those rockets just flow in here with stack inserters, and they go out again with stack inserters to both sides. So even if you have imbalanced production left and right, because the back is not quite symmetric, we'll go into that as well, the rockets can flow out symmetrically to the left and right. So at least that part is symmetric. Yeah, we're not producing the fusion cells on board. Obviously those you have to load on board, because you cannot produce holmium or lithium from asteroids or ammonia. You have to make those ahead of time and load them on the ship. So we made 1500, we're projected to use about 600 worst case. So if I didn't make any mistakes, that should last us until the end of the trip. There's now only 900 or so in here, but that's because those are also stacked on the belts. So a lot of these went on the belts as well. So on this underground belt, we can read in the mouse over on the right, 272 fuel cells are just on this underground belt right here. So that's a lot of cells. That's like more than 5 inventory slots of cells, again just in a single belt. We grab those off here, those go with a splitter here. Later I realized I had originally only 2 fusion reactors on here. Now I have a third one and I didn't fuel it. So I had to do a more horrible belt weaving. The rockets go down on this belt, here go the Prometheum asteroids on the green belt, and here come up the fuel cells on the blue belt, because belt weaving has gotten a lot easier now with the addition of the green belts. We picked that over belt again because there's just simply no space to make a normal turn out of here. And then we have we have this fish splitter because I had a fish splitter here, so that kind of nicely lines up. And also I didn't really like how the fuel cells look on the belt, so now they're kind of a little bit invisible to load the last one. Then the piping goes back and makes the hot stuff into cold stuff again. And this is a lossless loop, so this will keep working for as long as we have fuel cells in there. Maximum power is not quite what it says on the package. Again, it's always less than it says on the package. It says 600 megawatts, but because I don't understand yet how to design fusion reactors, basically I should not let the fluid go through but the plasma, and then plasma can go everywhere. But if things comes to the worst and these things consume at full speed, maximum production will drop down to 533 megawatts. So yeah, it's always less than it says on the package. How is this character on the platform? You can get out if you launch yourself up. You can press enter just before this door closes and you'll just can get out. You can walk here without a spacesuit. You're perfectly fine. Factorio guy is so epic, he doesn't need a spacesuit. But the mech suit definitely looks cooler. Just flying around in space in the jetpack is kind of nice as well. So peaceful flying out here. Let's fly out here a bit. Belt stacking and infinite research. It already looks cursed now. When it enters an underground belt, it kinda phases in and out of existence. We can see that with the railguns as well, the railgun shells. So here the right one is actually stacking higher than the entrance of the underground belt, but it doesn't get knocked over. The left one is already under there for some reason, so that's kind of a weird, imbalanced visual drawing of those things. So if you make that stack even higher, it will look even more cursed. Ah, so peaceful out here. Look at all those red chunks. Oh, okay, we did it. What is the distance? What's the distance? Okay, official winner, 885,000 kilometers. I heard the sound. Okay, the mouse over consuming more ammo than producing is not really right, but we got 200,000 Prometheum asteroid chunks on the belt. It's not completely full yet, we can fit 209,000, but we said 200,000. 885,000 kilometers. Now, who won? That's a good question. Okay, let's switch off the alarm first. We'll switch this back down to what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to measure our railgun ammo, and if that is less than 4,500, which is like half the belt full, we should get some alert that we need to do something about something to make something, to keep something from impacting our ship. That last something being the huge asteroids. Alright, 885,000 kilometers. Probably the person who won has already left a long time ago, because this stream is basically what we're doing. This stream is just, we are sitting at our selfie outpost right here at the front of the ship. Actually, I am... Okay, this is going to be weird. Let's make another save. 890... I'm just going to name this 885k Prometheum belt full. I fallen back into my old mispronunciation of Prometheum. It's just a fact of my language. Alright, so now I'm standing here. If I wear my jetpack, I'm going to visually fly up into the air. Well, you'd say I would still be behind the railgun because I just fly up into the air. It's actually not the case. I will die pretty soon, because now I am in range of these railguns. I'm just fly up, but now I am in range of the railguns, and it won't take very long for me to die out here. So this is a very dangerous situation, so I should definitely take that off. I just saved, so let's see what happens when I am in the range of a railgun shell. It's not gonna end well. I just casually fly by. Okay, it looks like we're avoiding everything. We're not gonna get a warning though. It's gonna be over in the blink of an eye. This is basically a testament to how little those railguns are shooting at the asteroids. They should be shooting way more often. I should be dead already. How am I still alive? What is going on? Come on, railguns, try a bit harder. Okay, I'll stay still. Maybe that'll help. Alright, looks like I'm invincible today. Now I've got to have jinxed it. Come on already. Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I'm dodging everything, but yeah, you basically get one-shotted. And now we're stuck on Novice. With all the biters. Actually, the platform is still alive, so we could use this to dead warp back to Novice. Problem is though, we don't have anything. Finally we made it, we can start up the base again. We can place some burner miners or whatnot. The spaceship is still happily flying along without me. My character corpse is now floating in space at a fixed position, which is kind of weird, but yeah, that's just how it is. So this is not supposed to be possible. Yeah? You should not be able to get out. It will be fixed. So this this situation is not possible to happen, but it is fun that it actually works, and technically you can still get back your stuff if you can reach it. So yeah, let's load back into the game. This trip is going to be long enough for as it is already. So yeah, I'm not going to be wearing my armor. I'm just going to be standing in my selfie spot right here, looking at the asteroids explode. It's already looking like most of the density, most of the black space stuff has gone away. It's still visible a little bit between asteroids, but it is still visible around here where there's just small chunks. But here it already looks like a lot of asteroids, more asteroids than space for sure. Yeah, I agree, they should keep it as an Easter egg. They should just disable the player inventory, I suppose, because you can abuse this to carry extra stuff relative to what your spaceship can carry. So if you disable the player inventory, just keep it, man. It's awesome. It's so cool to be able to fly around over your spaceship instead of just being locked into this view all the time and just having to do everything from map view like so. It's very I like it that you can get out of here. Look at the front of the spaceship, just an absolute grindfest of small asteroids. So yeah, before it looked like this. When I didn't have those platforms in front, you couldn't see the railguns shooting anymore. So I basically put a couple extra platforms in front just to take all the grinding to dust, so we could at least see the railguns shooting. It does lead to a little bit of inefficiency with the asteroid collectors though, but so be it. Right, down to 86 kilometers a second. 58,000 rockets, so we have dropped down over 1,000 now. Yeah, okay, we lost 1,300 rockets in storage. We're gonna lose more. The lower the speed goes, the more we will lose. But yeah, we should, if I just alt tab out quickly, got my Excel. So yeah, once we hit 55,000, the speed should already drop to like 65 kilometers a second or so. So yeah, if we lose like 1/12 of our storage, our speed is gonna drop from 106 to 45 kilometers a second. And then during the rest, it's just gonna slowly drop down to 20 kilometers a second. You don't die if you dodge an asteroid. You do die if you get hit by a railgun, or if you get hit by explosive rockets. Those can damage you as well. So you are not immune to your own weaponry. I think you can die as well. That happened to me in testing. If you just stand on the edge. If you stand on the edge and an asteroid destroys that tile, you get destroyed as well. That was weird. I think that's... I'm not sure if that's a bug or not. It's like kind of the Factorio video where if you stand on the edge of the platform and it warps out, you die. instead of getting left behind or warping along if you stand exactly on the edge. With one leg on the edge and with one leg in the world, you just get ripped into half or something. I don't know what's going on. Can you show your weapon damage research? Yes. We've got explosives damage level 12, which is a nice threshold, both for medium asteroids and big asteroids. Basically we use one rocket less, like 2 instead of 3 or 1 instead of 0, stuff like that. 1 instead of 2 I should say, 1 instead of 0. Laser damage is 1 level below that. We've got the 16k upgrade, which is kinda useless, but I wasn't researching anything else anyway. So we got laser damage 11, which one-shots the few small asteroids which make it within 2 laser turret range. It's not a lot of them, mostly here on the edge they activate sometimes, but yeah, saves a little bit of power, but not enough to warrant and totaled 31,000 science packs of laser damage upgrades. Physical damage upgrade doesn't really matter because we don't have that on our ship. We did get 2 infinite levels just to fight the demolishers early on in the game. And we do have 3 levels of railgun damage upgrade, so we can one-shot the Prometheum asteroids instead of having to 2-shot them, the huge ones with the railguns I mean. So yeah, I tried to get everything within reasonable range to lower the ammo cost of flying out here, basically to lower the spendage of rockets and railgun shells, to make them as effective as possible for as few ammo as possible, just so we can keep going at the speed we need to going, because it is turning more into an economic minigame rather than just defense based. We can defend quite easily even at higher speeds, just cannot keep up replacing the ammo at the speeds it is getting consumed at those higher speeds. So yeah, the Factorio says 700 a minute towards the end. I did count the asteroid spawning, and not at the end, but I did count it out here onto the trip to the solar system edge, where we are supposed to get 9 carbonic ones and 5 metallic ones, and in total it's 17 huge asteroids a minute. I got about 60 in 1 minute to spawn, so it looks like the amount of asteroids that spawn in range of the... I don't think I counted the ones spawning on the edge, just really like in front of the ship. I don't actually remember, but I think it was about 4 times higher than the indicated amount. So it looks like we're going to get roughly 2000 asteroids per minute to spawn, which is like 30 a second. That's absolute madness. Let's try to look at the rate. Actually, it's spawning in like a lot per second already. They're spawning in a lot of asteroids per second already. That was measured at 100 kilometers a second though, and we're gonna go slower at the end, so yeah. It's very, very unscientific, the kinds of research we have been doing. Is the belt buffer better than Epic Cargo Base? Even the belt buffer for Prometheum asteroids is 10 times better, literally 10 times as efficient per tile of storage compared to Legendary Cargo Base. So where Legendary Cargo Base store 50 items in 16 tiles, 15 chunks of asteroids in 16 tiles, the belt store like 500. And in terms of railgun ammo, it's still like 2.5 times better. So instead of storing 500 railgun shells, we are storing like 14 or 1500 or something like that on the same area. It's really ridiculous how efficient belt storage is. So especially on the quadruple woven belts with all the 4 belt types we have here, you cannot quadruple belt weave in a repeating pattern like you could in the vanilla game with just yellow, red, blue for an infinite distance, but you can do it for like about a 32 tile distance. So that is what we are using. to make a quadruple belt weave of stacked railgun shells. The stacking is even worse in terms of, worse, it's even more broken in terms of belt efficiency, storage efficiency, because the railgun ammo does stack on the belts. So all of these belt tiles have literally we've got 4 tiles per belt. Let's look at the beacon one. We've got this belt over here, it's red. The green belt is spanning that. The yellow belt is spanning that. The blue belt is spanning that. Every belt is spanning that. So we have 4 belts per belt. 4 belts per tile, I suppose. Each belt can hold normally 8 items, but these things can be stacked on the belt like so, stacks of 4. So that means now we cannot store 8 items on a belt, but 32 items on a belt on a single belt. So we can already store 3 stacks, 3 inventory stacks, 3.2 inventory stacks of railgun shells. We can store on a single tile, on a single belt, without belt weaving even. So if you multiply that by 4, because we got 4 belts per tile, that is like 128. That's 128. That's basically the first 13 tiles of my inventory. 128 shells on a single tile. So if we multiply that by 4, we get 512, which is 51 cargo slots, and that means 4 tiles of that quad woven belt can again hold more than a legendary cargo bay, which takes up 4 times the space, right? So on this belt fit 4 times as much. Yeah, the storage density is 4 times higher on a belt compared to a legendary cargo bay, which is crazy. And for the Prometheum asteroid, it's like 10 times more dense, because those don't stack. They don't stack on the belts, we lose a factor of 4, but they don't stack in general, so we lose a factor of 10 compared to the railgun shells. So yeah, nice. I have a feeling I'm going to be re-answering a lot of the same questions over the course of the stream. I've already been doing it now. Looks like I missed a bunch of chat. I don't know how I can miss a bunch of chat in this stream. I would very much like it if this stayed as an Easter egg, but I don't think it will. I did not watch Josh Washington yet. Actually, I did watch his Norvis opening. I'm keeping myself from watching anything Space Age related, be it content or Wikipedia or whatever, until my own playthrough is finished. Hopefully my own playthrough will be finished at the end of the stream, and then I can indulge myself. It's good because I've got a 24-hour travel coming up, so I'm going to download a lot of stuff to watch, which is going to be Space Age related, I suppose. So at full speed it was projected to take 10 to 11 hours, but we're gonna drop, I don't know what speed we're gonna drop to. Projection is anywhere between 18 and 30, between 18 and like 30 something hours. It could be anywhere in that range. It kind of depends how it's gonna look later, because later everything is gonna turn red, and all these resource asteroids, the red asteroids are useless. We just need to destroy them, we just need to spend resources to destroy them, but they don't give us anything back. And all these resource asteroids are going to go down in number quite a bit, around 2 million kilometers out or so. So yeah, that is not going to be great. We're going to be slowing down quite a bunch, I suppose. And not only because it's going to be harder to grab the resources, but also because there's just going to be more asteroids that need to get blown up by rockets. So we will be spending more rockets to blow up the asteroids because more asteroids are going to be coming in. We aren't quite yet at the density where we point blank everything and it doesn't matter how many rockets or we are not quite at the point yet where we point blank a large enough area that it doesn't really matter how many asteroids are under there. It still matters a lot. The rocket expenditure is going to go up a lot still at this speed, so we're going to keep slowing down. I suppose we're going to be slowing down to somewhere between 40 and maybe let's say 30 and 50 kilometers a second once we're at the really dense part, the 2 point. We'll see. Basically, for the first 1.2 million kilometers, the asteroid density has been going up just slightly, gradually. We can look at the kills again. So yeah, we're now flying for 3 hours or so. Carbonics are going up a bit. Oxides are going down. Promethiums are going up. Now promethium are already the most common asteroid out there, which is kind of terrifying really already. And it's gonna get so much worse. But yeah, the total huge asteroids have been going up linearly, and they will keep going up linearly until 1.2 million kilometers. Around that time we will have roughly 320 asteroids per M in total. Let me check my Excel. So yeah, it was like okay, so let me see. Now we're gonna have about 360 asteroids a minute at the 1.2 million kilometer mark. I'm just gonna call it per minute. What am I gonna do per minute? But then it suddenly doubles. It almost doubles in the next 400,000 kilometers, which means in 1/3 of the distance between 1.2 and 1.6 million kilometers, asteroid density is gonna double. It is gonna double in a good way though, because all of the resource asteroids are also gonna go up. But then after 1.6 million kilometers, the Promethium asteroid are just gonna go they're just gonna grow off the charts, and all of the resource asteroids will have various dips during the rest of the journey before just falling off the charts altogether with just like a couple dozen a minute, where the Promethiums are gonna be in the high hundreds a minute. So we'll have to see how it goes like that. If we look at the space map, that looks like so. So now we're here. You can see Promethium is actually the blue one is actually rising up sharply between 800 and 1.2 million, but some of the others are falling off between 800 and 1.2 million. But then between 1.2 and 1.6, all of them are suddenly rising again. So that is literally a doubling of density between 1.2 and 1.6. And like I said, after that, Promethium just goes up linearly until the end, but the other ones are just dropping off again very severely near the end. So it's going to be hard to get the resources we need to get the rockets we need. So I suppose we need to be slowing down near the end so that all of these juicy chunks, which now just crash into the front of the spaceship, are actually going to be collected by our asteroid collectors. They can only collect asteroids at a certain speed, and the inserters can only put it on the belt at a certain speed, even the legendary ones. So yeah, now they're just full all the time, which is why we're throwing lots of stuff overboard on both sides, which is good. We want to see this. If we see that we are throwing all types of asteroids overboard, we know all the asteroid belts are full, fuel is being produced, rockets are being produced, everything is being produced. Let's check rocket production for the last hour. It should be steady now. Yeah, it is steady at 1045 a minute. So that is our true rocket production, our true capped rocket production. But not a true capped rocket spending. Our true capped rocket spending is like between 3,000 and 4,000 if we go maximum speed. Let's do that just for a little bit. I'm gonna save though, because I don't want to spend that much. It's gonna take me forever to get that back. We're at 982k. 982k speed up for fun. Okay, so we're gonna go to almost double speed, the maximum speed of the ship, and we're gonna look what it's not even doubling, it's gonna be less than doubling. We're gonna go at 140, 145, So it's like adding 3/4 of the current speed on top of it, not even doubling. Okay, that is the wrong move. Should just let it run freely. Alright, and now we're gonna go crazy in terms of speed. I wish this could go away without taking this away. Alright, so now if we just visually look at how many rockets we are, I guess we can see it over here as well. If we just look at how many rockets we are shooting now, that is a lot more rockets per second than 6 or something, or 12. That is a lot. So basically we are going 75% faster, but we are not spending 75% more rockets. We're spending way more than 75% more rockets now. So let's just look at the rocket graph. So basically we are going from 1000 a minute to 2.4, 2.5. It's probably still going up a bit since the railguns have done some extra work. And if you go as faster in the even more denser areas, you're gonna be shooting even more rockets. So now we're just shooting like a peak of almost 3000 rockets a minute. So that is just unsustainable. This is our production level and this is now our expenditure level. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. Also, again, you can see the railguns again have way more targets to choose from. They get confused which one to choose. I don't know what I want to shoot. We go from like over 300 railgun shells a minute to just like 220. That's basically taking a quarter out of the fire rate out of the railguns. So we should be able to see that actually. So yeah, as this cyan bar empties out, the railgun shoots. Okay, it moves, not shoots. It shot. It moves. It took like over 2 seconds for that guy to shoot. It should be shooting like way more often than that. It takes like 5 or 6 seconds sometimes between shots. So it cannot determine what it wants to shoot. I think just to fix it is a really easy fix. You just, when select target, then definitely shoot in pseudo coding language. If when select target, shooting should be not optional anymore. You just rotate and shoot. You don't check if the asteroid or whatever you wanted to shoot is still alive. The decision to shoot should be made at the point of rotating. So rotate and just shoot regardless what is now currently on the screen in front of that. The decision to shoot should be tied to the moment it selects a target and obviously rotates toward the target to shoot. Just shoot. It doesn't matter. Look at all this. Look at this. It doesn't matter what you shoot. Just shoot. Just shoot something. You just put on a blindfold and shoot. It's better than what the railguns are doing now. Like, oh, should I shoot this asteroid or should I shoot that? I don't know which asteroid to shoot. It is just absolutely annoying. And you can see it in the production graph. We're down to 180 railgun shells a minute, whereas before we were doing 315. So that is absolutely annoying. Absolutely annoying. And we are spending like 3000 rockets a minute. You can literally see them fly out of the magazine right now. Let's just watch this a bit. We are now right here. Okay, we're already down to this stack. Struggling a little bit. And this stack is gone as well. So we're using up like a stack every couple seconds, more than we are producing. So that is the speed at which rockets are flying out of here. Now we've got a lot of rockets, but at this speed, all of these rockets are going to be emptied out in less than 20 minutes or so, I would say. 20-25 minutes and all of this would be gone. And when all of this is gone, then the ship is going to be gone as well. So yeah, it's kind of nice to travel at this speed, but yeah, not really sustainable. But yeah, looks like defensive wise we are good though. Did we already blow up? Okay, we didn't even blow up a asteroid collector yet, which is quite rare at this speed. At this speed, it often goes wrong. These rockets just sometimes, these things just fly off with random velocities, sometimes pretty high. And the rocket turrets can react a little bit slow sometimes. And then when a rocket explodes too close by, it's just gonna get blast off one of those asteroid collectors at these kind of speeds. But yeah, we can defend ourselves no problem at maximum speed. It is just that we cannot sustain this crazy level of rocket production. So yeah. But even now, asteroid collection is just good. All the belts remain backed up. Obviously, look like these arms are barely going out anymore. They can just grab the asteroids they need straight in front of the collector. Whereas if we were going slowly, let's go back to going slowly. Well, the arms actually not go out that far anymore at all, but in the beginning they were going out much farther than this, like these arms were. So yeah, looks like we already reached the point where we can just grab. And we can grab faster, at least the epic one can grab faster than the legendary inserter can output it. Even the rare quality ones, the level 3 quality ones, can now grab faster than the inserter keeps up, which is the reason that I stopped at rare quality. We do have 2 epic ones. I put them here for now, but we could consider putting them on the edge later on, since if we have the rare quality, let me select it. This actually have 1 tile more range as well, so we could grab asteroids 1 tile further out, which doesn't seem like a lot, but just look at how many asteroids are flying out in that 1 tile, which the rare one cannot grab and the epic one can grab. So that's we're gonna potentially put that on the sides later on, once we go slower and don't risk them getting blown up anymore. And especially during the later stages of the flight, where our resource asteroids are going to be exceptionally low, that may just turn out to be one of these small changes that contributes to getting us through the final stretch of the flight. Just that 1 tile of extra range. If I could, I would have made legendaries, but man, these things are just such a grind to get. Even now I probably don't have, I cannot even make a legendary. I used up, okay, we've got a couple of those now, but I used up these to make a single epic one, and then I quality gambled with guaranteed results, the safe scummy method without safe scumming, to get a rare one upgraded to epic as well, and I took those 2 on board. Looks like at this time I would be able to make like 4 epic ones, and with a little bit of luck I could get some legendary out of that as well, but yeah. I suppose that I've just been grinding these 2 pieces, this cargo base, and just getting higher quality materials that way. But yeah, it was a pain to grind even the rare asteroid collectors, because the low density structures, it is quite expensive and those are quite slow to obtain. There is not really a very good way to upcycle low density structures, so the best way I found was turning them into cargo base and then scrapping them again. Why is he using fast inserters instead of bulk inserters? Because the asteroids stack only to 1. The asteroids are not stackable. That means the stack inserters can also not stack them on the belts, and the asteroid hand size, or the hand size for the asteroids, is simply 1. You can see I did not override stack size, it's set to 4, but it just grabs 1 asteroid every time. Even though there are more asteroids available. I guess this is a bad example. This one grabs 1 every time, even though this thing is just full of asteroids. They just stack to 1. They cannot be... So that basically means a fast inserter is as good as a bulk inserter or a stack inserter, I suppose, has the same speed as well. 864 a second, yeah, looks like they have the same speed. All of them have 864 a second. So yeah, they're all equally fast, so then all that matters is the quality. Better quality goes faster, and these are the cheapest, so naturally we chose those. Alright, 1 million kilometers out. We're a quarter of the way there, but not really. Quarter of the way there. How much time have I been streaming for? 3 hours and 52 minutes. We didn't get started right the first second. I probably started like half an hour into the stream or so. Which I don't really remember. When I start, we can check the production though. The kills on the medium asteroids. I suppose it's over here. We encountered huge ones almost immediately in the stream, so it looks like we're on the way for like 3 hours and a bit. Yeah, probably knowing me, I spent way more time blabbering in the opening instead of actually starting the ship and blabbering after I started the ship, but such is my life. How are we on power? So we can, first of all, let's check how many fuel cells we used, and then we can hopefully know. Okay, we used a couple here as well, but if I attribute all of those to the current state of the ship, we have used 60 in 3 hours, so that means 20 per hour. Let's say 20 per hour times 24 hours actually is more than 600, which I calculated. 20 per hour means no wait, it means 480 in 24 hours. So yeah, 30 hours. 30 hours should be 600. So we are good on fuel cells. I took 1500 fuel cells, enough to get there and back again. I think we're gonna get, if we make it, we're probably gonna get either blown up at the shattered planet by shifty asteroids as the ship stops, because we are not protecting the side of the ship, and these things are just gonna drift in sideways all over my ship as soon as we stop. But if we fly on, I'm not sure we will have if the resource asteroid density is going to be good enough to also fly back again over 1 million kilometers until the good type of asteroid density goes up again. We'll see. But yeah, power should be good. We are using how much power? That's maybe what you were asking. Like, let's look at over a minute. 340 megawatts. I have 600 megawatt peak power, a little bit more, not a lot more. 50 times 300 kilowatts, that's not a lot more. It's like 20 megawatt peak power extra, perhaps, not even. So yeah, the accumulate, don't disregard it, those are useless. We have 600 megawatts peak power. It kind of goes up and down a bit with the shots. So yeah, but this power should remain fairly constant. As we see, all power usages are constant, basically, since we reached the peak shooting of the railguns. The rocket turrets don't take power, the railguns do. So as production reaches at maximum, as soon as we started producing maximum, as we were shooting maximum over here, with the explosive rockets, we started max producing those around here. Power consumption has been constant, so I suppose we should look at the last hour of fuel cell consumption, and maybe it's regular enough. Yeah, it's kinda regular enough to draw conclusions. We could say 20 an hour is fairly accurate. Yeah, 20 an hour seems a fairly accurate measure, I suppose. So yeah, we are gonna make it in terms of power. I think in terms of power we don't need to fear. Alright, we gotta hydrate. We still have coffee. I'm out of coffee. Looks like I'm back to water. Okay, I'm gonna switch on the volume again for a bit. Well, let's do the wind as well. Alright, as long as I don't zoom in, this volume is bearable. So yeah, we went over the ship design a bit. I guess I can do it again a couple hours later in the stream or tomorrow or something. Yeah, out of coffee unacceptable, yes, especially in a 24-hour stream. But like I said, I'm a lazy streamer. My 24-hour stream is going to involve, I'm going to go to bed for an hour or 6 or so. I do want to wake up though. Probably we should make it. Oh, that is actually, we may get there sooner than I think. I'm not ready to go sleep though, so yeah, my planning is a bit off. I want to, we probably need to make like minor changes in what types of asteroids we're grabbing, maybe manual slowdowns once we get into the resource pore areas of the galaxy. I am not gonna last 24 hours though. I already spent a day of doing like some construction work and stuff, so I already started the stream quite tired. I almost fell asleep. I almost fell asleep before dinner time even. I just couldn't keep my eyes open. I had to literally like slap myself in the face and stuff to get myself started again. And then I started the 24-hour stream, so I'm not really in good shape to finish the 24-hour stream in a normal fashion, so I'm gonna get some sleep at some point. But yeah, let's see. Between 1.2 million and 1.6 million kilometers out, the asteroid density is gonna double again from what it will be at 1.2 million. So in 1/3 of the trip distance, it's just gonna double again the asteroids that spawn. I wish I could walk up a bit further, but then my own railguns will kill me. I guess let's do this for now. We can watch this a bit. Oh yeah, look at those railguns, man. Those railguns are just epic. Even the rare railguns are epic. I've got 4 epic railguns with huge ranges, but the rare ones are epic enough by themselves already. Yeah, there's a lot of benefit for explosive damage research. In fact, I've gotten the level which costs 32,000 science packs of each type. That basically pushes the explosive damage of explosive rockets over the threshold to indirectly two-shot big asteroids. So basically, theoretically that saves me a lot of rockets, because the blast radius of the rockets is large enough for some of these asteroids out here to get shattered to pieces by rockets before they drift into range to possible other rockets, which should then shoot more rockets to destroy those. So yeah, I think the explosive damage research is doing wonders here. Why haven't I placed them in an angle? I tried in my first design to place the outer railguns like so, but that doesn't really work, because you need to defend the edges as well, because these asteroids come in at an angle. And this basically doesn't make a lot of sense to do this, because we're just shooting a lot of asteroids which are harmless and which we don't need to spend ammo on to destroy. So in the end, I tried to come up with a nicer solution, but in the end we just ended up with the straight line of railgun turrets being the best solution. It's actually kind of interesting. Not all of them have the same priorities. So if you look at this guy, can I, maybe from map view? Yeah, I can. I just need to switch on the gear again. So basically, can I just get that on the top? Yeah, I can. Alright. So this is my outermost railgun turret. It targets huge Prometheum asteroids first, then the other huge ones, then just big Prometheum asteroids without targeting the other ones, then medium ones. This is not because of Prometheum asteroids. I have this pattern basically for every railgun, but for a different asteroid type. So this one prefers huge oxide asteroids instead of Prometheum. Prometheum just joins the back end of the list. And then as a secondary target, when there's no big huge asteroids in target, it targets oxides, big and medium. Next one same, except for carbonic. And then next one same, except for metallic. and then it just repeats again. Repeat. And what this does, it actually, I saw a noticeable increase in the fire rate of the railguns after doing this. I tried so many different combinations, letting them shoot freely, just doing huge ones, all the same, and I ended up, I did really a lot of different combinations, and this ended up being the best somehow. I even tried again playing with this in the final design after the last stream, basically bringing huge Prometheum, then big Prometheum, then medium Prometheum, and then the other huge ones, which is a little bit risky because the huge ones can only be destroyed by railguns. So we need to have those priorities sorted in the front generally. But I saw a big decrease in shooting speed when I did that kind of stuff, even though I still kept the staggered priority formation. So this was kind of the optimum I could come up with. This way they seem to fight the least possible over which asteroid, over who gets to shoot which asteroid, which leads to a slight increase in railgun fire rate of fire, and more railguns. A higher railgun shooting speed basically directly equates to less rockets spent. In my case not. I'm going to be spending like 1.1k rockets for most of the time, because my speed goes down automatically with the spendage of rockets. But if you go at the same speed consistently, if you shoot more railguns, you're going to be decreasing the amount of rockets you need to sustain at that speed significantly. So yeah, that was kind of nice to. It's still nowhere near, still under half of the promised shells a minute it should be able to shoot, but this was the best results I could get in terms of railgun shots a minute. Why does it say low power? It does it on the laser turrets too. It doesn't matter how much power you have. Just as after each shot it has a charge up cycle which it goes through, and during that it just displays low power, no matter how much power you feed it. How about letting the huge asteroids come a bit closer? I cannot do that. I guess I could by having worse quality railguns than rare and epic, but I also found that again, using rare railguns or using uncommon railguns instead of epic, using one quality down, basically makes the railguns do less damage because the projectiles pierce less far, which leads to an increase in rockets. So I went with as high level of railgun turrets as I could afford to make in my playthrough, which happened to be the rare quality level. And that's only made possible because the cryogenic plants in which you make them, they have like 8 module slots. So I grinded out 8 legendary quality modules, which gives you almost a 50% chance to roll a higher quality. So, and then with re-rolling and recycling and a little bit of forced positive result tree, we could get the 4 epic ones and the 12 rare ones we've got right now on the ship. So yeah, worse quality railguns actually diminishes increases the amount of rockets again. I imagine using all epics or maybe even legendaries would further diminish rocket usage, although there is a limit because already the epic railguns, they reach to the edge. Like, they don't select targets to the edge, they select targets in that green chunk over here, but the ammo projectiles, they pierce to the point, almost to the point where the asteroids spawn already. The rare ones do not. Those it takes a little bit more time for the asteroids to get into fire range after they spawn on the screen. But the epic ones, they almost immediately get there. Hey, thanks Danny for the £2 I should get a notification, I suppose, but looks like I didn't. I do like how this ship kind of nicely fills the full frame with the asteroid spawning at a certain zoom level from the map view. It's quite nice. So as long as we see these asteroids being pumped out of the side of a ship of all 3 types, we can visually see this metal belt being full if you're watching in high quality. If not, then I don't know actually if the stream renders at high quality enough to just see that these belts are full. But yeah, we're also throwing some metallics out of the side every now and then, which is good. If we're doing that, we are good still. Yeah, I guess this entire part of the screen, with most of the screen actually right now, is not really favorable for YouTube bitrate, I suppose. I'm in as high quality as Streamlabs will let me. There is a better pattern where second pick asteroid is not first pick by either adjacent. Yeah, I just staggered it. Because... yeah, I guess I could do 1, 3, 1, 3 and then 2, 4, 2, 4. To keep them apart a little bit more. So 1, 3, 2, 4. And here's some 2, 4, 1, 3. And then 3, 1, 4, 2, etc. Maybe that would help a little bit more. Then again, I also took into consideration that I actually want to blow up as many huge oxides and carbons as possible, so I gave those one the epic railguns first of all. I want to blow up as many of those as possible because if I blow them up out here, they have a chance of drifting some of the large asteroids and medium ones. As you can see, they come into the side for some part. Some of them drift away to the left, but they don't keep their momentum. They just get added some random momentum in a random direction. So we get a chance to blow these up and get a portion of those in reach of our grabbers. So it's not only fire rate which I took into account. I also want to make sure I can be as safe as possible, so that's why the Prometheum are on the edge, because those have more hit points, those are more costly to destroy with rockets, so I want the Prometheums to be destroyed ASAP. But I want as many of those distant ones to have a chance to drift into range of my asteroid collectors. Is this a lot of Prometheum that you're getting, or will you have to do multiple trips? I'm already full. We are full like 800,000 kilometers in, and I wasn't even trying. I have basically I'm using the collectors which were originally meant for Prometheum. I'm using those to grab like coal and ice and metal and whatnot. So Prometheum asteroid collection was already way slower than it would have been. So with full Prometheum collection I would only need to go a couple 100,000 K, I suppose. But even now the belts are already just backed up, nothing is moving on these belts anymore. You can just look at the back end of the ship here. It is just full, everything is backed up, all the collectors are full. You cannot see it because the gear is off, but explosive damage, this 32,000 costing one, I think it's level 12. I think it's level 12. Let's switch on the gear, I can see it. Explosive level 12 is what we got, level 13 is available. So I just looked at the bonus damage, just calculated some thresholds which make sense to research. And the 32k one is the most expensive one, which does make a lot of sense to get actually. Because the threshold where we can two-shot the big asteroids with just the area of effect explosive damage from rockets. So that kind of helps in keeping rocket spandage down. down to 80 kilometers a second. It's not that bad yet actually, but yeah, 100,000 kilometers more of very gradual asteroid increase, and then we're gonna have the next 400,000 kilometers where asteroid density is gonna double. It's gonna double compared to what you're looking at right now, in just 400,000 kilometers travel distance. So yeah, we went from 0 to 1.2 million, just gradually going up, and then we doubled that in the next 400k. So that's going to be interesting. I think actually when you count up all the asteroid densities, we went up linearly in the first 1.2 million kilometers to a relative density of 365 per minute. Now we're going to go to 674 a minute at the 1.6 million kilometer mark. After that, Promethean asteroids are going up, but the total asteroid density actually goes down. It goes down after 1.6 million kilometers. It is just that the useful asteroids are going down sharply, whereas the useless Promethean asteroids are going up. So yeah, 674 at 1.6 million, and then we're gonna have like 600 flat at around 2 million to 2.4 million to 2.8 million even, and only at 3.2 million kilometers out we're gonna reach again the levels which we are reaching at 1.6 million kilometers, which is about 675 asteroids a minute. The difference is going to be when we reach 1.6 million kilometers out, 4 out of every 10 asteroids are going to be useful. Let's say 41 out of every 100 asteroids are going to be useful in terms of being able to gather resources from them. 41 out of 100 at the 3.2 million kilometer mark, when we're again at the density we're going to get at 1.6. We drop down from 41% useful asteroids to like 7 out of 100 asteroids are going to be useful, and 93 out of 100 asteroids are going to be the Promethean ones, which we still need to expand ammo to shoot down. But yeah, the amount of the pure amount of metallic and oxidic and carbonic asteroids, the 3 resource asteroids which are going to spawn there, they're lower than what we now have on screen, and we still have to go up and like double the amount of asteroids. It is just going to be we're going to see only red after some point, only red. There's just not going to be any more colors on the screen. Everybody's going to identify themselves as a redhead, and the blondes, the brunettes, the blacks, the black hairs I should say, before that gets misinterpreted, they're just gonna go extinct and we're just gonna have only fiery fury redheads on the screen. Maybe this kind of shit is how the shattered planet got shattered in the first place. My theory is that we are already flying through the shattered planet's debris, because where else are all these asteroids coming from? We are just gonna, like, the Prometheum stuff is the heaviest, and so that stuff flies more around the core, and relative density is just gonna go up. But you know, at this rate, unless there's some, like, maybe we have found like black matter and negative pressure and all this kind of stuff, which keeps all the stuff from clumping up again back to a planet, because it's definitely at the density where gravitational collapse should be happening again. And if it's this kind of density over the course of like millions of kilometers, we probably should be looking at this stuff collapsing into a black hole or something, I suppose, realistically speaking. So yeah, I guess we have found the this is where like the dark energy or negative pressures, all those mysterious chunks of the universe which we haven't quite figured out yet how it works. Looks like we are discovering them as we speak. They're roaming around here, because this definitely would have collapsed into a black hole already a long time ago if it weren't for those things. CPU is gonna collapse into a black hole soon. You know, I should probably store the non-Prometheum asteroids instead of the Prometheum ones, but you know, in my mind this is now a dual function ship. It can either just go out a little bit, store 200k Prometheum asteroid chunks on the belt and just fly back to Norvis. Oh god, that actually scared me. Hello. You missed the launch of the ship basically. We are now over 1 million kilometers out. It's going well so far. The ship has started to slow down from 105 to roughly 80 kilometers a second now. Quickly switch on the gear for a sec. Yeah, about 80 kilometers a second, 1.1 million kilometers out. Asteroid density is about to go crazy. It's gonna double between 1.2 and 1.6 million kilometers out. That is where we're at the moment. And bit rates are going to hell. Everything is collapsing into a black hole except the shattered planet. We discovered negative pressure, negative densities, whatever, dark energy, you name it. All of those can be why this is still floating around, because it's not seeming to go at those kinds of velocities where... Actually, it's not true, it's moving pretty fast. Given that somehow the asteroids are all moving in perfect unison with our ship's speed. All the asteroids are going 75 kilometers a second, which is pretty fast even for asteroids. I think normally they go at like tens of kilometers a second. Is not unheard of, I suppose, for asteroids, but I think most of them go at like a single digit kilometers a second when they crash into the Earth's atmosphere. I know that single particles can go up way faster. I think the record was there's a part. Physicists are great at naming stuff. We have the WOW signal, which is our best candidate for a signal sent by aliens. It's just literally called the WOW signal because the guy who was on duty wrote WOW on the paper with the signal. And the fastest particle ever measured is called the oh my god particle. Oh my god, this particle goes so fast. It was going at 0.99999999999, a lot of nines, and then something percent of light speed. Which is, you should actually view that the other way. You should view that as being like so incredibly close to the maximum speed, and at like 0.000000001% from the absolute maximum speed, which mass cannot reach, or it will basically blow up the universe. Was so I think that single particle, I read, I don't know if this is true, don't quote me on this, I read it had like the kinetic energy of a baseball. A single particle, you know. If you remember science class, you can fit like 10 to the power of 23 particles in a couple grams of substance. Like that was the Avogadro's constant or something. 10 to the power of 23 particles, man. And one of those particles had the kinetic energy of a baseball. That is insane. I guess a baseball in motion. A baseball laying stationary doesn't have as much kinetic energy, but the avocado number, yeah. 9. the avocado constant, the number of particles in an avocado, approximately. I guess it's actually maybe an order of magnitude or two off, but it's still pretty close. The amount of particles in an avocado is probably about 10 to the 25 then, since an avocado is probably over 100 grams or so. Maybe just a single order of magnitude. 6 to 10 Avogadro's number is, or how is this dude called? 6 times 10 to the 23, but avocado's number is 6 times 10 to the power of 24, the number of particles in an averagely sized avocado. Alright, we're doing a lot of science tonight, because we don't have much else to do except watch the asteroids go boom. Let's actually check. I don't even know how many viewers are watching. I'm going to imagine, I'm not even going to look, I'm going to predict. Okay, so normally I have like It is Friday, right? It is Friday. So maybe on a good evening 100 viewers on Twitch, 150 on YouTube maybe. And then it's when I'm trying to work hard and make interesting content. Now we're just flying in this stupid spaceship blowing up asteroids for 24 hours straight. Now let me see how many people are watching this. Of course, twice the amount of people on Twitch and like 60% more people on YouTube. What are you doing? Come here when I make interesting videos, interesting content. But I know, just watching things go boom. There's a reason action movies are popular. Watching things go boom is just awesome. And in fact, I'm going to let you watch things go boom for a bit. I'm going to take a small break, probably make some new coffee, a toilet break, maybe eat something quickly. How do you hide the interface? Control Shift F4. You can hide the entire interface. So both on map view and in personal view, which is nice for these space flights because there's a lot of inventory clutter on the screen. A lot of visual clutter on the screen. But can we make enough ammo? Yeah, my strategy is basically to slow down the ship to match. I can produce 1000 rockets a minute on the ship if the asteroids are generous enough to give me the resources, which is going to be perhaps an issue later. We'll see about that. But I'm basically slowing down the ship so that we shoot only 1000 rockets a minute and the rest gets done by railguns. That is the strategy behind this ship. So far it's working well. As long as you see all the 3 types of asteroids chunks coming out of the sides, we're doing good. That means all the belts are full with asteroid chunks and all the stuff is producing. It has been that way since the beginning, because now there's a lot of asteroids, but there's also a lot of resource asteroids, so we can keep up with production. Speed will continue to drop though. We're down to 77 kilometers a second now, 75. 76, something like that. We started out at over 100 kilometers a second. So yeah, the faster we go, the more rockets per minute we spend. That is why we're slowing down the ship as a function of the rockets we have in stock, basically. So if we are spending more than we are producing, the rockets in stock go down. We started at 60k, we're down to 56 now probably. And then we basically we have a complicated formula which makes the speed, which calculates the speed the ship basically want the speed to go down as the rocket spandage goes up, so the rocket spandage goes down again, and we're sending that signal out to a pump which pumps the rocket fuel, the oxidizer and the fuel into the engines. That is how we are regulating the ship's speed. So theoretically we should be able to keep production and consumption constant because we are not varying. We are varying the speed of the ship instead of our rocket consumption. That is the goal. So this is our capped rocket production. I should switch off this one. This is our rocket production at the beginning when we were not consuming max yet. Then we started to consume max. This is when the ship started slowing down. Rocket production is maxed out and rocket consumption is actually also maxed out because we just keep going slower. If the asteroids get denser, we expand more rockets. So again, the ship's computer deletes another kilometer a second from the ship's maximum speed it should go at. How do you make coffee when you're out of coffee? I'm out of coffee in my thermal cup. I'm not out of coffee in my van. Basically, I can make more coffee. I just boil water, grind some beans, throw it in a filter, and there is more coffee. I think the CPU and the GPU will be fine because there's not much else going on in my base really. Actually, I could even just stop the Gleb and Science Explorer, send it to Fulgora, passenger present. So now we just will wait here forever. Since we disabled Gleba anyway, there's no reason to let this guy fly between planets. This thing is stationary, this thing is stationary, these are the space platforms which are stationary. Aquilo is actually producing. Aquilo is the only planet that's producing. We're producing science here. We have 12k in store. Fulgora is actually Fulgora is actually blocked up, which is fine, I suppose. We don't need anything anymore, so basically, yeah, we're out of storage facility for holmium, so everything is blocked at the holmium thing. We don't need anything anymore. We have hundreds of thousands of signs. We have everything in great supply. We're not sending anything up. We're not researching anymore. We don't have any purpose in life anymore. So this can just stay idle as well. It will use less UPS. Vulcanus has run out of coal, apparently. So it's no longer making signs either. Novice is a joke planet. It has been dead since 140 hours ago. And meanwhile, the biters have taken over. Nothing is moving on this planet for the last 140 hours. So yeah, basically everything is... not much is moving. The only thing that's moving is this ship. Of course, there's a ton of asteroids flying about. But yeah. No, perhaps I can just make a... I cannot make an updating one though. I could make just a small text box. It's smaller than this. We are 1.2 million out of 4.0 million kilometers traveled. Okay, now that goes off the screen, and make it smaller, just very small. Okay, that is readable, right? If I put a space in front of it. Behind it, it should probably, yeah, it has a little bit bigger hitbox. Alright, and if I don't, how does this look if I have the grid on? Oh, what the heck did I do there? Okay, let me check quickly in the overview. How does this look? Looks like I need to make it a little bit bigger actually. And it will nicely cover. I like this, it nicely covers the research button. Just make it match the box. Alright, then we'll move it down a bit. Oh, it probably will snap. Yeah, it will snap. Now it's slightly bigger. Come on, we can do it. Yeah. A little bit sensitive, are we? Alright. Yeah, there we go. Now I should look if it's correct. I think it's correct at the moment. Unfortunately, I cannot automatically update this text, so that is unfortunate. But that's alright, right? It's not like very obtrusive. And if I switch off the GUI, that is the whole purpose, because if I don't switch off the GUI you can still see it. But at least you can see an indication of how far the ship has come, which is all you can see when the key is on anyway. It's all the useful information which we have on here is basically this, and I guess the speed. And the meme weight is kind of funny, 3,200 tons, but yeah, the rest is kind of useless clutter. So like this, we still have an idea of approximately how far the ship is. We just need to manually update this. Holy cow, I saw Navis die in stream 2 or 3. Yeah, it's still dead. Actually, I can go to the Galaxy of Fame. We can look at that a little bit, why not? I hope it will keep rendering Factorio in the background. It's now in the browser. See if I can find my star. I got into the game pretty late, so my star is not near the center like all the other creators. There's somewhere out here. I do remember I posted my link somewhere, maybe it's in my history. Ah yeah, I find it. Right, I guess we can let the ship rip a little bit. Yeah, so it's really don't take that much processing power, I think. At least not yet. I mean, if you think about how many things are moving on belts in the regular game, this is more of a visual thing, I suppose, where each asteroid has to be rendered. Maybe we'll run into a problem at some point, we'll see. But we can afford to switch over to, if this works, the Galaxy of Fame on the Factorio website, which is actually this very game which we're playing. We reached the solar system edge in the last stream. So yeah, I titled it the same way I titled the stream. Comment, who needs Novice anyway? Why is the comment, who needs Novice anyway? Because we haven't played on Novice since the 20-hour mark. Basically what we did is we went to our first planet, Fulgora, where we have nothing. If you just look at spawn, we have nothing. We need to go all the way out here where our base is. Because we didn't have elevated rails, we had to transfer the ore with bots, which is completely unintended, the unintended way to do it here. But yeah, I didn't have purple signs, I didn't have Novice anymore shortly after. And we reset up all the sign specs here. We got blue signs, yellow, purple, red, green, and even military signs out here, as well as Fulgora's signs. And we ended up shipping the Vulcanus and Gleba signs and the Kilo signs to this planet, using the lab setup over there. So yeah, kind of funny. Right, actually the flashlight within A is also there. So this is what it looks like on the map. So it's kind of a weird spaceship. Also how it is cut off here is not very favorable. Let's call it that. Right. So let's go back to the game. Control Alt F. Okay, now we should be back, right? Yeah, we're back. I guess. Let's close the browser. Oh, space! Black space! There's a little patch of black space over there. I just happened to see that. So if you look here on the map, it's also still the same flashlight with an A. Is my accent really that bad that it sounds like a flashlight with not an A? I so like how these thrusters, they have the thrusters on the map animated, man. This is so funny. Yeah, it looks like one of those old style Mac lights, which basically this was like if you worked in security, but you weren't allowed to carry a weapon. You would just carry a Mac light, like one of these things. Those things were made of like heavy steel. They had like the heavy D batteries inside, like 4 or 5 pieces, and you could really knock someone out with those. So those were basically the weapon of choice of so-called quote-unquote unarmed security guards and police. This is definitely just a weapon. Blueprint for the ship. If there is a work in progress blueprint on my Discord, if this trip is successful, I will upload both this actual blueprint and a more generic blueprint. With that I mean this ship is just basically, I designed it around some stuff, but I designed it for instance with rare quality cargo base, but I also happened to roll some legendaries and some epic ones, so of course I used those. But you don't need to use those, so that's kind of the difference between the generic blueprint and this ship blueprint. The generic one is how it was designed with it has the same production on board, but just the cargo bay and yeah, it's basically a more default generalized version of the very specific configuration I'm using in this game. So it's gonna be on Discord after the fact. I posted the work in progress. I don't think you can reach the Shattered Planet with the work in progress version though. It still had too many flaws, including some where actually there was some lockups happening because I was you got the annoying byproduct stuff, right, from the asteroid crashing. I feed these into each other, which is a little bit dangerous to do, and without some proper wiring that could deadlock. It hasn't deadlocked since I wired it up though, so let's just pray it won't ever deadlock, especially not when I go to sleep, because that will, if 3 out of the 4 explosive factories deadlock, then it's gonna be all over. I think it's time to make another save actually. Let's do that 1.22 million kilometers out. We're just gonna keep it at the case. 1221k out. And I just cannot get myself to go on a break. I just keep, okay, just quickly this, just quickly that. Oh, some new chat I need to reply. Let's look at this, some chat which I need to reply to. Ah yeah, okay, maybe it was made out of aluminium. I just remember it as a kid, it was just insanely heavy. But those batteries are definitely not made out of aluminum. Still catching up on the VODs from YouTube. They're still on Vulcanus as far as I'm concerned. This stream may contain some spoilers for the later planets. Yes, we will obviously won't look at asteroids for 24 hours. We just go over the ship design, go over the planets a bit from time to time, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we will have some spoilers. How did you get so many holmium? Basically, just keep producing for a long time. I'm always out and want more. If you're out, you probably just need to the key on. Here we go again. There goes my brake. The key on Fulgora is just to keep on recycling everything else away. So in order to get holmium, you get those other 12 products for free with it, and you don't have a choice. So if you want to keep producing holmium, you have to keep either consuming or recycling away. I just recycle away all stuff into nothing. As soon as everything which uses it is done with the resource, I have for all of the 12 resources, even for the expensive ones like blue chips and low densities, it just gets recycled away into nothing. Basically plastic recycles into each other, into nothing. So if you get rid of every other of the 11 resources, chromium production will keep on going. The only resource which I'm not recycling into nothing is holmium ore. I've just been storing that into chests. I've got like, I don't know, let's see, 216,000 holmium ore stored into chests, according, together with these 230,000 science packs. So yeah, I wanted to keep this just going all the time. I'm fine with it being deadlocked now. I could just let the bots build some inserters here or put some more chests to the end of this, but I'm not gonna do it. Let's save some UPS for perhaps the later part of the journey. Okay with spoilers, no more involved, made me buy the game. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, it is very satisfying in the railguns as well. I'm gonna... are the sounds on default again? Sounds are on default. Right. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on a break. Let's put the music up a little bit. A new song is starting. Oh, this is the Dream Theater-like song. Sounds a little bit like the intro to Octavarium. Anyway, enjoy the show for a bit. I won't be zooming and moving around constantly. Let's just have the explosions on in the background for a little bit. I'm gonna go take a short break. And yeah, I'll be back after like a couple handfuls of minutes. So enjoy the explosions. I'll see you soon. Isabella is at it again with the alert sound prank. Maybe I should just make that cost a little bit more than like 2 channel points or whatever it is. Or it's bits, I guess. But then again, people also often use it to alert me on that I did something wrong. I rotated the belt or an inserter wrong, I forgot to hook something up, or so yeah, let's just keep it like that. How many freedom units? Football fields is way too close to metric system to convert that distance. You should probably ask something like, how many elephants can you line up head to tail to cover the distance to the shattered planet? That sounds a lot more like freedom, like freedom units. That big asteroid has the weight of 4 medium-sized corgis, something like that. They always have the weirdest units. Americans will use anything but the metric system. An asteroid the size and weight of 4 washing machines has landed in Michigan State this morning. I guess it kind of makes sense, though. You can relate to... Well, you can relate to that one, but 4 elephants, why? I don't know. Thousandths of an inch. It's like metric but wrong. I think they use this a lot in like metalworking, right? I think they shorten it to like tau, like 5 tau, which means like 5 thousandths of an inch. But yeah, it should totally be like 5/1193 of an inch, something like that. roughly 2/3 of a million elephants. 4 million kilometers. The American food is freakishly large as an actual food. I think that the base of it all is like barley coins, right? 3 grains of barley coins or something, 3 or 4 of those make an inch, if I remember correct. But yeah, barley corns are not at all similarly shaped and sized, so the whole base of the system is already a little bit I often in videos on purpose use stuff like centi-inches and whatnot, just to trigger some people. I mean, some American units have some purpose, like Fahrenheit. I mean, Fahrenheit is a great scale to use for the weather, I suppose. People say if it's 0 Fahrenheit, it's like extremely cold, and if it's 100, it's extremely hot. I don't know, it's nice and all, but you know, if it's near 0 degrees Celsius, I know I should watch out for slippery roads outside. You know, you don't really get that with. Okay, and because water freezing, the freezing point of water is actually quite important even in everyday life, like when you drive out on the roads and whatnot, and what type of weather you can expect and all that kind of stuff. One degree Celsius is a lot. I disagree. If you are out there and you can tell me to 1 degree Celsius accuracy what the temperature is, that is very impressive. 1 degree Celsius is not a lot. Do you feel the difference if it's 21 degrees Celsius or 22 degrees Celsius out there? No, you cannot tell this. There's no way. speed. Let's check the speed real quick. We have dropped down to 69 kilometers a second. Nice. That warrants the opening of this guy. It's not a coffee, it's something better. That got probably filtered out by the filters. The background filters. I mean, I guess it's just what you're used to, really. I know when it's we have like a nice temperature to just go outside is 20 to 25, 25 to 30 is pretty hot, over 30 is mostly too hot to do any activities if you're exposed to the sun directly. So it's not really that difficult or anything. It is just as clear as if it's 0 it's very cold, if it's 100 it's really hot. Okay, but what if it's 67? How is that on that scale? If you just say extremely hot, extremely cold, extremely hot, I don't really know what to expect. I guess it's like, it sounds to me like you probably should be on the edge of where you wear a t-shirt outside or a light coat when it's 67 degrees Fahrenheit, but I have no idea. 50 Celsius does almost not exist on the surface of the planet except in some extremely specific days in spaces like Death Valley and all that kind of stuff. 67 just about perfect. Alright, so 67 jeans and a t-shirt. So what is the freezing point then? Is around 30 or something? Around 30 Fahrenheit, 30. 32, alright. Why 67, why not 16? Alright, and 69 is then, I think like, then I can calculate 69 degrees Fahrenheit is. So I know it's roughly 0.6 Fahrenheit to the degree. The difference is 37 divided by 6 divided by 10 times 6. 0.7. That's about 22 degrees Celsius. Yeah, 69 degrees. Okay, officially. I didn't think I would say this at the start of this discussion. Fahrenheit is a better scale because 69 degrees is a nice temperature. Hey, iceberg. Even coming out of lurking to say the lol. Alright, American temperature better. 69 degrees. Nice. Let's go out in a t-shirt on some walk in the gentle sun without burning your behind. Can confirm 69 degrees is perfect. Yeah, I mean, I'm a die-hard European metric guy, but even I cannot go up against the power of 69 degrees being the perfect temperature. Yeah, win there, but I think that's the only win we're going to get in terms of units though. Yeah, I know the crossover point is at minus 40 degrees and is the actual, so it's like And 32 is freezing, right? So it's 72 degrees Fahrenheit between minus 40 Celsius and freezing. So 72 in the space of 40. It should be easy. Divide by 8, I suppose. Degrees to cover 40 Celsius, so it should be more than 12. How much Celsius is? It's like 0.5 over 9 or something. How much Celsius is 1 Fahrenheit? What's the conversion rate? 5 over 9? Sounds wrong. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit annoying to measure like astronomical distances in mega furlongs or something. Ah, it's like times 9/5. Okay, this not 5 over 9, but 9 over 5. Ah, that is where the confusion came in. Right. 9 over 5. Ah, no, then it's right. Then it's 5 over 9 the other way. Alright, nice. It's actually a clear sky out here. I was just outside on the break and I looked up and nice empty universe with just a bunch of nearby, relatively speaking, stars, and for the rest total blackness. Nothing at all like what is going. The sound. I don't wear my headphones. Oh, sorry about that. Everything is way too loud, probably, or at least the music. I don't even know if a track is playing. Let's switch off the wind again, the constant background noise. Then we do it again because we reset the default. Alright, sorry about that. Let's put it back on. I guess I should already update to 1.3. Yeah, or 1 point over 1 point. Over 1.2 now. It is already optimistically updated to 1.4 because I will forget to update it anyway. Right, we're at 1.4-ish kilometers, plus or minus 100k. That's close enough. I believe there was one time a very notable failure in one of the one hell of expensive space mission, because there was a conversion error was made, or was, if I remember correctly, it was forgotten to be made. Some imperial unit was interpreted as to be a metric, as that's the standard for scientific stuff. And it turned out to be very wrong, and the whole mission failed because of that. I don't remember the exact details, but it was a pretty expensive mistake. The mission was the Mars Climate Orbiter. Oh. Yeah, it was not something involving astronauts. Fortunately, nobody died because of it, as far as I know. Maybe the person who did it died of shame. person responsible died of shame, perhaps, but it was not the Hubble Space Telescope. That thing had a different thing, something like I don't know if that is just an anecdote, but something like a fly sitting on top of something, and that altered the curvature at which it was cut, and it was slightly the images were slightly unclear because of that, and then they somehow fixed it by sending up a whole effing pair of glasses. Basically they put a pair of glasses on the Hubble Space Telescope, and then it just worked. It's insane that they got that done. It's literally insane. I mean, how do you even, I don't know. It was not designed to have glasses, but they put glasses on the Hubble Space Telescope so accurately, so precisely, without it being designed for it, that it just worked for all these years. It's incredible. Ah yeah, you got the fluid ounces and the normal ounces, right? Can I see your ammo production on the ship? Do you mean the statistics, or do you mean like the actual production going on? Yeah, if the JWST breaks, it's pretty much game over. It's just, I guess it's not too far out, but it kinda is too far out to do something about it. The Hubble was in orbit of the Earth, right? Whereas the James Webb Space Telescope is sitting really far at one of the Lagrange points between the Earth and the Sun. Maybe no, on the other side, probably on the other side, with the Earth between the. Probably, I don't actually know. Probably it's sitting with the Sun out of its side, right? That would make more sense. Ah, the layout of production. Yeah, okay. That's. I guess I need to alter the volume again. First, I need to enable the GUI again. Why is not 1.4? Okay, actually, we're in the part where the asteroid density is doubling between 1.2 and 1.6 million kilometers. It's set out to double. Okay, first let's switch off the sound, or let's diminish the sound again. The explosions, man. I already diminished the explosion sound in the secret settings menu, but still the zooming effect is still way too large. Did I do it right? Because I'm not wearing headphones at the moment. Yeah, game effects, alright. I'm standing right here, that's so good. Look at all the asteroid chunks, man. That is very funny. That's a lot of chunks. Okay, we were going to look at the weapon, the layout on the ship. Okay, this was not an easy ship to make, so I didn't just shake this ship out of my sleeve, as we like to say in the Netherlands. This took a lot of hard work. I think I spent 2.5 total streams on it, which is like 15 hours, and then I spent a lot of time tinkering with the exact specification of modules and production speeds and whatnot, probably for another 10 to 15 hours off stream. So I think over 40 hours of work went into designing the spaceship. Let's hope it works. It would be nice if it works on the first try. So far so good, but let's not count this as a victory just yet. The hard part is yet to come. The hard part, beyond 2.4 million kilometers, it's gonna get hard, I think. That is the place where things really start to dry up a lot in terms of resource asteroids spawning in. Alright, so what is my ammo production? Basically it's based around explosives. I realized just in time I should switch over to explosive rockets. Before I just had this guy making explosives for both normal rockets and the railgun shells, but then I needed to switch over to explosive rockets, which basically doubled almost my demand for explosives, which is how we end up copying this setup another time over here. And that is how the ship ended up from laid out pretty spacey. I was gonna give myself a lot of space on this ship to build, but well, you can see how that turned out. There is not a lot of empty space left at all. So yeah, basically I doubled the explosives. I could rotate it and fit it in here. that kind of messed with the belt routing a lot, so I had to do like triple belt weaving here to go past the quadruple belt weaving here and all that kind of nonsense. So yeah, all of the basically most of the carbonic asteroids go into here. Half of them go into coal synthesis to make coal, and then the other half, then the rest of the carbon is going with sulfur into explosives, and those are basically the basis of the ammo chain. They are used both for normal rockets, for railgun shells, and for explosive rockets. Right, so the explosives go onto this belt over here. They go down through here. We need to turn this way, but we just cannot. We just cannot turn that way because we cannot fit an underground belt here because we are reading this belt. So this has to go all the way through here. We cannot turn around here, so it has to go all the way through here. Then it goes back with an underground belt, and then finally it can make an actual belt turn and turn this way. So yeah, now we go this way. It goes with a green underground belt under a blue underground belt. Then it goes into a red underground belt. And finally it comes out over here where it is prioritized to go to normal rockets. And that is because we've got second explosive things down here, so we can prioritize this here all day long. The rest goes on this belt. It joins up with steel. I'm going to go over this belt in a bit, but explosive just joins steel. These guys can grab it. At that point half of the explosives are gone, so we can join this belt of explosives up there. Basically a copy of what is going on up there, and that provides the explosives for these railgun shells, as well as joining up with the rockets, which just come through the railgun shell build, beating up with explosives over here. And we are grabbing explosives and rockets from this belt, except for the last one. That one grabs explosives out of here because this does not create enough explosives for all the railgun shells and this thing simultaneously. So that is how the explosives thing works. And then basically we put foundries on here with productivity bonus, 50% productivity bonus and everything, modules everything up to reach the required speeds. Just like take this one as an example, 0.5 railgun shells per second needs 2.5 steel per second. We have 8 of those, so that's 20 steel a second. We can produce 20.8 steel per second, so we really like calibrated this to the max. Same for rockets. Rockets need iron. How much? 8.8 iron a second. We produce 18.2 iron a second, so barely a little bit more. Then the steel together, 417 molten steel for the steel. 417 molten iron for the steel, together with 121 molten iron for the iron plates, is a total molten iron demand of 538. So this thing can produce more than 538 molten iron a second. It is kind of oversped right now because this beacon used to be weaker, but now it's not because the steel thing had to go outside, everything had to go up, blah 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 blah. Same for copper. How much copper cable? 40-ish. We can make 46. So everything has kind of been fine-tuned to that degree. We've got the fuel production on the right bottom and the storage area on the left bottom of the ship. So that is different. So here we've got these ice asteroids. They actually go through to the other side. So those can also reach the fuel production. We try to prioritize fuel production because if we run out of fuel, the ship stops and we get smashed by literally shifting asteroids. They just cut through our ship at all different angles at the same time. So that basically is the ammo production on board. It is really just railgun shell, rockets and explosive rockets, then supply those with explosive, then make enough copper and steel to supply the other ingredients, and that's all production there is on board. There's nothing else. Just ammo production. Just ammo production and fuel production on board. That's all there is to it. Science production can be ignored because we're not using it. And then it's just routing the asteroids, which is the difficult part. So yeah, that is basically what's going on the ship. So I think now we can zoom out again. Sounds back to normal volume, except the wind, because the wind is annoying. For 24 hours during a stream, constant background static. It's good, I put the pipes there because keep walking forward into the line of fire of my railgun shells, which will not end very well. Let's make a save because it's been a while. 1, 3, 6, 7k out. Alright, not a bad result. How long have we been going for? Let's check the kill count. We should see, so we can actually see the density of the relative density of the 4 huge asteroid chunks in this graph after the fact. You can see it all has started to, at least the prometheums have started to rise sharply, and the metallic ones with it as well. I suppose the oxidic and the carbons have to rise up as well at some point. Those are projected to rise up, at least, if I'm not mistaken. So if we highlight the carbonic... Okay, the carbonic is actually going to stay fairly stable. It already was pretty high, around 1.2 million out, at 125 per minute, or per M, whatever it's supposed to stand for. Now indeed the metallics are going up very hard, and the prometheums are going up very hard, whereas the other two go up slightly. After 1.6 million though, the carbonics are gonna drop down a lot, and then we're gonna lose a lot of speed, I suppose. Right, and the metallics are gonna drop off as well, and the ice are gonna drop off as well. So here we're gonna hit our first real resource dip, not drip, our first real resource dip at around 2 million kilometers. That's just a warm-up session though, because at 2.6 million kilometers we have the worst resource dip of them all, with only 30 huge carbonic asteroid chunks a minute, compared to like 600 other asteroid chunks a minute. And we rely on carbonic, the explosives are pure carbonic asteroids. Yeah, there's no other ingredient in explosives except carbonic asteroids, so we rely on those to make the explosives we need, which is why this choke point is such a problem, especially with this many other asteroids being around. After that it goes up slightly again from 30 to 50, but then it drops off again, and everything drops off at the end. At the last 800,000 to 1 million kilometer, everything just drops off except promethium. It's gonna be, I think we need to go slow around this area, just really stock up rockets to the maximum, and then just keep going slow all the way out to try to sustain production at a maximum value. Basically we're going to change strategy. Instead of letting the speed control go automatic, we're just going to go as fast as that we can still throw away all 3 asteroid types out of the site, if we can keep doing that. So that basically means if we go faster than, or if we go too slow, then not all production will work because we grab too few asteroids. So that won't kill us, it will still be a net positive, but we can go faster. We can go as fast as that we don't throw away the rarest asteroid which we encounter. So I guess that's going to be carbonic, and the second great carbonic dip. It's going to be, we're going to go as fast as we can keep our carbonics belt filled up without throwing away any carbonic chunks, and hopefully we can keep our rocket stashes high, because I have a feeling we're going to need that until the end. I got 60,000 explosive rockets on board, but you can see just in this first part of the trip, which is the relatively fast part, and the part where we need the fewest rockets per distance traveled, we have already spent 240,000 rockets, which is 4 times the amount I can store on my ship. And we have spent like 8 times the amount of railgun shells I can store on my ship. So ammo storage is really only a minor factor, whereas yeah, you need to keep up with ammo production on your ship, because if you don't, you just physically cannot store enough ammo on your ship to rely on stored ammo as you can do in the inner solar system for the interplanetary travels and whatnot. You cannot do it. You need to have live ammo production on board at the same rate as you are expanding it, or you will simply die. Okay, I say there is no way, but actually there is a way. You know, There is a way to store enough ammo on board of these ships if you don't put just Prometheum asteroids on these belts. I could have stored probably if there's if there fit 200,000 Prometheum asteroids on there, that could have been 800,000 rockets, I suppose. But yeah, we are not using it for that. So yeah, that's man, it's really getting denser now. 1.4. So it's still going to get a lot denser. I guess we're just going to keep the map view screen out with the key turned off a bit, and I can read a little bit more chat. Oh, I did a lot of zooming again while the sound was on full volume. Sorry about that, I'm still not wearing headphones. Alright, let it go for a bit. So you have enough rockets for about an hour. It kind of depends. If I was going at full speed, I would have rockets. I would run out of rockets before half an hour had passed. I'm pretty sure of that. I know the railguns are kind of weird. The more targets they have to choose from, in general, they spend more time like having analysis paralysis about which asteroid they should shoot, and they just don't shoot. So it's a little bit weird. When we give them less targets to choose from, they function better. So I did some staggered prioritization with some ignoring involved, which yielded the best results and tests. So that's what I'm using right now. Yeah, the faster we go, the more targets they have, the more they don't shoot. It's really weird. I don't have, no, the consumption rate of rockets is not 430 a minute. So that is just over a 10-hour period, and we have just averaged over 10 hours, of which 7 hours were 0 ammo consumption a minute. The average rocket consumption on this ship now is 1100 a minute, and it is 1100 a minute because we slow down the ship with a speed controller to keep rocket consumption at roughly 1100 a minute. So if we expand more rockets because of going too fast, the ship slows down automatically until consumption is roughly 1100 a minute again, roughly matching the maximum production rate. Ah yeah, I guess so, yeah. Each shot of the railgun shells shoots a little bit more, but in general they shoot a little bit less often. So yeah, we're still using more rockets per distance. We need to slow down the ship as we go along. Science packs can be stored in the cargo hubs again. So the belt storage only makes sense for items with low stack counts, like asteroid chunks which stack to 1, or railgun shells which stack to 4. But for science packs which stack to 200, it doesn't really make sense to store it on belts, as a single legendary cargo bay could store 10,000 science packs. I guess a stacked belt could do about 2,000 in that same space. So with a stack size of 40, I suppose, yeah, with a stack size of 40, the belt weaving and legendary cargo bays are equivalent in terms of items stored per tile. But yeah, for railguns and asteroid chunks, those stack to 10 and 1 respectively, so it makes sense to store those on belts. But science looks like it's about 5 times as easy to store in the intended cargo base compared to just storing it on belts like we do with the stuff. Maybe I should enable autosaves for when I go sleep. I will go sleep because I'm a lazy streamer. Not yet though. I guess we can set it in settings. Other autosave interval. Can you set how many saves are kept? There's not really an interface thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really anywhere, I suppose. Alright. I think what I'll do then, since the game by default keeps 3 autosaves, I think you can expand that, but I don't know how. Maybe you need to go into, maybe I can do it like with the secret settings. Ah yeah, autosave slots. So if you press Control Shift Settings, you get the secret settings menu and you can increase the autosave slot. So I'm not going to sleep for 9 hours, but let's set it to 9. I almost clicked exit. And then I suppose we'll set autosaves to every hour or so. In this stream, it won't be annoying to have the autosave come in. But in general, for video recording on YouTube and regular streams, I don't like it. I make plenty of saves by myself. This is save number 404. Not really, because there's a lot of 404s and a lot of 401s, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So yeah, I make plenty of saves for myself. We're at 1406. But yeah, when I go to sleep and the game crashes after 5 hours or so, at least we can just start up again from an autosave. So that's a good exception to my rule, I suppose. Yeah, that is why there are so many saves of 401 and up to 404. I thought 404 was a good save number to try this journey to the Shattered Planet. Alright, I did not read a lot of chat due to the going over the ammo design, so I'll just take a little bit of time to catch up. It's an L2, which means the Earth is between it and the Sun. Yeah, basically the L2 point is a point in space. If you put stuff there, it orbits with the same angular velocity around the Sun than the Earth, which basically means if you draw a line from the center of the Sun through the Earth, it will also meet that L2 point, and the telescope will basically keep that point even as the Earth rotates around the Sun. The Earth will stay between the telescope and the Sun, which is good because I guess the light of the nearby star, which is the Sun, is better blocked off when you want to do like super precise 14 billion year old, when you want to catch 14 billion year old severely redshifted light from the beginning of the universe. What's the warning? Okay, was there a warning? Okay, am I blind? Let's read the warning, because warnings are not to be taken lightly in Factorio. Warning. Just warning. Don't change these things if you don't know what you're doing. Most of these are not validated. So this is basically just ignore like a IKEA user manual. Just ignore it, do it wrong, do it wrong again, then finally in despair look at the manual and do it wrong again. Alright, so the game won't blow up if I enable 9 autosaves. That is good to know. Okay, that is very much the wrong hotkey. Control Shift F3, that was Control Shift F4 was the one we were trying to get. Okay, this is interesting though. Okay, let's not go into that too much. Control Shift F3 if you want to explore that for yourself. I just want to turn off the GUI. Again, we're 1.415 million kilometers out. It's actually not going too bad. We're still going, I thought we would slow down to a crawl much sooner. What is the status on the rocket count? 53,800. That means we lost about 6,000 rockets since the beginning of the trip, which is fine. We won't be able to gain those back, because if we gain those back, speed will go up again, which will increase our rocket spandage, so it will go down again automatically. It also won't go down beyond the speed it absolutely needs, because then we, if we go down, then we would, in speed, then we would consume less rockets, but we would still produce enough rockets, so speed would go up again. So it's really staying nicely balanced to the asteroid density which we face, which is nice. That actually, I'm really proud of that part of the ship. It works really well. Man, look at this. This is just sorry about that. I was probably way too loud again. Still not wearing headphones. I'm impressed that you have such a small factory to do this trip. It's not really that big even. Do you mean the ship on, or the factory on the ship? Or the factories are used to get through the game? Because yeah, I looked at some I didn't look at footage yet or something from other people, but I did look in the Galaxy of Fame. You can click on some stars and see other people's bases which they use to complete the game, and most of them have like truly massive bases, man. And compared to that, I just have like really tiny bases everywhere. Novis is abandoned. Fulgora is just one island with one resource patch brought over by bots. Vulcanus is a small mall to make military stuff, which we used to take out of first Demolisher and then ignored. Then we just made the science packs from like 10 different buildings maximum or something. Gleba is Gleba though, but even Gleba is still quite small. And Aquilo is also as small as it could be. Like Aquilo bases were not pretty large in general, and other people's saves either. But all the other bases were like orders of magnitude larger than what I had to make. I'm not looking at content makers, I'm just clicked on random stars in the Galaxy of Fame, which supposedly is random people who have played the game. The factory itself, most of the flashlight is just storage. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of belt weaving going on the ship. That kind of saves a bunch of space. I did go through the spaceship design earlier. Were you here already when we just went through the spaceship design, or did you miss that part? I just looked where I said stuff like the basis of my design was the railgun shell production with a squat woven belt which cannot really rotate without using a lot of space. So this is the fixed distance of those railgun ammo assemblers from the railguns, and then we just designed the rest around that, basically trying to keep the shape tapering in a bit to get rid of those to not have too much threat from those shifty asteroids which don't follow the path most traveled. These are the adventurous asteroids which, you know, go into new areas. And this is why I have laser turrets at the back, because sometimes a small or a medium asteroid comes in which could wreck a part of the ship at the back here, but we can usually easily take this out with laser turrets because it's just a single one. We've got a couple one staggered, they are not coming they don't come in at too steep of an angle. So yeah, we're gonna get this guy firing, this guy will fire at that one, and they're gone. So yeah, all of these asteroids which get blown up get a little bit of random momentum in a different direction, a small amount of momentum in a random direction added to their velocity, which could lead to some of these asteroids coming in a bit later on. The asteroid density is really getting out of hand right now. How much science can you make from the belt buffer? Without productivity modules, I guess 25 asteroids convert into 10 science, which basically means like 40%. So looks like a full belt is good for approximately 60 to 65,000 science packs without productivity, but obviously you're going to use productivity. If you use the legendary Mark III productivity modules, you're going to get twice that amount, which basically means what does it mean? It basically means 20. We make it a bit more. We have 210,000 or so Prometheum asteroid chunks on board, and with 300% productivity, which is obtainable with 8 legendary productivity modules. I mean, I didn't make those because I'm not making science, but it is possible to put legendary modules in here, and the legendary modules have 25% each, so that's like 200% extra. 200% extra means we get 30 science packs out of 25 chunks, so it's 20% more, so 200, like a 250,000 science. These Prometheum asteroids can convert into a 250,000 science packs with the legendary productivity modules, and then with the biolabs. And where are the biolabs? Those are not it. These are it. The biolabs have a science pack drain of 50% and another 4 module slots, so those can do again a factor of 4 increase in that. So that's basically 1,000,000 science packs worth of researched science if you have legendary productivity modules in the science assemblers as well as in the biolabs. And that is even before taking into account this infinite and very cheap, I might add. I mean, that's like 10% per level of research productivity, and it just goes up very, very slowly. So yeah, it's very plausible to get, like, I suppose you could fairly easily get to a couple million science per trip, a couple million science packs of research technology per trip with our full Prometheum belt here. So it's absolutely insane. Basically, that's the short version. An absolutely insane amount. What's the speed of the ship? It is currently 60. See if we go from 58 to 64. So like 61 kilometers a second. We have slowed down to 61 kilometers a second, which means we still should be above 55,000 rockets, I suppose. No, 53,000 rockets. Okay, something in my Excel is maybe I just yeah, I think I just have a value set differently in the game compared to what I have in Excel. This is set to 20 in the game. Ah, yeah. So at 55,000 we should be going 65 kilometers a second, At 50,000 we will have slowed down to 51 kilometers a second. Now we're going at 61, so we're slightly below 50,000 rockets, which makes sense, I suppose. I'm gonna reset this value back to how it's supposed to be though, if I have my GI available. So this is basically representing the minimum speed I want the ship to go at. I'm gonna set that to 23. That means as soon as the speed drops below 23, the thrusters are gonna fire. That will push the speed up to 27 or so, and then it will fall again back to 23, etc. So the average speed is gonna be 25, which is about 2 kilometers a second higher than the value I set in here. And I measured 25 kilometers a second in my tests to be the closest shapes I want to have with these shifty asteroids. At 20 kilometers a second they really like still exactly missed the ship, but I don't want to trust a very low sample size of shifty asteroids in this matter. So my minimum speed is going to be 25. That means we're going to go faster a little bit again for a little bit, and we should see a bump in rocket consumption then. How is railgun shells doing? Railgun shells is pretty stable at about 300-ish per minute. Over the last hour it's the same because we have been going. Okay, I don't really see the increase. Actually, we do see an increase. It was it's a little bit higher on average. Alright. It should be good though. The speed of the ship should slow down quickly enough again to I guess 61 kilometers a second, because that is the area where we are expanding as much rockets as we produce, roughly speaking. At what speed are you just going through solid rock and basically have a mining drill? I say we're about there. There is no more blackness of, almost no more blackness of space visible in the big asteroid part, and well, there is still a little bit of blackness visible above here, but yeah, it's not really all that much. You can see how many asteroids were thrown off of the ship again. It's really insane. The amount of resource asteroids is also going up together with the amount of Prometheum asteroids until 1.6 million kilometers. Then resource asteroids are starting to drop off sharply, whereas the useless Prometheums will increase. So that is probably where we are going to stop having an abundance of resources which you can just throw off the side of a ship at will, and we will have to do some strategic setting of resources here. The planet shattering is what caused the engineer's ship to crash on Norvis in the first place. That's pretty possible. Let me keep this on here and switch off the gear again. I think we're 1.5 million kilometers out now. What is the ETA? How long can I sleep for? Probably a long time. You can sleep for a long time. In fact, I will be going to bed as well at some point, and I'm going to sleep for an hour or 6 or so. A rough projected finish time is 7 o'clock CET tomorrow evening, which is roughly 18 hours from now, but it could be in 12 hours. It could also be in 24 hours from now. Still, I have no idea. It kind of depends on how the asteroid, what we need to do in order to keep the ship afloat. Is it gonna be purely dependent on rocket spendage, or do we need to slow down even further to stash up rockets at some point, or do we get into trouble with resources? Do we need to redesign the ship while it's flying at some point? I don't know. What's our UPS looking like? Just 60 UPS. I don't see any hiccups here. Okay, I guess I can put it on screen real quick. That's the first one. So yeah, we just have UPS 60. Actually, FPS is been down to 40 due to all of the asteroids, I suppose. I think if I go zoom in, it'll go up to 60 again. So UPS is at UPS is at 60, but FPS is lower, which is fine. The stream is in 30 FPS anyway, I think. Right, now I need to get that off the screen. Alright, yeah, there we go. I'm not producing any Biter-X just yet. This is just basically a theoretical experiment ship in terms of the Prometheum asteroid storage. Biter-X production doesn't seem so difficult, so I mean, the intended way is to load the Biter-X on board, and then you have 30 minutes to get out to the Prometheum fields and convert those Biter-X into science before you bring it back to Norvis. This ship kinda circumvents that mechanic by basically first go collecting the uncollectible Prometheum chunks. They're supposed to be as hard to collect as possible, but we kinda circumvent that with the quadruple belt weaving tail end of this ship, which can hold 200,000 of those asteroids. And then we can bring them back to Norvis. I don't know, I think for my first attempt at making Prometheum science, I'm just gonna use this ship. First of all, I have this ship now, and second of all, it is a much safer way to make the Prometheum science, and it's gotta be sent back to Norvis anyway, I suppose. In my case, Fulgora, because my base is there, but for most people it would be Norvis, because I mean, if you're smart, you use biolabs when science gets expensive, and I should too. But I've just been too stubborn to reclaim Norvis for the entire game, so my base is on Fulgora. The storage of the asteroids does not consume any significant number of UPS. It's just going to be full compressed belts on which items are not moving. All the belts are backed up, no items are moving. So these don't consume much. This does consume a lot of video memory, I suppose, because each of these asteroids and explosions and shatterings and chunks have to be drawn individually, and there's a lot of stuff to draw on the screen at the moment. Why didn't just extend the ship? Because we have the problem of shifting asteroids. So some of these asteroids, they have some sideways momentum, and we need to make sure those keep missing the ships, and if we make it longer, eventually those would just start hitting the ship. So I didn't really puzzle out the length in any sort of way. I just went with 200,000 would be a nice amount. So initially I had like 40,000 or something, just a short chunk. Now it's like 200,000. Should have cut us off really for reaching the shattered planet, because it's a liability. We don't need this entire part of the ship. We should just have the thrusters close by, and then we would not be in danger of those shifty asteroids. But no, I have to do it this way, so here we are. Thanks Redux for the Prime subscription. Third month already, nice. Sorry if I missed somebody, because I'm not wearing my headphones to give my ears a break from the constant onslaught. So I haven't heard the alert sound for that. How much ammo production could I have fitted in the back of the ship? Well, the equation is not just ammo production, it's also a collection of chunks. And I guess I could make the ship wider, but then we would also be shooting more asteroids. So I think I've got the maximum density of asteroid collectors on here, since I basically just alternate railguns, which seem to be very necessary, with asteroid collectors, and both of those need to be on the front of the ship. The asteroid collectors simply cannot be placed on not the front of the ship, and the railguns will simply shoot anything that is in front of them, even if slightly. So we have a perfectly aligned front with just asteroid collectors alternated with railguns. So I guess we're collecting the maximum amount of asteroids we can. Apparently, given by the amount of asteroids coming out of the sides, at this point in time, which is kind of in the richest part of the trip in terms of resource availability, but at this point in time we probably could, I don't know, double double weapon production, I suppose. But later on, asteroids are going to be very scarce, and I think the limiting factor is going to shift from having infinite asteroids and having the limit be like ammo production. I think the limiting factor is going to be the speed at which we can take in asteroid chunks and the availability of those asteroid chunks. I think that is going to limit the more difficult and second half of this journey. Beyond the 2 or 2.5 million kilometer mark, we're going to struggle for resources, as this nice wash of colors is going to turn like all red if we are to believe the space map, which shows the relative asteroid densities. Right now we're here, so you can see resource asteroids still pretty present. Prometheum is the most present one, but resource is still pretty present. Here resource is near nothing, and Prometheum is double, basically double of what it already currently is. So we're gonna be struggling for resources later out, and that means, since the asteroid collectors are on the front of the ship anyway, and the collectors which are not on the front of the ship don't really do that much. They do a bit, but especially further down they don't do as much. I think more ammo production would not really matter that much in the capability to produce more ammo would not really matter that much later on in the flight, since we cannot get the asteroids to keep ammo production at such speeds anyway. I'm not entirely sure though, this is just my hunch. I may be completely wrong about this, so don't take this for gospel. How do you deal with the huge one coming at 45-degree angle? They don't. They only come at 45-degree angle if you really go very slow, and in fact they come from every angle if you have stopped. So, but we are not stopping. This ship is designed to move, and it will keep moving, hopefully. 1.5 million kilometers, woohoo! We're officially no, actually not 30%. We are more than 30% in. Well, okay, like 37.5% or something, I suppose. I thought it was a nice round number, but it's not. We need 1.6 million kilometers to be 40% in the way of the journey. Man, this it is absolutely insane what's going on here on the screen. Right, we have already surpassed the thumbnail of the stream, so that's at least nice. I tried to make the thumbnail from a relatively early part in the journey, so we wouldn't get too spoiled. with what was about to happen. We are at 1.5 million kilometers. I set the text to 1.5, so that is good. At the end, when you're struggling for resources, the resource asteroids are still around over double any other space travel. Yeah, that may be true, but we also need to destroy like 100 times more asteroids than you would encounter on any other space travel. So that equation kinda needs to take that fact, this fact into account as well. That, I mean, this is not a normal density of asteroids on any normal space trip. I mean, there is more asteroids on the screen right now than you would encounter in an entire playthrough of Factorio Space Age to just reach the solar system edge, I suppose. So that is not really going to fly without context. Yeah, the highest density elsewhere is indeed like 17 a minute just before you reach the solar system edge. But yeah, you hardly need to shoot there, man. You don't need to spend any ammo. I was shooting like tens of rockets per minute instead of 1000, which I am now. Ah, right, the huge ones, yeah, okay, the huge ones, they can spawn 45-degree ones, but we have rocket turrets on the side, which extend beyond the range of the railguns. The railguns shoot up to here, so the rocket turrets can deal with anything, like on the side here, which is big or medium. They will shoot it on the passing, and sometimes a medium asteroid still gets pummeled towards my ship after it leaves the range of this rocket turret, but in general we take care of the big ones and medium ones at around this area, which is actually a fair amount of my rocket spendage to make sure that the back of the ship does not get pummeled by like half dead big asteroids which we cannot destroy with the laser turrets on the back of the ship. So yeah, it is really nice to see the railguns at work though, and just to see it draw lines through the asteroid with the... Basically they're just vaporizing the asteroids almost, it seems like. Yeah, okay, the railguns do a lot more damage per shot, and the rockets as well, compared to early on, but still you're shooting an order of magnitude more ammunition at the asteroids, maybe more than that even, compared to earlier on. So, and the asteroid, the low point of carbonic asteroids is going to go down to like 30 a minute, and not all of them will be spawning in the range where I can grab them with my little grabby arms. I guess also the other asteroids are the Prometheans. Some of them I'm not going to be shooting, but I am going to be shooting a bunch of asteroids in here which then continue to drift out of reach of my grabber things. So I will be shooting more than my fair share on the outsides. There's not really a way to prevent that either, as far as I'm aware. You can set target priorities, but you cannot set like directional priorities or anything. I cannot limit this rocket turret's range to only shoot like in front of the ship, for instance. I have to... it shoots everywhere or nowhere. No, the railguns are all... Each set of 4 is prioritized to all 4 huge asteroids, but it's a different one which has the highest priority on each one. And then each of these also has like one type of big and one type of medium asteroid they shoot, which they don't share between each other. And during my tests, and I tested a lot of configurations, this led to the highest shooting range of the railguns. Because if they all have the same target priorities, they seem to fight a lot over who gets to shoot which asteroid, which leads to a lot of downtime in between shots. So this is my best solution I have come up with so far. Railguns had everything in front, including friendly items, yes. So I cannot put those further back at the ship, like the rocket turrets. The rockets just fly across. They can still damage the ship with their explosive damage, but They don't shoot everything in the path of fire, which the railguns do, so that is pretty dangerous. I guess you can put railguns to protect the side and the back as well, if you can lead the ammo to there in a satisfactory way, but they should definitely be on the outside of your spaceship. You can put empty platforms in front of them, but that's about it. No, maybe belts as well. I didn't check belts, but pipes is already a no-go. Ship windscreen will need a wash when you arrive. Yeah, tell me about it. There's literally like hundreds and hundreds of bugs, and the bugs being the tiny asteroid chunks a second being crushed against this windshield over here. I would zoom in, but the sound is too loud. Okay, let's not be lazy. Grab this. So the sounds get pretty significantly louder when you zoom in, so I kinda have to do this. This is quite a nice view as well. Some of the chunks are actually headbutting me. So, yeah, but these are all the harmless chunks, as the laser turrets are supposed to be firing at any of the small asteroids. The small asteroids we cannot grab, but all of these have been reduced to chunks. And the chunks are harmless, they are the same thing you encounter above Norvis. It does look like a massacre fest on the front end here. I can't even see my mouse cursor. But all of this stuff is immune to the asteroid chunks. It only starts to get at these small asteroids that they start to do some damage. Some of them sometimes get through and are targeted by lasers. Most of them get blown up in the area of effect attack though, so it's kinda hard to find even one to mouse over for a bit. Alright, I kinda have to plan this out a bit, because I want to catch some sleep. We are currently almost 1.6 kilometers out, and we will actually be at the peak density for quite a while in terms of raw asteroids on the screen. 1.6 million kilometers out notifies a peak density moment. After that it's going to go down slightly, and we will only meet as much asteroids as at 1.6 million kilometers again at the 3.2 million kilometer mark. It doesn't mean the trip gets easier though, because the decrease in asteroids is actually caused by the useful asteroids falling off. So those go down to very low values at some points, whereas the Prometheum asteroids just keep going up in value. So we're basically replacing useful ones for not useful ones at a very high rate, which could turn out to be a problem. So I want to be present at around the 2.4 million kilometer mark, which is actually not that far away. We're still going 60 kilometers a second, which is roughly 200,000 kilometers per hour. 200,000 kilometers per hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is not 6 hours of sleep anymore. That looks more like 4 hours of sleep, which is not great. I could just set the speed to a low amount. That would also replenish my rockets. Yeah, maybe that's how I should do it. I should just set the speed so that I can sleep normal, emerge from my slumber at 2.4 million kilometers out, because 2.4 million kilometers is the last time the carbonic asteroids, which are the most important one, are gonna be rich rich-ish, relatively rich compared to the rest of the flight. And then they're just going to drop off like crazy to 30 a minute at 2.8. So at this point I want to be here to make sure we catch enough of the relevant asteroids, and we probably need to do some micromanagement stuff between asteroid grabbers and whatnot. So probably the best course of action for me is to set the speed so that I will be at around 2.4 million kilometers, going at a slow speed, so the rockets, so my ammo will basically refill all the way up to 60,000, and then we can go into the last 1.6 million kilometers with the resource poorness and the huge amount of Prometheum asteroids with a full ammo bank, and just be aware of all the changes which happen on the screen and react to them. I think that is the way to go. So let's say I set the ship speed to 30 kilometers a second. 30 times 3600 seconds is roughly 108,000 kilometers per hour. If we go 30 kilometers a second, that's roughly 100,000 kilometers per hour, a little bit more. So then it would take like about 7.5 or 8 hours from this point on to reach 2.4 million kilometers, and we will be going slow enough so that we can replenish our rocket banks to full. That is the way to go, I think. So yeah, I should not postpone going to sleep much longer. We are now down to 50,000 rockets, about 51,000, 50,000. So if I start going slower, we will replenish those in no time. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep the speed until 1.6 million kilometers just to see how it goes at this speed. Then we're just gonna do some experiments. We're gonna speed up to the maximum speed just for a little bit to see what goes wrong and what our peak rocket consumption would be. After that, we're just gonna slow down to 30 kilometers a second. I'm gonna go to bed and we'll just let the ship cruise along. Hopefully no shifty asteroids will take out the back end of my ship, which could be a problem, but I think I tested at 25, it was good, so 30 should be good for sure. And then tomorrow when we wake up, I can make myself a fresh cup of coffee and I will be ready to tackle the very slow last 1.6 million kilometers, I suppose. Doesn't sound too bad now, because already in this stream we covered over 1.6 million kilometers if you count the start with it, but we traveled most of that at a high speed. We stayed for a long time at maximum speed, 106, and only gradually slowed down to about 60 kilometers a second now. I suppose the last 1.6 million kilometers is going to go at a very slow speed, between 30 and 40 kilometers a second. That's my estimation, so yeah, that's gonna take a while, but we have all day to do it tomorrow. Yeah, that's my plan. We'll go to 1.6 at the current speed, do some experimentation, set the speed to go slow, replenish rockets overnight, awake at the last point where resources are dense, then micromanage the ship to the end. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like an excellent plan, actually. I didn't even think of that before the stream, but that is actually pretty much perfect. Nice. Alright, I ignored chat for a bunch. Hey, the dough. Plan to do it in 8 to 12 hours tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. How do you go that fast though? How do you go that fast without blowing up your own ship with your own explosive rockets? Maybe you're not using explosive rockets. Yeah, I'll be sure to watch your stream, or at least browse through it after the fact, because I'm kind of curious how to go faster in these conditions and not run out of ammo spendage. 8 to 12 hours, man, that's fast. That is fast. Alright, did you already make it to the shattered planet, or is it just in the theory phase? Because how I see it around the end, we're going to be pretty starved on resources at some points, which means I need to slow down just because of the resources. Ah yeah, maybe you have asteroid reprocessing on board, which I did fail to put on here. So yeah. Maybe your ship also doesn't have the stupidly long useless tail which can store 200,000 probe-team asteroids, which you don't need to get to the shattered planet. That will also kind of help, I suppose, to make this thing a bit more efficient, and I could have put some more like useful stuff on the back end here instead of doing this. But yeah, this entire back end of the ship is useless except for the thrusters, so we still cannot lose it. I made it to around 1.8 million kilometers before I turned around the power fuel cell consumption. Whoops. Alright, I'm curious though then. I'm curious to see how far you'll make it beyond, because I did some tests with a ship which I made in editor mode, so it was not legitimately flying that far out there. But it does kind of seem that if you look at the space map, the resource density, this is not a space map. Like here we are quite rich in all these lower tree lines, but that's just gonna fall off immensely, and that's gonna be a problem because you still need to destroy all the asteroids. I think that is gonna be my main problem. I think maybe asteroid reprocessing could help a little bit. I'm not entirely sure though. But definitely interesting to see your run as well. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna make it. This is my very first attempt at doing so that's not a given at all. I would estimate the odds at about 50-50 that I'm actually going to make it to the shattered planet, to be honest. Defense wise we're good. I'm just not sure if we have the resources on board. But yeah, I'm going to do all in my power that I can to go in as good as possible in the last stretch. Yeah. Okay, 2100 explosive rockets a second. That is about double what I'm producing here. Is your ship much wider than mine, or is it about the same? Because I guess if the ship is wider, you also need twice the ammo to shoot the asteroids. My ship is about, let's say, a little bit over 3 chunks wide, it appears. I don't want to spoil it for you, but I have a plan for the resource gathering. Alright, indeed, don't spoil it, but I will be curious to see your stream as well after I finished my proper new player experience. I have successfully managed to not get spoiled by any other person's content whatsoever so far, so that's an achievement in itself, I suppose. My ship is roughly 40 to 42,000. Alright, that's actually pretty good. So that's basically 40 tiles is like less than half of my ship. It's basically from the center of my ship to roughly about this railgun. Alright, so that kinda explains how you can go at high speeds. Do you not have any problems with... Do you use explosive rockets or normal rockets? I kinda assume explosive rockets. The problem I am facing with explosive rockets is if I go faster than 100 kilometers a second, I start running the risk to blow up my own asteroid collectors. But maybe you don't have asteroid collectors this close to the edge where the rockets blow up. There was kind of maybe a sort of a design flaw in my thing over here. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't need all of these rocket turrets. These are actually quite dangerous because they only start shooting right at when something enters there, so I don't know. I use a lot of explosive rockets and legendary launchers behind legendary railguns. Okay, I kept the rocket launchers like default quality, so their range wouldn't get out of hand too much, trying to prevent unnecessary ammo spending here. But yeah, maybe it was worth it to go for some legendary. Also, I don't have legendary stuff on board. I have normal I have normal rocket turrets, I have normal laser turrets, I have rare quality railguns with 4 epic ones, and that's about it. I do have some, I kept myself to mostly rare machinery, so the level 3 quality and below for my design, since I didn't want to scrounge around for forever in my very first playthrough to design a potentially very time consuming ship which then would blow up on the first instance, so yeah. Sometimes they can blow up my ship, but I carry a lot of spare railguns and repair packs with me. Alright, I think actually on that front I'm still doing well. I do have some spares, like 10 extra asteroid collectors. Actually I have more. I have 16 more at the back of my ship, combined with legendary inserters, which I don't need here. Those are just replacements for in case the ones at the front get blown up. Sorry about the zooming, that was probably very loud again. The explosions are not kind on our eardrums. So yeah, I do have some spares as well. We haven't touched anything yet, so that is nice. That's maybe a sign that I'm being too safe, more than anything. So how many fusion power cells did you calculate you would need for the entire trip? Because I calculated roughly 600. I took 1.5k just to be safe and to be potentially make it back. But I only calculated it once. I made a note that I should definitely recalculate this because I wasn't sure about it, and I never did. So it does appear we're gonna make it though. My fuel cell spendage seems to be around 20 per hour, which means 600 for 30 hours, give or take. Oh, autosave. It's been a long time since there was an autosave in any of my games. Right, we've got our first autosave. Or maybe I just missed the other ones, that's possible as well. One fuel cell per 50,000 kilometers. Alright, we're going at a pretty consistent speed, I suppose. How much power does your ship use? I'm at about like just under 400 megawatts, I think. On average, let's look the average of a minute, 350 megawatts on average. That's mostly, I guess legendary, you will be lower because legendary machinery takes less power to do more stuff, and legendary beacons also improved it by a lot without consuming much power themselves. I don't know actually how well that would scale. Most of the power consumption in machinery comes from modules. Not stranded because the bells holds over 500. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, especially if you stack them on the bells. Which we are doing out here at least. That's a big stack of fuel cells. So I haven't burned down through 600 fuel cells yet on my voyage. Roughly 400 megawatts. I peaked over some. Was that accumulator? Yeah, legendary accumulators. To help with the spikes. Legendary efficiencies. Oh, 82 megawatts of power saved. That is a lot. Man, that legendary stuff is quite powerful, huh? Okay, I have accumulators as well, but mine don't do anything. I have 48 of them, and they're standard ones. So their maximum power output is 300 kilowatts each. Which basically means I have like 16 or so, roughly 16 megawatts of extra peak power on my accumulators, which means I could do spikes of 616 megawatts instead of 600. So the accumulators on my ship, pretty useless. I don't think I've ever used them. Yeah, I mean even the solar power, even the solar panel used to start up the inserters to power the fusion generators on here. The accumulators haven't done a single bit the entire time really. So that's kind of funny. There's some CGP Grey fans in the chat. They're hexagons and the bestagons. Hexagons are pretty good though, must admit. Yeah, efficiency modules actually have some use now, huh? On spaceships and stuff. I started out with philosophy of efficiency modules as well, but well, I started with the railguns, then I made production of railgun shells 480 a minute, which is supposedly the maximum shooting speed of 16 railguns, so I could replenish ammo at the maximum shooting speed of 0.5 a second. Then it turned out the railguns get nowhere near their maximum shooting speed. Even with upgrades they don't reach 0.5 seconds. So I had extra explosives left over for the rockets, so then I just started boosting rocket production to use the unused explosives from railgun shell production, which I didn't need. So, and now I'm just making more rockets. That's how I got to 1k rockets, like 1050 rockets a minute. Before it was like 700 something. So yeah. Oh, you wasted railgun shooting speed past 4. Spend it to 10. Holy moly. Well, at least you can rapid fire big demolishers with your handheld railgun now. That's not really a good price, I guess, suppose, for 10 levels of of research points wasted, but oh well. But yeah, you did notice too, right, that the railguns don't shoot anywhere near their promised speed, even at the unupgraded speed. They should shoot 480 times a second, but if I have unupgraded railguns and this dense a field with alternating priorities and like exclusive priorities, with always having priorities in the image, they still shoot less than a quarter times a second on average, I suppose. It's really abysmal. And the faster the ship goes, the less often they shoot. So they get more targets, and then they just spend more time deciding on which target they need to shoot and not shooting a lot. So the faster we go, the less they shoot instead of the more. It's really weird. They're working on railgun shooting speed. They just said it's hard. I say just tie the decision to shoot at the moment the railgun starts rotating towards an asteroid to shoot it, which it does all the time. It rotates all the time, but then doesn't shoot. If you just tie the shooting to the rotating and just shoot regardless of whether your original target still exists or not, that sounds in theory like a pretty easy fix. Although at Factorio, I guess everything always sounds easier to fix than it is. It sounds like pretty easy though, just let them shoot. Okay, decision is made, target is found. Okay, the decision to rotate and shoot is made at the same time. It rotates and it just shoots. It doesn't check if the target is still there. Problem solved. That is what I think. Yeah, I have 3 levels of damage upgrades. If you have 2 levels of damage upgrades for your railguns, annoyingly the 10,000 hit point Prometheum asteroids, they get left at just you do 9,900 damage, they get left at 100 hit points. So you need the 3rd level just to cross that barrier. Do efficiency module beacons work for nutrient consumption? Okay, that's kind of interesting. Actually, I haven't paid much attention to the actual things it selects for targeting. I do see some of these lines just going out pretty much straight-ish. Like you can pretty much see the explosive lines pop up now without actually looking at the railguns. To me, at first glance, it doesn't look like they don't shoot straight. I mean, since they can go left and right, you would expect at least 2/3 of the projectiles to go more or less not straight than straight. At first glance it doesn't look like they deprioritize straight firing, but yeah, that's just like me thinking about it for 5 seconds, so I don't know. Yeah, the solar system edge is pretty easy. Yeah, there's Twitch chat as well. So the Doe is on Twitch, which is a fellow streamer, speedrunner or former speedrunner. I'm not sure. I think I remember some YouTube videos from the Doe about speedruns, but I don't recall any. You had the weird playthroughs, right? Like the one with I kind of forgot that. I didn't watch some Factorio content in a while. I read something about somebody. Somebody said they did speedrunning, but then like suffered some sort of injury. Maybe not like a blunt injury, but just like maybe carpal tunnel style injury, which led them to not being able to effectively speedrun as much anymore. I thought it was you, but maybe it was somebody else. Anti-Patience, yeah, that's the guy. Anti-Patience, yeah. Yeah, that's the guy. He also he did a whole bunch of interesting and unique type of challenges. Actually, I just forgot what they were because it was a while ago already, and my memory is weird. Yeah, I'm in the carpal tunnel group already as well. I've had a good run the last year. Knock on wood. I've had a good run the last year. It hasn't been too bad. I got used to some pretty weird working conditions though, which kinda forces my hand into a position where it, yeah, I don't know, let's not go too deep into it, but yeah, I had a pretty bad section where I just couldn't, I was editing my videos with my left hand, which sucked, because I misclick all the time. I just couldn't anymore with right, but for this year it's been going well. I haven't moused left for probably the entire year, at least almost. Not so. Let's just hope it stays okay. Yeah, I'm reading both chats. In theory, both chats should appear mixed on the screen, so you can keep up with what is happening on both sides. But yeah, I guess it's a little bit hard to read for this stream. Since there is nowhere to put chat where it's not a mess of colors in the background. So sorry about that. Alright, I kinda neglected you people on YouTube for a bit since I was speaking to the Doe, so let me quickly read through. Here we are already with the CGP Grey fan group. Hexcons are the best guns. It is now a word because CGP put it on the map, and he's a teacher. After 11 hours, no way, we're gonna slow down much more before the end. We are flying, yeah, Tonis has the right idea. I think we're already flying through the shattered planet and we're just gonna reach the core or something. I have no idea what to expect at the end, if anything. Perhaps I will just say you've arrived at the shattered planet. Or even worse, it will say nothing. Just like when you stop on like Gleba or something, it just say stopping at Gleba, the ship will stop and nothing will happen. Except something will happen. We will get smashed by huge asteroids from all sides simultaneously, because the ship has stopped, and this ship is designed to move. It is not designed to stop anywhere else but in the inner solar system. But yeah, I would be kind of disappointed if they make you go fly out 4 million kilometers out to the shattered planet to see what's there, and then there is nothing. We'll see, we'll see. I know what, you'll see, and I'm not telling. Thanks for keeping it spoiler free, man. It's appreciated. You can play now as Luigi. You can play now as the biters. There should be a cheat for that, man, just like in Age of Empires, where you can play as the nature faction, control the birds and the wolves and whatnot. You should be able to play as the biters. Just build a box on the side of the platform. that will just get smashed, man. Where is the chat actually on the screen? It is in the normal position. It's maybe not too bad. Maybe I can put some background on there. I mean, professional streamers would have done that ahead of time. Background color. Okay, somebody say something now. Alright. Is that better readable? Is there... I can't even see it, man. Is there a background color now or not? I can read it like on the tiny fragment of my screen, so I suppose... something now. Yeah, thanks a bunch. Alright. Text got a bit crisper. Yeah, I put a background on the text. Looks like it's a little bit transparent still, but that's good because I don't want a massive box of grey background on the stream. So hopefully it will be more readable now. I guess on phones it's still a bit hard, but you should watch my content on a proper screen, not on your crappy phones. Watch it on a real screen. So yeah, I'm not boycotting phones, but yeah, just, I mean, you should watch epic content on an epic screen. Okay, half of my viewers will now just leave because I insulted you for watching on your phone. This is not epic content though. This is just, I mean, it's not like filler content or something, but yeah, this is just this is a very suited topic for a 24-hour stream, I suppose. Getting to the shattered planet. Man, the asteroid density is absolutely insane. Oh, we are already at past 1.6 million kilometers, so this is peak density for a while. If you count up all the asteroids on any point of the journey, it looks like here are the most asteroids, but because there are. But before 3.2 million kilometers, because these fall off so hard, and these don't rise as sharp anymore as here, the total number of asteroids at 2 million, 2.4 and 2.8 million kilometers out are actually slightly lower than the total amount of asteroids we encounter right now at 1.6 million kilometers out. Not much lower, but just a little bit. Around 3.2 million kilometer again we reach the same density, except then now it's like 40%, 40% asteroids is useful, and here is like 7% of asteroids is useful, so we'll see how that goes. That is going to be the question. Alright, I think I'm going to make a save then. We are 1635k out. Okay, so now we're just going to have some fun. What is the goal? Getting to the shattered planet. I save here. We will reload the save. I'm going to just set the ship free. See if we blow up ourselves or not. Okay, so now we're gonna go up to 145 kilometers a second or so. There's my sound. I think I just broke my sound. Alright, I don't have sound. Guess it's fine, I don't need sound, I know what it sounds like. Okay, we're at maximum speed, 145 kilometers a second. I just enjoy the glory for a bit. This is absolutely insane. Well, if you're playing the game, I should be on the second screen, that is for sure. Then you're probably just mostly listening anyway, like a podcast. And just occasionally glimpsing over, that is perfectly fine. Right. So it looks like we do still have the firepower even to defend against the densest of asteroids. I'm probably blowing up some of these every now and then though. It will already sustain damage. It does say no, but I think this only takes into account damage from the asteroids hitting your ship. I can mouse over here, count the asteroid collectors. No, we still have 10 asteroid collectors in stock, which means no asteroid collector got blown up yet. That's interesting. So we're going at maximum speed and we're surviving. I just don't have the legendary equipment on board to match the rocket production, I suppose. Yeah, the main problem is the ammunition usage. I predict it's going to be above 3000 rockets a second now, even though we're just going not that much crazy faster. Let's take a look. Is there still sound? Is there still sound for you guys? I mean the game sounds. Or is the game sound silent? Because I don't hear anything anymore, but then again I just dropped my laptop and my headphones got ripped out of the jack. Oh yeah, we have game audio, alright. I guess that means it is quite loud as well. Alright. I know what this sounds like, so I don't need to hear it. Okay. Let's check the production. Oh, there goes the explosive rockets. This is 1k level. Now we are at like over 3000 explosive rockets a second. A minute. And my production is capped at 1k. So we're losing over 2000 rockets a minute now. Surprisingly though, I thought we would definitely be blowing up our asteroid collectors constantly at this point. We still not lost one? No, we lost one. Alright. So that confirms. Damage taken 0. But I did blow up one of my asteroid collectors. As now there are only 9 in stock, where we used to have 10. So one of them got blown up. It does not go into the damage counter though. Let's check out how fast the rockets are disappearing from my storage. That's gonna be quite fast. At this kind of speed. Yeah, they're just like stacks are disappearing in front of your eyes. It is absolutely insane how fast we are burning through those rockets right now. I don't hear the sound myself, but let me just put that down a bit so we can zoom in. Let's just look at the look at these asteroids grinding against the front of the ship. It's just insane. I mean, what the this is insane. This is insane. Holy moly, that's a lot of asteroids. Crunchy, crunchy candy. Yes, it looks very much like candy. Alright. So at least I'm pleased to report the ship can at least do a little bit at this speed. I also have just regular quality thrusters. I suppose I could go faster if I had... let's do that. I'm gonna reload that save anyway. Let's see how fast the ship could go if we had better thrusters. I guess legendary, let's go rare. The rest of the ship is in rare quality, let's go rare for these as well. Okay, our current top speed is 145. Let's see what it goes up to once we resume the game. Yeah, this is going up. I think we're gonna go up too fast now though. If I already was blowing up my asteroid collectors at 145. It is quite cool though that the ship could potentially go like over 200 kilometers a second with good thrusters. Despite the stupendously massive size it actually is. I mean, that's a pretty long ship. Okay, we're at 183. What is rocket consumption like? Let's put this in the background. 3.6 thousand a minute. Okay, we gotta know. Legendaries. Let's go. Okay, so there's a problem. I don't have the... my fuel production is also precisely matched to my thruster, so these tanks are going to be empty very soon. So I guess we'll fake it, since we're faking stuff anyway now. We need to go out of map view for that, because the editor changes are quite horrible. We need to go out of map view for that. I just said, okay, here's some infinity pipes. I think in editor mode, if you're in editor mode, also the editor mode stuff like infinity pipes, infinity chests, they should be available just from the map menu cursor, if you ask me. So let's pretend we have enough fuel production. I definitely have a frame rate issue right now. This is definitely exceeding what my game can handle. We may just be blowing up right here. 200, that's like almost twice the speed I can obtain with my normal thrusters. I think we are kind of feeling it now though. Still 0 damage taken. But I already lost 2 more of those asteroid collectors. Surprisingly though, we are still doing fine if you discount the asteroid collectors. So not completely fine, but the asteroids are not smashing through our ship just yet, which I'm quite surprised at actually. I didn't think that would happen. Man, this is insane. What is my frame rate now? Yeah, now the UPS is dropping, so we may actually drop UPS then later on as well, if we get twice the asteroids which need to be put on the screen and stuff. Oh, it's not looking good though. I think this is getting closer. Okay, I already lost 6 asteroid collectors. That's a design flaw in the ship. Those are just too close by the explosive rocket range. Alright, the ship is holding out though. Quite cool. Alright, soon we're gonna run out and then the party is gonna stop. I guess let's just let the ship get destroyed. Okay, we're running out of rockets already. I think it's a belt speed issue actually. We're just not supplying enough rockets. The red belt speed of the rocket delivery is too slow to supply all the rocket turrets at maximum shooting speed. That is how many rockets we are using now. I mean, 4.4 thousand a minute. That is, yeah, I have 2 red belts going in. That's maximum 3,600 a minute. More than 2 compressed belts of rocket. Okay, the game is not liking it anymore. Please don't die. Okay, it sometimes has this random freeze moments. Let's hope it will just speed up again. Okay, my laptop is not excruciatingly warm. Okay, maybe I can pause. Just let it catch up a bit. Alright, I'm out of asteroid collectors. Now we have taken damage by asteroids as well. The damage counter is at 3400. That means production is gonna stop completely, because now I'm no longer grabbing any metals. So this is gonna be empty, and then the party is gonna stop basically. Okay, I should go into editor mode, because I'm just gonna get destroyed if the platform breaks under me. I can zoom out a bit further just to see the madness. As soon as this hub gets destroyed, we're basically done for. So zooming out beyond this does not really make sense. Okay, the entire left side of the ship has been taken out. Probably by our own explosive rockets, to be honest. Yeah, I'm surprised at how long the ship is holding out. I mean, yeah, we've got damage, and because I don't carry spares, because I'm not going at this speed in my playthrough, but yeah, I had suspected the ship would have died already. I thought, let's just do a quick fun death sequence, you know, but no, of course not. Everything is still working somewhat. 2 compressed red bells of rocket throughput, and it's not enough. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm talking gibberish. I'm stacking rockets on the belts, so the red bells actually have a capacity of 7,200 items a minute. So why are we running out then? I have no idea really. Belt is empty. Maybe it's just the speed at which the inserter can put it on the belt, I don't know. Alright, rocket turrets are out. We're gonna go any moment now. Let's zoom in a bit. Any moment and this is gonna be over. And once it starts going fast. Especially at 230 kilometers a second. We're actually slowing down. Did we lose any thrusters? I don't dare to watch really. What's going on at the back? Yeah, we are losing stuff at the back now as well. That is not great. So a lot of those don't get destroyed anymore. Yeah, that is not great. Alright. So that's why we're lowering in speed. Still not going though. It's still clinging on. I mean, the ship is lost. There's no legitimate way we could bring this thing back 1.7 million kilometers through this density of asteroids anymore. It kind of seems like we are recovering a little bit, I would say, almost. Right, we went from 500 to like, we're destroying like 4 times as many asteroids. So spaceship speed definitely is a function in the amount of asteroids that spawn. And so it's not per distance, it's so it's not per minute asteroid spawn. It does have to do with your speed. It does have to do with the width of your ship, and not only just a certain number a minute regardless of speed. No, I don't make extra spaceship sections. I have 500 spaceship sections on board, but I will run out of things which are put on the platforms before I run out of platforms themselves, I suppose. And I suppose I do have a lot of useless space platforms in the back which I could like scavenge if I would really need to. It looks like we're definitely missing the action here. Asteroids are just going straight through my ship here in the back. Alright, I'm gonna end it here though. Or so I thought. Still have way too many rockets. I want to get back to the actual grind, to be honest. We're gonna pretend we're already out of rockets. There. All gone. Now it's gonna end very fast. Okay, let's just watch it in its full glory as the asteroids will surround us. The rocket turret's running out, we don't stand a chance anymore. The rail guns are just not doing it. There it comes. The curtain falls. We're struggling to hold it up, but the curtain is literally gonna fall. The curtain of asteroids is gonna rain down over our ship. And that's gonna be it for this trip. At least for this trip in this alternate dimension. It's not an actual trip. There it goes. As soon as it reaches the central hub over here, basically the platform is gonna be destroyed. And looks like that's gonna happen pretty soon. There's just literally a curtain of asteroids falling over the ship. Looks like the speed has gone down to nothing as well. Laser turrets are trying their hardest to destroy 99% resistance asteroids and whatnot. Okay, the big one is coming for the hub now though, so I think it's gonna be over. Oh, maybe not yet. Oh, yeah, we died. Alright. We're back on Norvies. Well, that was fun. Welcome to my Norwegian base, a professional base, you know. Because, of course, I already foresaw that in my very first playthrough, which, of course, you know, that later in the game, you need to do the captive biter spawners thing to get the Prometheum sign, so I very strategically let my Norvies base die. Not at all because I just forgot to hook up a new coal patch, and I already made sure lots of biters are spawning close by on Norvies, so I'll have an easy time producing biter eggs in the late game. Now that is a big brain strategy, don't you agree? Alright, enough with the sidetracking. Let's actually hope I did not overwrite that save game and load it. Fusion reactors do not blow up, as far as I know. Is this my legitimate save? Alright, instead of what we just did, let's actually slow down the ship this time. We're going to be slowing it down to 30 kilometers a second. Probably means I need to set it to 28. So now this pump is disabled because we're going faster than 28. We're going like... I think I actually set it already in the T signal. Yeah, so velocity is 55, 6, T is 58. Yeah, so we're gonna go down to 30 kilometers a second. It's gonna take a while because this pump still puts in the thruster fuel, and thruster fuel was what was low for a while. That was how we were limiting the speed, so the oxidizer it's still full of oxidizer. This fluid system is now slowly going down. Once it goes down, the amount in the thrusters will go down, and then the oxidizer becomes the limiting factor, and we will be slowing down to whatever top speed we set on here. So we are overriding the automatic speed control by doing this. So we need to keep an eye out here, because sometimes it can happen that something shifts in expecting a certain spaceship speed, and then you slow down and then it suddenly shifts in a lot more. So we need to be sure to stay out of our way of any shifty asteroids coming in at the back. Looks like we're going to be okay. That medium one is going to get zapped. Medium ones have a lot of laser resistance, but they don't have enough to withstand. If the lasers have enough time, they can easily destroy the mediums as well. So that is okay. We're still going at 57. Right, now we can see the oxidizer is going down, so soon the oxidizer limitation will take over. And the thruster fuel will go up. This pump will basically start pumping all the time. But it won't have any effect anymore, because now we are low on oxidizer. So that is how the overwriting of the system works. We basically have the thruster fuel set to the automatic speed, and we have the oxidizer set to manual top speed. And whatever is set the lowest, that will eventually determine the actual top speed of a ship. So I guess now is the time we should look for shifty asteroids, since now is the time we could die by those if we're unlucky. Right, it appears we are good though, so that is good news. I'm just keeping a hawk's eye out for this. I mean, this is actually looking pretty scary. I think it's gonna go past though. It's definitely already more inwards than these ones were. So if we notice any asteroids coming in at too steep of an angle where they will hit the ship, what do I need to do? Let's practice this. I just need to flick off this switch, and then it will just throw oxidizer in there, and we'll be accelerating at the maximum to our ability. It looks like these are still missing us at the back here. Right, now we're already going steady at this speed, which is good. So I suppose we should be fine. I think we survived the deceleration point, right? Prometheum asteroid, which I cannot for the life of me remember how to pronounce every single time. No, we didn't actually die. So these are basically backups. These are some of my backups. So I have a couple extra backups. These are backups. These are kind of backups for the ones at the front, because we don't really need them at the back, as well as these super fast legendary inserters. Basically just some backup material stored as built actually on the ship instead of just stored in the central hub. We've got a couple more ones over here, but no legendary inserters though. So we can, if a legendary inserter gets destroyed at the front, we can take one off the back, put it at the front, and replace the one at the back with a normal one, which is plenty fast enough for over here. I just did whatever I could to limit the amount of storage needed for other stuff. So yeah, that's where that's coming from. Alright. I think I'm gonna make another save, because the slowdown point is kinda critical. Slow down for sleep. Successful. There's one letter too much in there, but I can never remember which one it is. Alright, that means we should see an immediate drop off. Yeah, there we go, there we go. immediate drop off in the rocket consumption. So rocket consumption fell from the 1.1k down to about 500 a minute immediately after we slowed down, but rocket production is still going at 100k a minute, or like 1k a minute. So that basically means that rocket production is gonna max out again after just 20 minutes, right? I'm gonna sleep for 6 hours. Alright, so at 30k we're going roughly 100,000 kilometers a second. It is now 2 o'clock at night already, holy moly. If I'm gonna emerge at 2.4 and we're gonna go to the end at this slow speed, on average, I don't know how slow we need to go. Worst case, let's say this speed, that's 16 more hours. 16 more hours tomorrow. Worst case. Ooh. Yeah, you know what? I think the first dip is not that bad. We can maybe go a little bit faster. It also kinda makes the shifty asteroids a little more safe if we just nudge up the speed a bit. Let's just manually nudge up the speed just a little bit. Okay, there we go, above 35, because if you boost it in one go, you get a really big speed bump. Alright, we'll set it to 35, since rockets production is gonna fill up to 60,000 again, and simply just like 20 minutes, we're already back up to 52k. So yeah, we're putting the ship in hibernate mode to easily get through the field. The asteroids actually look a lot less dense now. Let's see if the railgun shells, yeah, look at that, the railgun shell, we can switch this off and we can see that better. Okay, railgun shell over the last hour, 310 a minute. Now it has gone up slightly, but it has gone up, right? We go slower, we are shooting more railgun shells. They have less difficulty finding a target when you go slower, when there are fewer targets for them to choose from somehow. So they have less conflicts, I suppose. So that's like 20 railgun shells a minute more. Go up from 310 to 330. That's not insignificant. That's a lot more. That's a lot more railgun shells. Okay, let's look for shifty asteroids. Looks like we're going to be good. I think 35k KPS is going to be good. Okay, let me quickly excel that. 35 kilometers a second. 35 times 3600 seconds in an hour is 100. Let's say 125,000 kilometers per hour. So if I sleep for like 6 or 7 hours, that is 800 to 900k. Okay, I have faith we can go a little faster tomorrow, so let's not get past the critical point while I sleep. We'll set it to 30. I need to fix my sound somehow though. Alright, sorry, I haven't been keeping up with chat again for the last little bit. This is hopefully a round trip. At least we have the possibility to make a round trip in terms of how much power fuel cells we have on board. But yeah, it kinda depends on how resource poor the latter part of the trip is going to be. If I was smart, I would either repurpose this belt to hold more rockets. I mean, it's literally just me connecting this output belt of rockets to these input belts. I would have to empty this though, but But that means I could store 800,000 rockets on this belt, and I literally can shove them back into the hub by just deleting these useless science assemblers from my platform. It is very much possible to do so. I think I won't though. I like to see if I can do it as designed with the double function ship. I don't know why I want to do that so badly, but looks like I do, so we'll do it. Okay, we need to keep an eye on these two. We just slow down again. Those could be a bit more shifty than the regular spawn if you go at certain speed. Okay, why is this so slow? It is set to... Okay, yeah, it will pump when we're at 28. So 29, 28 point something, falls below 28, activates, a little response time, we go up to 33. So yeah, roughly 30 to 31 kilometers a second. Yeah, that does feel very close by to fall asleep too calmly. I mean, it's in range of the laser turret. Let's just look how useless this is. Yeah, we're taking down like a hit point at a time, so that is quite useless. We do shoot at the big ones though, because the big ones which make it out here are usually pretty damaged, so we have a chance to destroy those still. That is just more like a Hail Mary than anything useful. I think we're going to be good in terms of shifty asteroids. I tested this for a long time, for a long duration of time, and I did not get pummeled by suddenly extra shifty asteroids or whatever, so... Man, those are close by though. So we should be good, I was just gonna say. I was gonna have faith, but this is actually gonna... Oh man, this is gonna come pretty close. It's already within laser turret range. Yeah, this is definitely a very crowded version of space. Ship's 90% underground belts. Under space belts. I've made a Möbius loop of underground belts. Alright, it still cleared us with some margin. So I suppose I'm happy? Question mark. But yeah, the shifting is real, man. The shifting is real. We'll see if we'll make it, I suppose. Damage taken is on 0 as long as asteroids don't hit the ship. We should stay that way. There are no more large asteroids in Frontier. They get blasted to oblivion immediately, even though my prioritization is like huge ones and then one type of Prometheum, one type of medium. So one type of big, one type of medium. So huge ones, one type of big, one type of medium. So you would say that they would have a harder time finding something to shoot, but apparently they don't. Now they shoot 340 a minute, because why the F not? Yeah, railguns are broken and it is very annoying. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let's stop complaining about that, because that doesn't solve anything. Rocket production, yeah, we're gonna be good, man. I mean, if we go at this speed, where I need to expend only like 400 rockets a minute for like peak asteroid density, I suppose. Sink, sink, sink. You can hear my brains like creaking in the background. Yeah, if we're gonna... We need only like half the resources compared to our maximum rocket production to keep production going, and we're definitely still over grabbing. Both metal and coal and ice as well. Everything is pouring out of the side of the spaceship, which is exactly what I like to see. It means all the asteroid belts are full, and if we are extorting all three, the balance of intake is fine. I can go to sleep without crashing down. Let's check once more what happens at 2 million kilometers, because Looks like the metallics are going down. We hardly need any metallics, so that is irrelevant. I'm most scared about carbonics though. We're gonna go down from 150 a minute to just like 42 a minute. So less than a third of what we currently have. But currently we are definitely throwing away many, almost all carbonics, I would say. And most of the front end of the ship collects carbonics, so fingers crossed. I think we're gonna survive. I think we have a 90% chance of surviving my sleep. And I'm going to say, carefully optimistic, now that I saw this huge dip in rocket consumption by just simply slowing down a bit. I am carefully optimistic now that we're gonna make it. So before I said 50-50 if we're gonna make it. I think our odds have improved to like, let's say, 65 to 75%. Just seeing this over here, we probably have already almost replenished our rockets. 57,000 now. Yeah, we were down to like 50,000. We are almost back up, so we can do some strategic slowdowns in areas of relatively high asteroid resource concentrations. Like after this dip at 2 million, it's going to go up to like 63 a minute again at 2.4 million kilometers. Then it's going to go down again. So yeah, we can do some like strategic slowdowns to perhaps replenish rockets if we need to. So that's good news. That is good news for this journey. All right. 1673. That means okay, why do I not get I need to fix the sound somehow. Our ship is at 3.8 million now. Okay, good luck, man. Good luck. Alright, I'll first read-chat a bit again. Man, this not having sound is annoying. Let me check if I can get it fixed somehow. I haven't had sound for like 2 hours now. What? No. How the heck did you guys have game sound on there? It appeared that the sound was entirely muted. Current FPS is about 60. Current UPS is about 60. FPS is a bit below. But still more than the 30 FPS you're getting on stream, so that is good. We'll see how that goes though. Yeah, right, so now the ship is in sleep mode, which means we're going to go 30 kilometers a second during my sleep. And I'm going to emerge again once everything is fully loaded, and we're going to handle the difficult part of the trip with supervision instead of an autopilot. Let's see, how much rockets did we use in total so far on the trip? We started about 6 hours ago. It took a while to get up to 1000 expenditure a minute. Then we started slowing down the ship with the automatic speed control. And now we have overridden the automatic speed control. We went into sleep mode and rocket expanding has gone down by a lot, whereas railgun shell has gone up, which is good. because railguns do a lot more damage per resource invested than rockets. So yeah, I feel like we are having a good chance now, man. I'm feeling good about this. I wasn't feeling all that sure about it at the beginning of the stream, but now I have a positive mood going on about it. I am a little bit nervous though about just sleeping for like the next 6 or 7 hours without seeing what's going on. But then again, I didn't do anything of note during these first 6 hours, so I suppose we should theoretically be fine. Let's see if Glebban enemies, yeah, look, Glebban enemies have already expanded into the water here, which means they definitely would have attacked me, which wouldn't be so bad because we don't need Glebba anymore. We're on the way out of this effing star system. But since I have only one logistic bot in here and no construction bots, that would have meant we would have had this thing blinking at us for the rest of the trip if they would have attacked us and damaged something. So I'm glad we prevented that by switching off Glebba before the biters came in. That is nice to not have this on the screen the entire effing time. Alright. I mean, UPS is just how fast the game calculates the game in the background, whereas FPS is just the visual updates. I don't see how they need to be linked per se. Alright, so I'm going to keep... Man, I would like to have this as the view. Just a bit further up. Like so. Because this looks a lot more epic with the railguns just blasting through everything. So I suppose I make my text box a bit bigger for the night, so people turning in putting this on in the back. Okay, I'm all tapped out for a bit, so the view may be dropping in some frames. Oh, that's updating while I type it, huh? Alright, that's very nice. Yeah, we'll be back in this many hours. It's not gonna work, so I suppose everyone's as okay, now can I just make this a bit smaller and maybe centralize it or something? And these controls are a bit finicky. There should be like some alignment center. CT, that is like 7.5 hours from now. I won't be able to go to sleep immediately. Need to, you know, clean up and stuff. So I think 10 o'clock CET is a decent estimation. I might be earlier. I might be later. We'll see how it goes. I will set an alarm, of course. I will switch the microphone off though. You won't have to hear me snoring. now let's... There's my chat box. We can just put it under there. Alright. I think that is... I'm not overwriting chat now, right? There's a chat box here. Chat is just above. Is this too small to be readable, or is it still readable? Yeah, it's in a good spot. Chat is there anyway, so there's already some clutter on the screen. Not to call you guys cluttering, but you know. Yeah, there's already some clutter on the screen here anyway. Still readable on a real screen. Can you have a last position on the map? Yes. Won't stream crash after 12 hours? No, it won't, but the YouTube VOD length cannot be longer than 11 hours and 55 minutes. I suppose that's the way it is. I'm not gonna restart the stream 3 times. If I can, I will. I could upload the VOD from Twitch in 15-minute parts. It has an option to export either the stream as a whole or in 15-minute parts. So I could. I don't know if Twitch has any of those limitations though. I think Twitch streams can be longer than that. Last line is cut off a bit, alright. Oh, that should be good, right? By Dane, this chat has not been scrolling. Sorry about that. Links get auto blocked. Looks like chat didn't scroll on the Twitch side, and I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, I guess interpunction is a thing, or how is it called in English? Interpunction, we call it interpunction in Dutch. Formatting, text formatting. Should I speak in third person? People hate it when you do that, so... This is an excellent screensaver, yeah, I agree. I would not mind this to bring back the OG screensavers, man. I know they're no longer required, but this is just epic. Fourth person, I don't even know how to do that. Is that maybe that's a joke? I don't know, I was very is fourth person a thing in English? I know I've been more careful with like dismissing stuff as jokes lately, as I mean in Western languages it's very usual to say like 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees, 4 trees, 5 trees. It doesn't change, right? There's 6 trees, you have just 1 tree or multiple trees, and that's all. And then I was really surprised. I just made a joke about it, like okay, 1 tree, 2 trees, 5 trees, 20 trisons. Like it was different. But then a friend from Hungary actually said in their language it is different. If you have one, or like a handful, or like more than a handful. And there's like 3 different forms instead of just singular and multiple. And my mind was just blown. I had never even considered that that would be a thing. So after that experience, I've become a lot more careful with yeah, dismissing things which don't exist in my own language, like weird or like not existent around the world. Interfunction. Yeah, exactly, something like that for singular twos and more than twos. I know in some language they don't really have concepts like left and right, but they just have like the wind directions, like north, south, east and west. And because people grow up with this, they just instinctively know, well, of course they probably use something to determine that, but they instinctively know which the directions are, which is amazing to me. And a handful is not related to what you can put in your hand. Yeah, that's true. 3 to 5, yeah, like a handful in terms of like how many fingers are on your hand, right? We has become first person plural, yeah, just like they has become like somebody else singular, if you don't know which gender that person likes to assume. I still cannot get used to that though. They for one person, it just sounds off. I guess give it another couple years and even old necks like me will reintegrate into then it will be something else again. I will finally get used to this, but then I will be behind on 6 other political correct ways to say so. Day is not a new thing, is that sure? Singular day is not a new thing? How old are you? I'm old enough that I have to think about that question every time somebody asks us about me. I think I'm exactly 40 at the moment. Yeah, I should be like 40 and a bit, and a couple months. Yeah, I'm officially old. I'm definitely old enough to have actual, yeah, I remember the pipe screensaver as well. My first game computer was a Commodore 64, which I don't remember much about, except it had one funny game, Roadrunner, where you try to run away from Wile E. Coyote and had to eat bird seeds. It was a really funny game, but that's about all I remember. My first real gaming console was a NES with Super Mario Bros. 1, and from there it all started. First PC we got was a 386, somewhere in the 90s, and my favorite game on there was Doom and Doom 2. I still enjoy watching people play that, but I just suck at first person shooters, man. Yeah, I do remember VHS. I'm not old enough to remember like black and white TV though. We didn't have black and white TV when I was a kid. We can imagine it was editor Mike who put it on the screen, because this idiot playing Mike who does all this weird stuff all the time He just simply went off to bed without leaving a sign. So Editor Mike stepped in and put it on the screen. How far are you now? Have you passed the void corridor already? I don't know what the void corridor means, but if that means the resource poor area, no, not yet. There's going to be a big dip at 2 million and a big dip at 2.4 million. I'm supposed to wake up around 2.4 million and be back for the hard part where the resources are poor and the Prometheum asteroids are high, and we'll probably have to do some shenanigans to get through that part. But yeah, we'll see about that. Right. Is that called the void corridor? Right. Yeah, I'm really behind on Factorio space age knowledge. I will have to catch up. I mean, you learn a lot from doing stuff yourself, but you also learn a lot from watching other people do stuff in different ways. So I have some catching up to do before I can consider myself an expert at the game again. Although I guess if this ship makes it to the Shattered Planet, I will have probably gone further than 99% of players will ever go in this game. That shifty asteroid looks scary over here. That one is really shifting in quite a bit. Oh, I don't know enough about computers to know the exact type of 386. It still had like DOS as the operating system, with Windows 3.11 being optional. Yeah, you don't need to go far towards the Shattered Planet to collect Prometheum chunks for the science pack. But yeah, productivity level 30, that's insane. If you combine that with all the other stacked bonuses you can get on research, man, that's with the biolabs and the science processing, that is absolutely insane. The amount of science per minute progress you can make now is 10 science per science. Yeah, that sounds about right? And then that's not even taking into account probably the 300% productivity, or like the 300% production rate you're getting out of the Prometheum science packs, which made in those 8 module slots cryogenic plants, right? That means already you convert one set of science ingredients to 30 science packs researched. That's insane. People are already reaching into the millions. That's quite awesome. Oh, it looks like at least a whole bunch of people have already legitimately reached the Shattered Planet. We had Dosh coming on a couple streams ago, and he I think he asked in chat if anybody had already made it legitimately to the Shattered Planet. So I thought it was quite a rare thing, but perhaps it's not. I'm generally confused how so many people already have so many hours in Factorio. I know I played through the game quite slowly, but still, I'm like sub 200 hours to get through the entire game for the first time, plus all the preparation for this ship. And people are already just so much further, it's incredible. I guess a lot of people have had early access as well though, and they have used their early access to get to know the game, so maybe I should not be as surprised I'm behind. I mean, I have streamed 200, when I was streaming daily, I have not streamed for the last few days, but when I was streaming daily I streamed like 200 hours in a month, which is a lot, A lot of Factorio. I did some 10k SPM streams in between as well, so it was not purely this playthrough, I suppose. Alright, yeah, okay, I see how you people do it. Yeah, that is the way to do it though. Take time off, and that is the proper way to get. I'm not even joking. That is the proper way to get to know this game. Take a week of work and just go ham. Just go all out. Deep into the quality rabbit hole. Oh, that sucks. I'm 1/10 of the way to 20 million green chips, but all of them are legendary. Oh, that's a good comment. Alright. Let me once more check the distance, check the speed, no damage taken. I bet we're up to 60k rockets already. Yeah, 60,000 rockets, no problem. Alright, good stuff. So this is 60,000 rockets. It only inserts 32 at a time, so it takes out 16 at a time and it inputs 32 at a time. That's done so we never go over 60,000, because if I go over 60,025, my black magic square root taker contraption will break, and the speed controls will break as well. At least the man, this looks scary. At least the automatic one will break, so we gotta keep it under 60k. It's not that we have a lot more space anyway to do much more than that, so I guess we're fine. Question is, should I just take an inventory full of rockets? I don't think. Let's not do it. That's a little bit too cheaty, since this is like an exploit for filming, right? Getting out of the spaceship and being able to walk around should be just an exploit for making nicer film, not for actually carrying more stuff than you're supposed to be carrying. So let's not do that. Alright. Time for bed. Or I just will never shut up if I don't force myself to stop at some point. Alright, so yeah, we'll catch up tomorrow again about all the OG stuff and the new G stuff. Hopefully the ship will survive, or I will have a bad morning, and then we'll have to get back to this save point. I guess I will have autosaves. We have 9 autosave points, which will save every hour, so nothing will be overwritten. We can go back to as soon as I can save the ship, probably. I'm gonna assume the ship will do fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the ship will do fine. Will we reach Shattered Planet? I don't know. We'll see tomorrow. But yeah, for now, I wish you all good night, and I'll see you again soon.